Chapter 2043. They had been keeping an eye on that little fellow for a very long time. Ever since he came into contact with their powers, they had been keeping an eye on him. If they had to put it into words, they had been observing that little fellow through the unknown future since the beginning of the 33rd era. They had been anticipating and waiting for a very long time. Although most of the reason was related to her, they were also curious about that little fellow. Just like that, they had been observing him for an unknown number of years until they dispersed and turned into shadows. After a series of accidents and arrangements had been triggered, they had finally crossed over time and met each other here. Although they were just shadows, the little one in front of them was a living being, so it did not affect them much. After all, the main forces of this era and this era were not them, but the little one. The wandering spirits only needed to watch from behind. They watched, and waited. Occasionally, some fragments would come in from the outside, and through the little one, they would understand what was happening outside and see what he was busy with. Sometimes, too many fragments would come in, and they would see the little one with a little gloominess, a little resistance, and a little concern on his face. He would talk to them reluctantly, and in the end, the gloominess on his face would disappear without them knowing. Every time he saw the little one's expression, he would be happy for half a day. How should he put it? His brothers and sisters were very concerned about the little one. As for the reason, it was because of her, a group of true brothers and sisters who had endured more than 300 eras of war together and had finally calmed down for a while. When they had the time to turn around and think about the things that had happened over the years, they realized that no matter how many years had passed, she was the only one who had never changed. With their relationship, it was impossible for them not to notice it. However, they did not have a way to solve it. Therefore, when they finally knew that someone would appear beside her in the distant future, it was obvious that all of them were excited. They were all guessing what kind of little one the discussion would be to actually get her attention. Well, except for her. She was excited for 3 days. Well, 300 eras of waiting in exchange for 3 days of excitement. And that was it. All right. He knew that she was also very happy. It was true. The time she spent with the little one was the busiest time of her long life. Although she was not as indifferent as she was in the new era, she was at least a little more active. Occasionally, he could see a little change in her emotions. Although she was still very indifferent. What he wanted to say was, oh, he had already said that. No. He wanted to say that he had digressed. Anyway, everyone was very concerned about the little one from then on. Later, when they found out that he had unintentionally touched all of their powers, they were even more concerned. After all, theoretically speaking, this was a matter of breaking the lower limit of the void, which made them very curious, and he could not say the latter part, or the little one would think that they were trying to strangle him up again. In short, they were very interested and curious. When they found out that he still had the power of chaos in him, they were even more agitated, complicated, and at a loss. Finally, after calming down and discussing it, they felt that it should not be a big deal. It was just 2 types of chaos. Oh, now it was 3 types. And the little one clearly had no intention of using them to transform the source of his power. He just threw them in a corner in case of emergency and used them on the spot when he needed them. That made them feel that the 3 types of chaos were basically not a threat. How could these 3 things defeat their 147 types of power? No, it was 196 types. 196 against 3. Under the situation where he was subjectively biased towards the former and deliberately put the latter aside, how could he lose with such a huge advantage? He could win by directly riding on their faces. What was the use of chaos corruption? The little ones still held on and did not join the chaos void. Then it was a bam. Then they really did not expect that before he could volunteer to join the chaos void, he had already mastered the small chaos domain. Prototype, simplified, simple, needs improvement. They did not know why, but they felt a little heart-wrenching. They felt that the three types of powers were mocking them across the air, and they were laughing extremely presumptuously. Their laughter gradually became unbridled and twisted. Their feelings were so complicated. It was as if they had waited for more than 300 eras and watched a tree that had just bloomed and bore fruit for more than 10 eras. And in the end, the first fruit that bore was actually, his mind was in a mess. It was a little, although he knew that the little one did not intend to get too deeply involved with chaos, but he chose to use this kind of power because it was necessary. The chaos domain was indeed the most effective against order, even if it was just a small chaos domain. Prototype, it would still have obvious effects. It was only because it was necessary to do so. They could understand, but it was very heart-wrenching. Understanding and heart-wrenching were two different things. My heart is a little uncomfortable, although it is actually good news for him. We do need this power to deal with the underworld at the present stage, but this news... The girl stood up and spread her arms exaggeratedly, drawing a huge circle in front of her. It's so sad, my heart hurts. Sui Qing's teacher took off his bamboo hat to fan himself. After 300 eras, it finally sprouted, and then another dozen eras it finally bloomed and bore fruit, only for the fruit to be corrupted by the other side. So depressing, so unhappy. The Ahog god tugged at the tuft of Ahog on his head and muttered, but we can't do anything about it. The origin domain can't be given to him just because we want to. The chaos concept body is in direct contact with him in the real world, and here we are just a bunch of fragments that can only watch the show. Now, it's even proven that he did not inherit our power, but just accidentally touched it and accidentally created a miracle. The origin domain can only wait for him to figure it out himself. However, with the broken conditions and the incomplete nature, and with Xiao Lingling being restricted in every aspect, it's hard to say if he could figure out our domain. The probability is not high, but it's still possible. Sigh. The Empyrean gods of origin could not help but sigh. It was precisely because they knew that they felt even more heartbroken. Sensing the strange atmosphere, Hui and the others kept their mouths shut, not daring to say a word. They put on awkward but polite smiles as cold sweat dripped from their heads. They did not expect that the Empyrean gods of origin would care so much about this matter. Well, it was understandable when they thought about it. There were not many things that they cared about in the first place, and it was rare for them to meet a fellow that they were interested in and wanted to observe properly. Even so, they allowed the other side to interfere, and even beat them to the ground. If it were them, they would have charged over with their million-strong army and beat them to the ground if they could beat them. Well, it was not some friendly news anyway. Overall, it was actually good news, but the news itself was not friendly, which was why it was a little heart-wrenching. Come to think of it, I've always been curious about that. Sui Qing spoke softly, causing the gloomy atmosphere to fade a little. Seeing that the other gods and everyone else had turned around, she continued softly, "Why is Feng Ling able to use the chaos energy that he has touched?" Hui was also puzzled. I only heard from Maple himself that the chaotic energy that he had touched left some traces in his body. That part of the traces will not continue to erode or change anything. If you touch it with energy, it will turn the energy into chaotic energy, but the traces themselves will not weaken or change. Well, yes, the nature is like the source of energy. If you want to you can use this part of the source of energy to transform your energy source into chaotic energy. And then you can study a lot of characteristics of the chaotic energy. When that happens, you will be able to see the scene of Feng Ling creating 1,000,000 energy derivatives rampaging around. Everyone was speechless, thinking about that scene carefully. 1 law, order, energy form. 2 law, order, energy form. 3, 1,000,000 observers rampaging around. That was simply, no, something was going to happen to the void. That should also be a special situation. The Aho god lifted his head and looked at them. Originally, as long as a life form of order comes into contact with their power, even if it is just a remnant of their power, the nature of order will be greatly affected. If you are not careful, you will be dragged to the side of the chaos order. Thus, during the war back then, the protection of order was of the utmost importance. You have also come into contact with the power of the chaos concept body, but most of it was negligible. Furthermore, your own defenses of order will be able to handle it. After all, they are not in their original form, so they will not be able to cause so much damage. At the mention of this, we immediately remembered something. The divine shadow race. Everyone was stunned. What? Probably only CU, Feng Qinghuang, Little Angel, and Jing Yuanji knew the specifics. Hui then told them about the unlucky race that had been sprayed with the energy of the chaos concept body. An entire race. That's the thing that Xiaoling was talking about. That's the name. The Aho god slapped his forehead. We only heard about it later. We know that Xiaoling came into contact with a shadow of the chaos concept body, but we don't know the name of this unlucky race because we didn't pay much attention to it. The situation is, as you said, that is the corrosive power of the chaos concept body. Those who were the first to be corroded were able to endure it and not let themselves become chaos derivatives. Their perseverance is extraordinary. We scratched his head. Although they went crazy in the end, they stayed in the void front lines and were torn apart by the abyss death fog. The Aho god shrugged. What you know is one of the many situations. When order is not strong enough and its defenses are not strong enough, it will be corroded by the power of the chaos concept body. But for people like Xiaoling, who have come into contact with the power of the chaos concept body many times, even if they are not in control and are not very active, they should not casually come into contact with the power of the chaos concept body. Once they come into contact with it, there will be trouble. He was even directly corroded twice, and the defenses of order were almost torn apart. With Xiaoling's realm, it should be the most dangerous situation. Even with the initial light, it should not be able to escape the fate of being corroded. Even if the corrosion did not succeed immediately, it would be completed bit by bit in the future. But in reality, from the beginning of the corrosion stage, after reaching a certain level, his order did not change anymore. He would not get close to the chaos concept body and would defend that part of order to prevent it from changing. Later on, when he came out of the corrosion stage, he did not even need to go through purification to escape the risk of being corroded. That's right, it's ridiculous. Mr. Sui, a frontline warrior in the void, who had watched the entire process, nodded vigorously in response. I don't know if it's because he stabbed himself and threw all the chaos energy away. He really stabbed himself in the back. Ouch, it hurts, my stomach hurts. The Empyrean gods of origin were speechless. This little fellow was really ruthless when it came to himself. Hui added, that's right, he didn't even come into contact with that light the first time, and it happened in the realm of the gods. Then, the Aho god seemed to take a deep breath. It's even harder to imagine. Perhaps it has to do with Xiaoling's essence. The nature of source origin. Even though we know that Xiaoling is a derivative of source origin, the nature of source origin in her body is still unclear. Source origin itself doesn't have any special characteristics that can cause abnormalities. There are only a few simple characteristics that shouldn't affect the order. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the origin's essence has always been vague in this little fellow. The youth said, holding his chin and spreading his hands, his words a little muddled. I don't know if it's because we haven't figured it out, or because she's a derivative of the origin. That's different. That can't be, right? How could it be different right after it was born? Anyway, the Aho god stood up, pressing on the table. After encountering Shaoling, the power of the chaos concept body failed to erode her twice. It might have something to do with the realm of the gods, her essence, or the power we left behind. Of course, it might all be related. Everyone was speechless. It was a mess when all those factors were put together. It's really messed up. The Aho god rubbed his forehead and laughed bitterly. Anyway, the two erasures, with Shaoling actively touching and retrieving it once, count as one erasure. From the results, we can see that all three erasures failed. Both times, Order's defenses were broken, but Order wasn't damaged or changed. It might have something to do with Aya. Anyway, there are a lot of things. However, it's the first time I've seen something left behind after failing to erode. In the past, it's not like we've never seen Order life forms that were erased but did not become chaos derivatives. After they returned to normal, Order was destroyed without exception, and the degree to which Order would shift towards chaos varies depending on the degree and time of the erasure. Up until now, we've never seen Order life forms that could return to their original state after being completely erased by the chaos concept body. Shaoling, he's not completely erased because Order and rules did not shift at all. Huey's face was calm. He was already used to this, especially used to this kind of situation. Anything that fell on Maple would turn into something new. Again, Maple had too many things on him. Each of them could be an unstable factor, and all of them involved a lot of things. This made it possible for anything to happen. Sometimes when something happened, it was not possible to immediately find out what it was related to. Didn't you guys talk about this problem in detail before? The youth looked at his new inheritor and could not help but ask. He covered half of his face and replied with a bitter smile, "TSK, what are we talking about? We don't know how to talk about it." Even Fong himself is very muddle-headed. Whether it was when he rarely encountered these things before, or when he encountered these things later on, he couldn't figure it out. The matter between you guys and those ink blobs was too difficult for us to deal with. We had to rely on guessing when we discussed it, and in the end, we couldn't even be bothered to care about what it was. Fong said that it could be used, and that was enough. No matter what it is, if you come to my place, you have to pay me rent. That's basically it. Whatever sins of the world, origin energy, annihilation energy, whatever it is, as long as you enter it, you have to use it. When they heard this, the heavenly gods of origin did not know whether to laugh or cry. This little fellow really did not reject anything and had no scruples. Any normal person who saw a piece of ink blob in their body would be so anxious that they would jump up and down and quickly beat themselves up. But Fong Lin, on the other hand, turned around, dragged it over, and forcibly used it. This little fellow was really terrible, even more terrible than Big Sister. TSK, they did not know whether it was good or bad to leave those things with the little fellow, as they could always inadvertently cause trouble. If the little fellow could control them well and make them not cause trouble, it would be fine if they were used purely as controlled energy. After all, as mentioned earlier, they could still be used against the underworld. What they were afraid of was if they were borrowed by the chaotic concept bodies, then the situation would be not too good. It would not be very fun. The youth thought about it and asked cautiously, when you guys came into contact with the chaotic concept bodies, did his chaotic energy react? That seems to be. Huey's heart thumped, and cold sweat broke out. It really did. Back then, it was because of this. When he came into contact with the chaotic laws, it was a little uncontrollable and restless. Does it count as a gathering in his body? Foam even ran to his side to calm down because of this, and then watched us fight. Everyone. Wasn't this the prelude to trouble? Hui wiped the sweat off his face and continued, but it took some effort to suppress it later. It happened at AI Hongyun's place. When we fought against AI Hongyun's chaotic concept bodies, we did not see Feng's chaotic energy go out of control again. It's probably under control. Probably. Maybe. Everyone. Sounds like it should be fine. The disturbance must have been caused when the little fellow first touched the chaotic energy and came into contact with the environment controlled by the chaotic laws. It was normal for there to be a little disturbance since that was the chaotic energy at home. It was fine if there was a little disturbance, and it should be fine if the first disturbance was suppressed. Probably fine. It just felt a little unreliable. What a troublesome matter. They thought that the little fellow's matter had come to an end, and they only needed to torment the other children. They did not expect that the accidentally opened chaos domain today would lead to something else. Chaotic energy and the chaotic laws were restless things in the first place, and even if they were peaceful now, it did not mean that they would be peaceful in the future. When they came looking for trouble, they would usually cause a huge problem by piercing through the void. Now, the chaos domain was still open, and the chaotic energy outside seemed to be thicker. The little fellow seemed to be trying to perfect the chaos domain, since it could last for such a long time even though it was just open and did not use the energy to do anything else. By their evaluation standards, it was a ridiculous grade, and before the little fellow retracted the chaos domain, it would probably be difficult for them to see daylight. Right, can the origin domain be inherited? Siyu suddenly brought up the topic that she wanted to ask from the beginning, but was dragged away by the conversation and forgot about it. Of course. The youth nodded and looked at them. Since the beginning of the new era, the children of this generation have all inherited our domain. In fact, the origin domain is the origin energy itself, and after inheriting our power, it is equivalent to inheriting the origin domain, but there are still many prerequisites to fulfill. As for you, well, it's still a little early, work harder. Hui shuddered, his face full of energy, like the peak of the primeval, right? Well, it's not such a direct restriction standard. The youth shook his head and rested his chin on the back of his hand, slowly turning his head to look at the group. Whether you can use the origin domain or not depends on your mastery of our power and your proficiency. To put it bluntly, the higher your mastery and proficiency, the easier it is to touch it. Well, the difficulty is a relative term, and there are a lot of different situations depending on the individual, so I won't go into that in detail. To master the origin domain with one's power alone, it takes a lot of effort, and many times more effort than to build the primeval domain. Usually we will guide them when they reach the corresponding standard and let them try to build the origin domain, but unfortunately, you are still a little short. Everyone thought that Her Eminence was talking about 100 million points. Then, Little Star still can't master it. Siyu asked while blowing bubbles into the teacup. His mastery of the power of origin should be very high, higher than all of us. So why can't he master it? At the mention of this, the youth fell silent, and the gods of origin, who had a little to say just now, also shut up and stood there silently, as if 145 statues had suddenly appeared in the manor. Hui and the others could not help but hold their breath because of the change in the atmosphere caused by them. They knew that there must be a lot of trouble behind this, and it was something that Maple had to face. It was only after a long while that the young man moved. He sighed and held his head, slowly replying with a headache that they had expected. If it's just her power, then it's actually enough. Yes, after all, her power is the power of a true inheritance. Compared to other incomplete powers, it's more complete. The origin domain involves the mastery and mastery of the essence and characteristics of this power. The origin domain, on the other hand, is to unleash this power to its limit. Well, at least for you guys, it can only be used in an extreme state. Hui crossed his hands and supported his chin with a deep expression. Let me guess what you're going to say next. Based on my understanding of Maple, it can't be. He looked up at the youth with a serious expression. Could it be that the other 146, no, 195 types of power of origin are holding him back? He has to play with all 196 types of power of origin in order to support the origin domain. The youth looked at him, and his head suddenly tilted back as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't that too scary? You want to play that little guy to death, right? Hui was startled, and then he scratched his head and laughed dryly. Ah, wrong guess. Of course not. The youth shook his head vigorously, and Hui and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Then he sighed faintly. With her power as the lead, at least a few dozen other powers are needed to support it. Hui and the others were speechless. They thought that it wasn't that easy either. Wasn't he still trying to kill an observer? As you know before, the little guy's power of origin is all in a state of fusion. Unless he is determined to draw out only one type of power of origin to use, it would take a little effort. Under normal circumstances, the power he uses is either normal or a mixture of power of origin. That has become his standard, and the limit would also have to be reached under that standard. In other words, it is the limit achieved by the fusion of multiple power of origin. The road ahead is unpredictable and full of obstacles. We could not help but mutter. If you think about it from another perspective, that chaos domain is, it's because there are only 3 types of annihilation energy, and Maple has more or less grasped all 3. And because he was possessed by the chaos concept body when he touched the 3rd annihilation energy and used the chaos domain, the conditions are all at once. It's very suddenly. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. In other words, it was the other origin energies that were holding him back. There was really no way around that. Exploring and grasping the essence of those origin energies was incomplete, and while he could grasp the essence, he could not grasp the essence. It was a situation where he could use it, but could not use it to the limit. According to this situation, Maple would not be able to touch the origin domain, even if he scratched his head. TSK, difficult. Phone, you're still going to be tortured. After waiting here for about 3 hours, the darkness that shrouded the continent of origin gradually dissipated. It disappeared very naturally, like the arrival of dawn gently wiping away the darkness and darkness of the night. The whole process lasted for about half a minute, and the sky was once again illuminated by the sun. Only then did the night truly disperse. Everyone was about to go to the ice field to take a look when Yin Nuoxing suddenly appeared in front of them, startling everyone. Taking a closer look, they saw that she had appeared with him in her arms. Seeing him like that, their hearts thumped. Could it be, she said to everyone indifferently, it's the first time he opened the domain, perfecting and adjusting it. He consumed too much energy and fell asleep. Everyone. It's basic. Sit down, it's not surprising. However, the situation is just right. She looked down at him, who was sleeping in her arms, and carried him indifferently to the palace. Let's go to the sanctuary of creation. Come, all of you, do me a favor. What? The young man was so excited that he knocked the chair away, covering his face with both hands. His voice was full of horror. You're going to strangle this little guy. She stumbled slightly, but she couldn't even be bothered to turn around to look at him. There's a reason. It's necessary. All of the heavenly gods of origin smiled wryly upon hearing this. All right, since Big Sister has spoken, we can only follow her. When the time comes, even if this little guy wakes up and wants to cause trouble, we can only think about it when the time comes. But what are you planning to do? The young woman leaned over and looked at the sleeping Yun Nuwashing. She couldn't help but ask, I saw something special in his chaotic domain. Perhaps I can try to complete his other powers, she replied in an indifferent voice. However, the tone of her next sentence suddenly changed. It's not my domain. Get angry. All of the heavenly gods of origin sweated profusely as they hurriedly recorded in their mental notebooks. Big Sister is angry. Hui and the others. Sure enough, she cared a lot. She probably wanted to complete the other powers of origin so that a certain observer could open his domain of origin. Hui and the others only arrived at the sanctum of creation after a few steps. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by what they felt. This place, the walls, the ceiling, and even the floor were engraved with patterns of origin. This place was so familiar that it felt like it was between creation. They seemed to know where the observer's resentment came from. Right now, the heavenly gods of origins were running around the hall in a hurry, carrying all sorts of powers, and who knows what they had set up in the space of the hall. They took a deep breath and looked up, only to see a certain observer curled up and floating in a transparent cage in the air. This scene, this situation, they seemed to understand what strung up meant. Wasn't he being strung up right now? They were just short of stripping him naked and stuffing him with a bunch of tubes forged from energy all over his body. Cough, cough. This scene is so weird. Shuang Shuang could not help but mumble. She tugged at the Ahog goddess's hand and whispered, What is she going to do to little Star? What Big Sister is going to do? Well, as I said just now, she wants to use some method to fix the flaw of the non-legacy. The Ahog goddess patted her head to reassure her. But I don't know how to do it. Don't worry. Big Sister is very reliable. Even if everyone in the continent of origin drops the ball, Big Sister won't cause trouble. The youth crossed his arms and turned away after a moment of silence. Well, why don't we dismantle half of our foundation and bring it over? The bamboo hat god was stunned. Why? Are we preparing the rescue measures so soon? The youth took a deep breath. Do you remember when the little fellow was strung up? The core of order. Yes, what about it? Then do you remember how many exaggerated passive skills were set up in the little fellow's origin structure? Every one. What the hell? Hurry up and prepare the rescue measures. Dismantle the foundation and bring it over. We and the others looked at the bustling hall, took a deep breath, and looked at each other. They then clutched their chests and took a few steps back to lean against the wall. They hadn't even done anything, and they were already preparing the rescue measures. He could not help but smile bitterly. Feng, can he come down after going up? Chapter 2044. Colorful energy, radiance spread out from every corner of the hall, like light ribbons. Like airflow, it slowly materialized from a transparent and incorporeal state. In the end, it became a long river that streaked across the space and floated toward the ball in the middle of the hall. It gathered together and gently entangled the ball. The hall reverberated with a low hum of energy. It also seemed to be an indescribable sound of light flowing suddenly. In his senses, this space seemed to have a life of its own. It was moving under the control of a powerful will, controlling all the blood in his body to gather here. It was the movement of energy gathering in the creation sanctum, and they were already quite familiar with it. Every time the creation sanctum moved at full power, they felt as if they had mistakenly entered the stomach of a behemoth. Moreover, They could feel every movement of the behemoth's body in his stomach, listening to the movement of blood flow and pulse. It was very strange, which was why they did not go to the creation sanctum for no reason. The primordial gods stood in various directions, looking up at Maple, who was wrapped by transparent energy ribbons and had turned into a transparent, colorful cocoon of light. Their faces were so white that it was impossible to tell whether they were nervous or not, but they were already nervous to death. With such a grand scene, the words "prepare according to the standard for rescue, and we'll talk when we're ready" had already made them so nervous that they were about to have a heart attack. Later, if they heard the standard three-piece set of crack, boom, bang sounds, it was almost time to arrange for someone to rescue them. She stood at the very front, holding a ribbon of energy in her hand. She raised her head to look at him, who was suspended in midair. She was silent. Divine runes weaved from her body and flowed along the ribbon of energy into his body and soul. Looking at the hall carefully, the entire space was actually filled with transparent divine runes. Only when the light flickered could one see these densely packed divine runes. The divine runes lit up one by one as the light flickered, then dimmed one by one. After a long period of silence and deathly stillness, the more silent it was, the more uneasy everyone felt. Breathing, heartbeat, and even energy reactions were all suppressed, until a certain moment when Maple slowly lowered her head and turned to look at everyone, saying softly, "The situation is stable, nothing unusual." "Who?" Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and threw all the things in their hands to the ground. Suddenly, the whole hall was filled with clanking sounds. We and the rest, who were just about to heave a sigh of relief, were startled by the sound of a lot of things crashing into each other. Take a closer look at the surroundings. The floor is full of, forget it, I can't bear to look anymore. Anyway, these are the things that the heavenly god of origin and the others had prepared to save, and there are basically no duplicates. This means that they have prepared more than 100 rescue plans. Even if a bystander saw this, they would be so scared that they would carry him in on the spot. He had already prepared a rescue plan before he even started, and it was a bunch of rescue plans. No matter how one looked at it, it was too strange, as expected of Maple. But she suddenly opened her mouth again, causing everyone to shudder. They hurriedly picked up the things that they had just tossed aside and readied themselves. It was as if they were ready to rush forward and do something the moment she opened her mouth. The possibility of completely repairing it is not high, but repairing it to the extent that he can open his domain is the lower limit. As for the upper limit, it depends on his current situation. We have achieved our goal. No need to be nervous. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief again. This time for real. The most frightening thing was that they would not be able to come down after a thorough examination. Fortunately, this situation is within my expectations. The young man wiped his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that the worst situation was the moment he opened his mouth. Then he really did not know how to explain it to the little one. When we heard this, he asked curiously, "Did you guys plan to torment Fong like this from the beginning? Is it to gather all of your strength?" No. How is that possible? We can't even come up with this plan. First of all, let's not consider the possibility of implementation. We have never thought about this at all. This is even more fantastical than the Arabian Nights. The young man shook his head and denied it. Actually, everything about this little one has never been arranged. There is no arrangement inside or outside. We have always adhered to the attitude of letting him grow on his own. Ugh, the main thing is that it has been too long and difficult to influence. Not all arrangements can turn into a fixed future like the divine carrier. So we can't arrange too much. If we want to arrange anything, we can only leave it to fate. Just like the 771 broken roads that, we can only leave it to fate. Let's see if someone related to us or a higher being of order can pick him up. When we knew that the little one would appear in the future, we probably all had the same thought in our minds at the same time, thinking, at least there's still signs of the future to look at. It's a glimmer of hope, and that's pretty much it. When we first met the little one here, he had already gathered all of our strength. At that time, I was very curious about how he managed to gather all of our strength into one. But due to various reasons, we were talking about other more important things and could not switch channels, so we could not talk about it. As time went by, we unknowingly dragged on until now. It was only when all of you came in together that we knew the specific reason why the little one gathered all of our strength. Previously, we all thought that it was some kind of coincidence that allowed him to inherit all of our strength at once, but now it seems awkward. As he spoke, he could not help but smack his forehead with a bitter smile. The little one coming into contact with their energy that they left behind in the divine realm was purely an accident, a real accident. Inheriting all of their strength and whatnot was something that they did not see in the uncertain future. To be honest, when he thought about it now, he still felt that it was too crazy. Looking up at the little one, who was curled up and sleeping, he let out a soft sigh. Actually, if you just want the little one to master the domain of origin as quickly as possible, there are other ways. For example, from the beginning to the end, only one inherited power would do, right? And it's not that there is no way to erase the other parts and leave only her power, but that is no different from going back to the furnace. But in terms of results, that approach is not good at all. If the little one did not pay attention to the other powers from the beginning, it could be done, but he has already gone through untold hardships and groping his way through the river to reach a stage where even we have to express our amazement. Even if we deal with it according to the method mentioned above, the little one's understanding of her power would not be any faster. It would not be any faster. Instead, it would cause his essence and root to lose the support of that power and show signs of regression and decline due to the erasure of the other powers, causing him to fall by a huge margin. It would be equivalent to declaring that everything he did before was a waste of effort. We thought about the consequences seriously and gulped. No, it can't be done. I think that with the effort Maple has poured into resisting this broken dream, he might directly volunteer to join the chaotic void if you lead to such an outcome. It would be fine if something unexpected happened, but if it was you who did it, it would be destroying him. When you come back one day, we would see Maple charging out with a bunch of chaos concept bodies, bringing with him endless hatred and mania that could burn the void. At the thought of the little fellow, the youth continued to hold his head and smile bitterly. Yes, that's what we think too, but it's definitely not a feasible plan. He regards everything in the world as insignificant, and under such conditions, he is obsessed with one thing, stubbornly spending endless effort. Now, to cut off his path or cut it in half, well, it's not really destroying his future, but I think with the little fellow's nature, it's no different from cutting off his dream. It's directly shattering the few things in the world that he cares about and has poured endless effort into. We are the ones who forced him into this mess, and in the end, we are the ones who destroyed his efforts. I can't imagine how crazy the little fellow could be, and we won't do such a thing. He sighed and scratched his head. He turned to look at the little guy who was strung up in the air and sighed again. So, even though helping him is countless times more difficult than destroying his path, this is the only thing we can do. Let's put aside the origin domain for now. Since she said that the lower limit is to be able to open up a domain, it means that the conditions are complete after this completion. What's left is only for the little guy to spend some time exploring. I believe that he can do it. He who has reached this point in a completely chaotic situation can naturally continue to walk down this path. He can do it all the time. He seemed to know what she meant by that sentence. It was because she saw that he was working hard and seemed to be able to do anything. So she decided to let him go. No, it was just letting him go. There was no need to intervene at all. She only needed to pull him up when there was an anomaly that deviated from the right track, and there was really no way to avoid it, just like now. Yes, he seemed to understand. She knew better than any of them what their little heir was like, so she could say something like that. Well, it was confidence. If he were to translate what she said, it actually meant, "Don't worry, he can solve everything. He's my person, and I know better than any of you. I know to what extent he can do, so there's no need to worry at all. He's very powerful. I just need to pull him up when he falls and can't get up. I don't need to worry at all other times. Even if there's an accident, I'll be his strongest support. I believe in him." It's over. Once this idea popped up, her image seemed to have become strange. We could not help but stare at His Eminence, who was flickering like the sky in a thunderstorm. Although he did not know what His Eminence was thinking, it should have something to do with Maple. Just hang, string Maple up there. Are there no other steps? The young man turned his head to look at his new heir. He saw that His Eminence was already clutching his chest, and the determined look on his face conveyed that he was ready to faint as soon as he heard the news. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and patted His Eminence on the shoulder. "Well, don't worry so much. String, ahem, those things have already started when he was put up there. Now it's settled down, although, we looked indifferent. Something might happen along the way, right? Ahem." The young man coughed hard, scratching his ears and cheeks. The light on his body flickered, so frequently that they could see how awkward he was. He's a little guy after all. It's not like you don't know how many things he's engraved in his origin construct and origin soul. They're all things that could kill at the slightest touch, those, and more. He was soon energized. He no longer felt dizzy, panicked, or out of breath, and excitedly counted with his fingers. First stage transformation, second stage berserk, third stage complete release, various forms of power switching, stacking, and all kinds of desperate skills are engraved in the origin structure, just in case. I heard that Maple might have engraved something in the origin structure in order to deal with the chaos corruption of the chaos concept body. Don't engrave everything in the origin construct. The young man did not know whether to laugh or cry. Anyway, you know those things better than I do. Aren't we just afraid that the little guy would struggle and torture himself? That's why. He looked around and saw that everyone was holding their weapons tightly, and his bitter smile became even more pronounced. That's why we're making such a big fuss. After all, we've seen him tear down half of our house with a rumble. This time, we have to be prepared to deal with him. We have to make sure he's solid. Those words sounded as if the observer was a patient who was easily agitated and excited. If they were not prepared with all kinds of weapons, the doctor would be the first to fall to the ground. Miracle, a miracle created inadvertently. The young man looked up and murmured. Suddenly, he let out a long sigh of relief. I seem to understand this so-called miracle. Everything is very coincidental. Are you interested in hearing it? What is it? Little Star's miracle. See, you rushed in front of him, excitedly. The young man was stunned by her sparkling eyes. He nodded and said, "It is indeed related to your, Little Star. Why does this little guy have so many nicknames?" Everyone laughed dryly. Well, it's mainly because he has a reaction when he hears it. It's also a tacit understanding. Cough, cough. Like I said before, inheriting 147 of our powers with the other part of the power that has been deliberately weakened is undoubtedly a fantasy. Even we have never thought of such a possibility. With your understanding of our powers now, you should know that it's already incredible for the same soul to carry two powers. Little Xiao nodded gently and explained to the curious Siyu and the others, it was mentioned before that the legacy is actually a world, which refers to the weight of the things it contains, which is comparable to the weight of a world. What we need to do is to constantly perfect the blank world that the legacy comes from, so that it can be enriched from a blank piece of paper and become real. It can be abstractly understood. The weight it contains is far from the light as a feather that we know of. It can be stored in one's soul and various places, and everyone can only bear the weight of one. Hui listened with his arms crossed. In short, it's too heavy. Generally speaking, it's very difficult for one person to carry one, and the more perfect it is, the heavier the world will become, right? Yes, that's right. The young man nodded slightly. Although it's a definition that's easy to understand, that's what it means. So, you can also understand that a soul carrying one world is already the limit, not to mention this little guy. He turned to look at him, hanging in the air. He carries a total of 196 worlds. Well, that's under normal circumstances. So, I dare to say that it's absolutely impossible. Xiaoshe added, let's continue with the blank sheet analogy just now. What Ling received at the beginning was actually just scraps of paper. There are a total of 196 scraps of paper. Every one. Just hearing it made them feel a little gloomy. Xiaoshe rolled his gray eyes and seemed to have understood. He suddenly looked at the guardian god. If that's the case, Ling first received half a world from the god of destruction, and then used the other half of the world to carry the remaining scraps. The young man shrugged and said in a relaxed voice, congratulations, you're right. As expected of Xiaoshe, your thinking speed is not slow. I've just come to this conclusion. Hui was already confused by the concepts of half a world, an entire world, scraps, and blank sheet. His eyes became like mosquito coils, and he immediately raised his hand. Please enlighten this slow-witted one. Well, the youth scratched his cheek. What it means is that the little one has never received any legacy from the start, so there's no such thing as an entire world. The heaviness has nothing to do with him either. The little one first went to our destroyed home and came into contact with the thing she was forced to leave behind in the final battle. First, he branded it with her divine sigil, which is the carrier of half a world. Then, he came into contact with all the power we left behind in the realm of the gods, and the energy source she left behind came out as well. Now, the half a world related to her is complete, and the other powers are scrambling to brand the little one and leave the source behind. Well, it's actually an unintentional act on their part. I'm guessing that the little fellow must have died after being used and was then processed by those energies, leaving behind a bunch of things. Those brands and parts of the roots added together are fragments, but they're not as heavy as an entire world when added together with half a world. You can still understand what I'm saying, right? Hui struggled to understand for a while and nodded. Then, for once, he was enlightened and punched his palm. And then, Maple spent many years dealing with these foreign things, painstakingly processing them, becoming familiar with them little by little, changing himself little by little, so that he could bear their existence. The young man shrugged and laughed softly, raising his chin at his air. Hui was very excited when he saw that and continued, later, when Maple became familiar with most of the origin powers, or even more, he went to the mirror image of the continent of origin and came into contact with the carrier of divinity, the entire world of the god of destruction's legacy. Then, he completed it by stacking fragments on fragments. From then on, Maple was officially in air. Huey's eyes widened as he spoke. No wonder. That would explain it. Ever since Maple's entire body was branded, he has become more and more inhumane. Every time he changes, it's because he can't adapt. If he doesn't force himself to change, he'll crush himself to death. Huey's expression was somber as he crossed his arms and looked up at his god. And then the young man staggered and coughed dryly. Ahem, I thought you could keep talking. Ahem, you know what happened to him after that? As we said, every time he forced himself to change, he would disintegrate completely under the heavy pressure of the origin powers if he did not do so. But he probably did not know the consequences, and it is not easy to notice. If he knew, he would have gone even crazier. Everyone nodded vigorously. That was very likely. So, the little fellow must have only noticed the usability of these powers. Collecting rent, you said. So, he started to fight against this broken dream, and did everything he could to prepare, starting from distorting himself. After he used a long time to familiarize himself with all of this, he could even start to remake an entire world from the fragments. The process was ignored, and after countless years, the result, as you can see now, with one person bearing an entire world and 195 broken worlds, it had long exceeded the limit of a soul bearing an entire world, and it had exceeded the limit by an unknown amount. Now, the little fellow is inseparable from this part of energy. After all, he had engraved these powers into the origin of his structure and soul, and if he were to get rid of them all at once, he would return to his original form, as I said just now. Now that he is familiar with those powers to the point where he could engrave them into his origin, he would then carry out the final step of perfection. The young man pointed at the little fellow in the air, and he would create this inconceivable portrait of a miracle that is about to be completed. Sui Ching whispered, if there is a single mistake in the process, or if Feng Ling's resolve is just a little too weak, the miracle would collapse. That's right. The young man nodded and shrugged. You see, this is the miracle that the little fellow has created. It is far beyond our expectations, a freak that we would not even dare to imagine, a fantasy. Most of the reason why he could persevere must have to do with the little fellow's uncompromising and resolute temperament. That madness would make anyone's liver tremble when they see it face to face. Oh, by the way, Sui Ching, your teacher mentioned that the little fellow had beaten him till his liver trembled. Sui Ching and the others were speechless. Yes, this was a miraculous, mad, resolute, fearless, and unafraid of death, a lunatic. After sorting out the things that happened over the years, everyone had different feelings in their hearts, but without exception, they all labeled a certain fellow hanging in the sky as terrible. That fellow was indeed terrible from the beginning to the end. What's that? After sorting out those things, Huey's eyes suddenly looked elsewhere and whispered to the young man. Seems like we won't be able to come back after we leave this time, right? Theoretically, that is the case. The young man nodded, turned his head, and said to him, it was an accident to get you all involved this time. It's because the little guy came into contact with a huge amount of fragments at one time. Since he came into contact with the fragments together with all of you, you can treat it as the little guy's bound items and brought you all in together. He could guess what the child was thinking, but he could only think about it. In the dilapidated land built by the Sea of Consciousness, the child was a bridge, but there was no way to bring people in and out. This time, it was purely an accident, and there was no way to repeat it back and forth. Furthermore, the reason why they could stay for so many days was because they had come into contact with too many fragments, and the connection was still very stable. Calculating the time, they could still stay for a while. Patting Huey's shoulder, the young man said indifferently, after leaving this time, you all will not be able to come in again unless there are special circumstances. So, while you are still here, if you have anything to say or ask, quickly solve it once and for all. Don't leave any regrets. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. That being said, Many things still needed to be done step by step, and it was not something they could rush as they wished. What could they do if their brains did not allow them to rush? Now they wished they could split themselves into 188 parts, and each part could retain its original condition. At this time, they suddenly thought of that reckless fellow who could torture themselves to death. To death. Forget it. Let's not think about it. It's not healthy. It's not good. After the situation in the creation sanctum stabilized, she stayed here to watch, and they also left some of their forces to pay attention to the situation here. After that, they took the children out. It would take some time here again. According to the situation, they thought, it should be very difficult to replenish the little fellow's other origin powers, and a big scene and explosion should be indispensable. But why was it so peaceful this time? They did not know. Anyway, it had been peaceful for several hours, and it was because of this peace that they could safely retreat from the creation sanctum and continue to torment the children who had a hard time coming here. But there's nothing else. For example, there's a faster special training or something like that. A certain guardian who was dizzy and sleepy after listening to the lecture could not help but say, "See you and the others in the manor," also had all kinds of tired expressions and nodded vigorously at that. Listening to the lecture was too painful, and their heads were heavy, and if they stood up now, they would definitely fall down. Although the idea of special training is wonderful. The young man put down his teacup and looked at the mentally exhausted children. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. But how can a little special training be able to speed things up? How can there be such a good thing? You're already standing at this level. There's no such thing as speed. The road ahead requires a long time to settle down and accumulate. I know you all are anxious, but unfortunately, the Aho god shrugged and chimed in. Give up on the idea of quick. There's no such thing. You can ask Xiao Xiao. She's the one who did the most special training among the second generation. The normal special training. Again, there's no such thing as quick. There's only more torture. Xiao Xiao shuddered at the mention of special training. Her pretty face was pale as she shook her head vigorously. No, my head is so swollen. The Aho god spread his hands. There is special training. Xiao Xiao and the others should have told you about it, but it still takes a lot of time to be effective. I'm just thinking about it. We laughed bitterly. Time. They were back to that damned topic again, and he did not want to talk about it anymore. While there was still an era or so, the time they had left in the continent of origins was not that much. If they stayed any longer, they would be forcibly sent back due to lack of time. And now, their mastery and proficiency in the power of origin had barely caught up to their current level, while their origins had only been converted to 50%. That was why they could not help but wish that they could split themselves into 188 parts, and could not help wishing that they could stay a little longer here. Actually, I've told you about the most important and core things. Based on your time, there's still more than an era to go, right? The youth looked at Hui and the others, and only continued when he saw them scratching their ears and cheeks in distress. What I've told you is enough for you to settle in an era? But it's hard to say. You should be able to speed things up if you stay by the little one's side. Either way, it's enough time for you to settle in. Moreover, from your own situation, it's not to the extent of saying that this is the only path left to be perfected. Is it? You have to think about other paths as well. You'll get tired if you're always stuck on the same path for so long. That being said, according to the current situation, increasing the power of origin was the most efficient path they knew, even more efficient than the path of cultivation. Unless the former was stuck, but it would not be so easy for them to get stuck. As he said, they still needed time to settle in. As for the other paths, other than the main path that was choked by the seal, the other paths, the primeval domain, this is another rather troublesome matter. The more he spoke, the more it became clear what flaws they had. The situation before now appeared to be full of loopholes as they failed to consider every aspect. Settling in time. Huh? But they did not seem to have much time. The other side did not intend to give them more time. Chapter 2045. The settling of time was a long topic in itself, whether it was for the sea of time itself or the eternals. It was a topic so long that the void itself would fade. In fact, they did not know where to start if they wanted to talk about it. In a nutshell, time was very long, and it was measured in epochs. In short, it was just a matter of waiting. Either you would die of waiting, or the void would die of waiting. That was pretty much how the sea of time would never stop surging, and the only thing that would stop was everything that descended into the void. Even the heavenly god of origins had been tortured to death, right? Ahem. Although the heavenly god of origins' disappearance was a vicious event that happened over a long period of time, and it had happened for more than 300 epochs without their knowledge, both the void and the sea of time had gotten used to it. He actually wanted to say something. Oh, the settling of time. Time. There was not much time left for them, and they needed to use the remaining time to play with their brains. However, their brains were not listening to them, and they felt helpless. Now, just listening to the lecture and processing the things they listened to had used up 99% of their thinking ability, and the remaining 1% was used as a buffer to prevent themselves from dying first. After all, they were not the kind of people who could easily kill themselves, and they really could not do it. Now, they had more or less calmed down. They probably could not continue listening to the lecture, but they could still talk about other topics, such as the primeval domain. The primeval domain. The youth lowered his head and stroked his chin when he heard him mention it. The primeval domain is a domain that relates to the course of life and everything that the body possesses. Although it is not comparable to the origin domain that you have yet to activate, it is indeed. No, in the current situation, you may indeed need to activate the entire primeval domain. I subconsciously calculated according to the situation where all of you are dealing with chaotic concept bodies. What a headache. Huey's action of pouring tea froze, and the tea overflowed and soaked the table. It was too exciting to talk about chaotic concept bodies the moment they opened their mouths. They could not even deal with one, let alone all of them. Neither could they beat them, nor could they escape. None of them could stand it if they did not lift the lid of their coffins. But there is actually no good advice to be given. The youth tidied up the table and put his hands on it. His tone was serious and solemn. As I said, the primeval domain is related to everything in your body and the course of your life. There is no shortcut, and we have checked your various conditions before. Well, the primeval domain is considered a standard condition and should be able to be used against the underworld. However, it is better to be careful when facing the pinnacle realm, and his tone changed as he crossed his hands, and his tone became several times heavier. Remember, do not use the primeval domain when encountering chaotic concept bodies. Do not. Your primeval domain is not strong enough to resist their chaos domain. If your primeval domain is destroyed by the impact of their chaos domain, you know the consequences. A moment of distraction and falling into the chaos domain is enough to make you fall into a state of constant accumulation of chaos and errors until you are beyond redemption. You will become an internal error in the domain of order, and that will be the beginning of the disintegration of your domain. It will not be long before it completely destroys your domain. They had heard Sui Feng and the others talk about how terrifying the primal chaos domain was, but they had never seen it with their own eyes. Even though they were on full alert, they didn't know if they could deal with the primal chaos domain at full alert. Now that the guardian god had said the same thing, they became even more vigilant, even though they couldn't think of a way to deal with it. Apart from that, how to use the primeval domain, whose primeval domain to use first, and when to use it are all questions that you need to think about in detail. Do not use it all at once, and expand your domain to cover the entire battlefield and cause a conflict. We said, no, covering the entire battlefield is something that no one but Maple can do, right? Something bad will happen. Isn't there a little fellow here who can do it too? The young man laughed and stretched out a finger from his folded hands to point at Shuang Shuang, who was playing with Siyu. Shuang Shuang suddenly felt that everyone was looking at her and was stunned for a moment. She tilted her head curiously. Huh, what did I do? Oh, she said that you are good and can help Maple. We looked at Shuang Shuang, who was smiling brightly, and turned to the youth. Then, the chaos domain. How should we deal with it? Do we have to master the origin domain? It would be good to have the origin domain. Due to its own reasons, the origin domain is not as easily defeated as the primeval domain, and can reduce the damage of chaos corruption to a considerable extent. The youth paused for a moment, his tone still solemn and heavy. But, to be honest with your current situation, well, let's not talk about not having the origin domain. Even if you have it, can you withstand the chaos domain of the chaos concept body? We took a deep breath and said calmly, just say it. We are all mentally prepared and have an answer. You don't have to comfort us. Looking at their determined gazes, the youth nodded. To be honest, it is impossible to resist. The origin domain can be stacked just like the chaos domain. Even if all of your existing heirs hold up the origin domain, they would not be able to completely resist the chaos domain of the chaos concept body. The difference is too great to fight against the concept body of chaos. Everything else can be put aside. We don't care if it's the type that can fight, the type that's cunning, or the type that's crazy. They're all crazy, but there are a few among them. It doesn't matter what kind of damage their standard strength causes. The youth swung his hand and threw out the conditions one by one. As long as you cannot resist the chaos domain, you would not be able to destroy it even if you could find a glimmer of hope to seriously injure it. Hui and the others could not help but clench their fists, their faces as dark as water, their brows solemn and troubled. Seeing that the children were troubled, the youth felt a little helpless as well. Still, there were some things that had to be said, and some things had to be said. But to be honest, as for how to resist the chaos domain, the origin domain is definitely the first choice. Without it, you can only do your best to support the order domain. That is the most common method, and because it is common, it can be dealt with. As for how much it can reduce the corruption of the chaos domain, it is hard to say. Of course, as I said just now, even if you do your best to support the origin domain, you would not be able to completely resist the chaos domain. However, it could at least reduce the damage you would suffer from the corruption. What would you do in this situation? The youth became vexed as he spoke. He scratched his head and sighed. Just blocking it isn't enough. We can't keep blocking it. We have to destroy its domain of chaos. We can only leave this to the little fellow you trust the most. Hopefully, his power can penetrate the domain of the chaotic concept body, or continue weakening it to a certain extent. Then, the domain of chaos will naturally close. Only then can we continue with what comes next. Otherwise, it won't be easy to discuss. Hui smiled bitterly. It was an expected answer, but he was troubled. Ever since they knew that they had to deal with the chaos concept body, the defense of the order domain had become an unavoidable problem. They had scratched their heads and tried everything they could think of, but they were stuck at the stage of nonstop thinking. Although the origin law had given them many methods they could use in the previous era, but it was the chaos concept body after all. Using conventional methods to deal with a group of unconventional lunatics was tantamount to letting them stand there empty-handed and without a shield. The Void frontline. No, the Order Void shouldn't have such a ferocious person, right? Sigh. Even the first generation's inheritors had to drag the full power of the defensive nodes to deal with the chaos concept body. This group of puny fellows. It was difficult. Speaking of which, the 771 escape routes you left in the Void. Do you have any techniques for finding them? I used your power to sweep the Void around, but the process of finding them was not very smooth. Yes, he was starting to have other ideas. His power was not enough, so if he had their power, although he did have it now, it was not enough. It was far from enough. It's really hard to say about that. The youth muttered to himself for a long while before slowly speaking. The things we left back then had been floating in the Void for more than 24 eras. It's normal that we couldn't find them, since we don't even know where they had drifted to. Moreover, with the premise of the soul suppressing ring, there's no guarantee that they would not find other places. Sigh. I didn't think about them when I left the escape routes back then. What a blunder, mainly because they were all there. What did the little ones say? They volunteered to join the chaotic Void, and they had already changed, so I didn't think much about that. I never thought that they would still have a way to find those things. He smiled bitterly and slapped his forehead. Back then, they had thrown those things into the Void to avoid putting all their eggs in one basket. After all, the things of the origin system were not something that could be found just by luck. Moreover, they had personally strengthened the concealment of those things. Even the underworld, and they who had copied the origin relics, would not have an easy time finding them. Although they might have been searched once in the previous era, they could only say so because they had no way of knowing more about the situation. What could they do? It was not that they could not understand that. Their original intention was to preserve those things as much as possible and not destroy them, leaving a part of the power of order for the next era to deal with those darn things. They just did not expect that the other side had also kept a way to find those things. Now, it was great. Those things were definitely not all taken out at once. But when they really wanted to find them, it was a little troublesome because they were too scattered and too well hidden. It was really difficult to find them, and even if they knew it was difficult to find them, they still had to find them. If those darn things on the other side collected all those things, who knows what would happen to the Void? Now that you mention it, I'm curious. How did they know that you left something in the Void? Hui stared and asked the question that had been bothering him. They couldn't have taken your things and swept around the Void and found something by accident, right? Or is it that the 771 paths you left behind back then were actually a little problematic? Is there a mole? Well, actually, the young man pinched his chin and remained silent for a while before spreading his hands. Theoretically, there is only one answer. After all, those 771 paths were laid out by us. As for the others who knew, it would be the children of the second generation and the children in the residence. After all, they were part of it, and it was impossible for them not to know at all. There would never be any accidents happening to those people. So, eliminating them, the only possibility left is that they ran into those things when they were doing something in the Void. The Ahogad added, and the probability isn't that small. To be able to open the soul-suppressing ring and take those things away, they might have been looking for the things we left behind in the Void. She sighed as she tugged at her Ahog. If we had known, we would have buried those things in the lowest level of our house. Xiao Lingling has been there before, so she should be able to go there a second time. We could have told her then and let her bring everything out. But we didn't do that because the situation was unstable and unsafe. The young man laughed bitterly and shook his head. We didn't expect that our house would not be reduced to dust in the end. Instead, we left a wreckage behind. If we had thought of that, we would have done that back then. How could we have known earlier? Sigh. Our home, which is the epicenter of the war, and Pantheon, which happens to be nearby, were not destroyed. This is indeed unexpected. In our expectations, our home should have been destroyed, and Pantheon should have only left behind a seal before sinking into nothingness or hiding away in the origin realm. But in the end, it seems that neither of them were left behind. The girl muttered, "It can't be that she went easy on us, or did Ross do something sneakily? Who knows? But it's good that the seal is fine." As for the 700 paths, the young man turned to look at Hui and the others. Seeing their bitter expressions, he shrugged and said, "I can only let you guys take a look. The most important one is the soul-suppressing ring. Although half of it was taken away, we found it successfully. Also, the mirror image is safe and sound, which makes me feel more at ease. As for the rest, I'll have to put in some effort. If it doesn't work, then I'll leave it to fate." "How can we leave it to fate? Those things have to be found." We slapped the table and stood up agitatedly. "Even if they're just dust in our hands, we can't let them fall to the other side. We can't put them to good use, but they can. Look at what they've done. Oh, my God, they're still destroying our void frontline." About that. Anyway, as far as we're concerned, the things you left behind are just making things more difficult for us. It's not easy to find something to lighten our load, but it's still broken into pieces, and we have to put it back together. If Maple hadn't used the concept level space, we would still be cleaning up that pile of scrap metal. Hui shrugged, and his words made the young man and the others smile bitterly. The little one had already said the same thing. She was very emotional at that time, even more so than he was. "By the way, don't tell me they've already gathered all the defensive lines you used in the last era?" Hui took a deep breath and said, "Gather them and set them up in front of the gate of the underworld. When we rush in, we will see a large group of high-level primeval premier throwing down a torrent of energy without saying a word. We're doomed." "You didn't leave so many things behind, did you?" As they stared at him, the young man slowly raised his hand and wiped his face with a trembling hand. "Let's say they've gathered all of them. Actually, it's possible." Hui and the others were speechless. They were screwed. They might not be able to fight this battle. Ahem, that's when they've gathered all of them. Don't be so quick to look like you're screwed. The young man smiled bitterly. "We don't even remember what we've put in some of the 771 paths we've left behind. But one thing we can guarantee is that if we gather all of them, we can indeed set up a new defensive line, a defensive line of order, and all the important things will be complete. But based on the current situation, it's completely impossible." The young man waved his hand and asked Hui to sit down. When the children calmed down, he continued, "There's only one reason, and it's also the most important reason, the energy source. Since they've chosen to distort the energy source instead of using it directly, it means that they don't have so many creations related to us. Seriously speaking, a normal energy source can supply energy for a defensive line in the void, not to mention that they have so many of our creations. If they really have a bunch of our creations in their hands, they can carry the energy source and bombard your defensive line with those things. Believe me, with their level, they can do it." So, Huey's face slowly returned to normal. They didn't do that, but instead twisted the energy source into that weird shape. Is it because they can't use it for other purposes? and can only use it to supply energy for the abyssal death mist? According to what you know, that's the case. The young man nodded. So, don't be so agitated. Calm down. The situation is bad, but it's not the worst. Huey's face twitched. Because it can be worse. The worst-case scenario is that when we rush in, we see a bunch of chaos conceptions playing mahjong there, right? Then when we rush in, they all turn their heads and fall from the sky with the sound of underpants in the domain of chaos. We're screwed. The gods of origin laughed dryly. That can't be denied. Hui shouted twice, and as soon as he sat down, he put on an exhausted expression and spread his hands with a gray and pale face. Ah, I finally understand why Maple would look so tired every time he wakes up here. It's because he's heard too much negative news. Ah, yes, I quite understand now. Seeing the origin heavenly gods turn their heads to look at the sky or somewhere else, Huey's face twitched, and he bitterly sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about these things that will affect my mind. I'll just honestly torment myself. Those headache-inducing news can be left to Maple to deal with. In any case, Maple is already used to it. What can he do? He's only a shield and can't bear this kind of shocking news. If he talks about two more things now, he might end up lying in the spiritual temple due to suffocation. His consciousness, which was immersed in the origin, slowly opened his eyes. Oh, this feeling of Mount Tai pressing down on him. The weight of this world is unbearable. His soul is so heavy, as if someone had grabbed him by the neck and pressed him into the water until he almost suffocated. That feeling of exhaustion made him want to faint again as soon as he woke up. My head is heavy, and my feet are light. What happened? He only remembered sitting in front of a chair, meditating in front of a mirror for a while, and then he switched to the chaos form. And then, what did he do after that? He seemed to have done a lot of things, but he was a little confused and didn't know very well. He had to tidy up his brain first. He understood now. He kept the order and switched to the chaos form to deal with the power of chaos. But he didn't expect that the first thing he did was to give himself an asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It felt like he had somehow triggered some kind of protection mechanism and had to faint. Anyway, he was in a daze after that, and only his instincts and will continue to deal with the chaos form and the power of annihilation, according to his previous arrangements. Is my soul okay? Won't it be turned into chaos in the continent of origin? Oh no, I'm dizzy. My consciousness has a headache. It should be because I received too much information. Should I rest for a while? You're awake? Get up if you're awake. You've been asleep for a while. The voice that his consciousness heard made him shiver. He tried to distinguish it carefully. It was her voice. He couldn't help but want to mutter in his heart. Every time he woke up, she could accurately catch him without error. Was she always by his side watching him? For a while. Forget it, I'll just wake up quickly. It's not the time to go back to the factory for major repairs. He was also a little worried that he would sleep until the end of time. A gray cloud appeared in the vision of his consciousness. The dull sound of waves and the sea of clouds and fog was heard one after another. A light quietly appeared in the darkness in front of him, like the sudden appearance of the sky. It quickly expanded from a point to cover his entire consciousness, and the feeling of awakening quickly spread throughout his body. Returning to his soul, before he opened his eyes, he felt an indescribable sense of heaviness coming from his body. It was as if he was dragged to do something in the middle of the night and had to get up the next morning after half an hour of sleep. That feeling of being half dead made him shiver, although it was not a physical exhaustion, and his mood was calm for the time being. The heaviness of his body was a little uncomfortable. He didn't even want to open his eyelids. A slightly cold palm fell on his cheek, making him shiver. He struggled to open his eyelids hurriedly and saw her bending down, to look at him. Her long hair cast by the white light fell on her body, and it was strange that it was dazzling. "You're finally awake," she said lightly. Her palm fiddled with his face, pinching and pulling it, as if she was looking at something carefully. "It's been half a month since you started to deal with the power of chaos." Yun Nuashing shivered and hurriedly jumped up from the bed. "So long. This is—" It was only after he sat up that he realized where he was. This dark and spacious hall, this position, this angle, holy *T, they had brought him to the creation sanctum again. His brain went haywire on the spot. "You guys strung me up?" She thought about it and felt that it was better to just ignore this topic. "How does your soul feel? Can you move?" "Soul?" Yun Nuashing felt a little, and the heaviness that felt like he was suffocating came immediately, making his face pale. His pretty face wrinkled slightly as he lowered his head. "Oh, so dizzy, so heavy. My body is so heavy. Let me stand up and take a look," he murmured and turned to stand up. As soon as his feet touched the ground, before he could exert any strength, he felt a sense of weakness in his body. He immediately fell forward, scaring himself. Just as he was about to fall, she appeared in front of him and opened her arms to catch him. A calm voice rang in his ears. "Be careful. Your soul may need time to adapt." "Adapt? Adapt to what?" Hearing these two words, he did not care about himself and threw himself into her arms. His eyes widened in confusion. "Why did you guys strung me up? Or did I make a mistake? Don't you know?" She was also a little surprised when she heard his rhetorical question, but after checking his condition a little, she understood. "I see. The conflict between order and power caused the evolution of chaos to be completed in chaos. You didn't even feel what happened during that time. These days She put him back on the bed and explained in detail what had happened in the past half a month. Yun Nuashing listened while staring, and then he didn't do anything else but stare. Right now, other than being able to straighten his back and turn his eyes, he couldn't do anything else. He couldn't even lift his hands. Even if your soul is much tougher than before, the weight brought by the completion is still heavy for your soul at this time. It will take some time to deal with it. She lifted his hand and shook it. When she put it down, she saw that it was hanging limply. She thought for a moment and said, "Your soul still needs some time to adapt. It will be a while before you can move." Yun Nuashing was silent. After struggling for a while, he realized that he could only move his lips, raise his eyebrows, and move his eyes. He immediately rolled his eyes. This was really a big surprise. It scared him to death. It was equivalent to him closing his eyes for a short rest. When he woke up, he found that he was carried to a ward. A doctor came over and told him, "You're awake. The operation was very successful. You're already Anyway, it was a little strange, but from the situation, it was a good thing. Let's not bother about this small matter. How many types of power did you restore for me?" He could not see his own situation now. He could only open his mouth and ask. Now, he felt like a puppet placed on the windowsill. He could only open his mouth and answer the person in front of him. Except for the weakened 49 types and Ross's power, the rest had been restored. She turned around and sat down beside him. She said softly, "This is an unexpected result. Originally, from what I saw, being able to restore the 49 normal types of power, minus Ross's power, that's 48 types, was already extremely rare. But it was already enough. I never thought that you would be able to restore all of them. Perhaps it has something to do with your familiarity with them and the conditions that you have been in contact with, such as the core of order." When the results came out, she was silent for a while. She didn't really understand why the results were like this. However, since it had already happened, There must be a reason for it. After a little deduction, she could only think in this direction. Yun Nuoshing nodded and said, "In short, it's because I've been in contact with too many messy things. That's why this result came out." She was silent for a while. She felt that this explanation seemed to make sense. After all, he had been in contact with all the things related to them. He brought everything with him and made himself look like a storeroom. She was talking about the void. Chapter 2046. Unsurprisingly, he had been tormented this time. He had thought that he would have dealt with most of his matters after going back and forth a few times. This time, he had accidentally dragged everyone into this. Theoretically speaking, after dealing with the little angel, he should have been chatting and drinking tea with her, watching the sunrise and sunset, and also watching the other heavenly gods of origin drag everyone to torment. Theoretically speaking, then he was strung up. This is really annoying, but I'm used to it. It's not the first time I'm strung up, but I still feel a little strange. Usually, these things should be discussed with me or notified before starting. Why am I strung up this time? Did something happen again when I was dealing with the power of chaos? She was still indifferent as he stared at her. After 2 minutes of indifference, she could not help but say, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't look at me like that. It makes me feel like I've done something wrong." Yin Nuoshing tilted his head. "Usually when I stare at you, you can understand what I want to say in less than 2 seconds, right? Then let me hear it." She turned to look at him and stroked his face. After a while, she replied, "Like I said, you were exhausted when dealing with the domain of chaos for the first time and fell asleep. And when I watched you deal with the domain, I found some special points that may be related to your essence. It made me feel that I could use this special characteristic to complete the impossible that I had previously judged to be impossible. It just so happened that you were in a weakened state and had lowered your defense. I thought it would be easier, so I brought you. Just do it for me. Act first and report later." She was speechless. Although that was what he meant, why did he say it so strangely? "All right, then it's fine." Yun Nuoshing shook his body and heaved a sigh of relief. He leaned back and said, "In any case, the result is a good thing. Although my soul is being suppressed to the point that I can't breathe, I can't even move my body. Wow." Just as he was about to fall, she reached out to catch him and pulled him back. After thinking for a while, she held his hand with one hand to prevent him from swaying and throwing her off again. "I feel like I might collapse after taking 2 steps. Yin Nuoshing rolled his eyes and smiled bitterly. His fragile body reminded him of the time when he was still a weak little chicken. At that time, he would pant for every 3 steps and rest for every 5 steps. "Let's go out and get some sun." She whispered, "I don't need the assistance of the sanctum of creation anymore. Sitting here won't speed up my recovery. Moving around will help keep my soul active." "That's fine too." Yun Nuoshing nodded in response. Furthermore, this place where he had been strung up twice didn't seem very friendly. It felt like his heart was being pierced. He heaved a sigh of relief and subconsciously wanted to stand up. When he realized that he was about to fall forward, he was stunned for a moment. Just as he thought that he was going to fall, he was grabbed by her again, and this time he was directly lifted up. "If you can't move, just say it. There's no need to force yourself," she said, and carried him out. "I forgot. I subconsciously." Yun Nuoshing stuck out her tongue and looked at her posture carefully. Her expression suddenly became strange. "Then let's go back. Or do you want to change your posture?" "Why?" "If you carry me out like this, don't worry about it. At most, you'll just look at it for a while. It'll be over in a while." She looked down at him and nodded. It's suitable. Yun Nuashing grimaced. Societal death. This was societal death. If people outside saw this, it would be passed down for at least 180 eras. His image would be ruined. Speaking of which, he didn't fit this kind of weak image at all. Okay? How did you see that he was suitable for this kind of weak image? Before he could say anything else, she had already pushed open the palace door with him in her arms and walked out. The sun shone down at a 60-degree angle on his snow-white face. His eyes that had lost its light caught sight of more than 100 noisy people outside. He felt that he was already done for. He seemed to be able to hear a group of unbridled laughter from somewhere in the dark. When the door opened, everyone in the manor turned their gazes. When they saw someone being carried out, they were all stunned. Thousands of thoughts flashed through their minds. Hui and the others' faces were also gloomy in an instant, as if the end of the world had come. Damn it, Feng! Hui immediately jumped up. When he was about to rush over, the god of destruction said to them calmly, "Everything is fine. Don't worry. However, I can't move at the moment. I need some time to get used to it." Then, everyone calmed down in an instant. Little Angel couldn't help but walk forward and look at Little Star, who closed his eyes peacefully. Then, what about the little star now? She lowered her head and saw that he had closed his eyes. She understood. Yes, he doesn't fit his image. He's too ashamed to face anyone. Everyone, Yun Nuashing? You even said it out loud. Hui and Sui Feng were already trying their best to hold back their laughter. You idiot! Can't you just pretend that you don't know anything and put me down? Little Angel had a strange expression on her face as she took Little Star from her. When she placed him on a chair, she couldn't help but poke his pretty face and whisper into his ear, "Stop pretending. Hurry up and wake up." The wind that blew past her ear made Yun Nuashing shiver. She put on a very helpless expression and opened her eyes. When she saw the group of people trying hard to hold back their laughter, her cheeks twitched. What made her even more speechless was that she raised the cup to his mouth and looked at him as she said softly, "Have some tea, Yun Nuashing." At this moment, she really felt that she had become a puppet who couldn't take care of herself. She could only be carried around and had to be fed to her mouth to drink water and eat. She was hopeless. Her image was completely ruined. Anyway, everyone was about to go crazy trying to hold back their laughter. If there was no one around, they would probably lie on the ground and punch the ground with all their might. If she was a puppet who couldn't take care of herself at this moment, then the next few days would be a period of rehabilitation. When she sat for too long, she would walk around the land of origin with the help of Little Angel, enjoy the scenery and enjoy the breeze. Occasionally, she would pick flowers and weave them into her hair. When she was tired, she would carry him back to the manor and sit in a daze. The sun rose and the moon set. Day after day, it was more or less the same process. As for why he didn't sit down and adjust, he couldn't adjust yet. The sudden heaviness in his soul was like a double weight when he woke up, and there were discords in his body. It would take some time for him to get used to it. He had to get used to it for a while before he could begin to adjust. He had to repeat what he did when he was branded by the primordial energy essence. Once he was done, he would be able to return to his original state. This time, it might take longer than that time. However, given that he was already quite familiar with the primordial energy, it might not take that long. Generally speaking, it was a good thing. But before he returned to his original state, he could only tremble with every step he took and stagger with every 2 steps he took. After being a laughingstock for a while, everyone stopped caring about him. They were all so busy. While he was admiring the flowers and the moon, they were pulling their hair out as they listened to the lecture. They listened to the lecture as if their lives depended on it. Day by day, they looked more and more haggard, as if they had just been fished out of the lake after experiencing a storm. "How are you doing?" Yun Nuwashing was walking aimlessly on the snowy plains with the help of the angel girl. Yun Nuwashing looked at the girl, who was almost merging with the scenery. Originally, he was waiting for the girl to change the order. He didn't expect that after being brought to the ice plains and seeing the mirror, he would forget about it because of his wandering thoughts. She had been wandering for more than half a month, so he could only ask now. "Pretty good. Nothing has changed." The little angel shrugged and spread her wings to block the snowflakes that were falling on his head. "I thought there would be some special changes when I switched from the order of chaos to the order. I was prepared for it, but it didn't. It's just like a normal thing that happened and ended like a normal thing. If there's any change," she thought for a moment and nodded at him with a smile. "The next time when I merge with your soul, I should be in a better state." Yun Nuwashing was stunned. "Huh. No matter what, I used to belong to the order of chaos. Because of that, I couldn't completely open my soul." Well, that's it." She nodded and smiled at him. "Next time, you can go on a rampage without any worries." He was stunned for a moment and shook his head with a bitter smile. He raised his hand and rubbed her silver-white hair. He had never thought about the reason for this. It was easy for a psychopath to get carried away when they were fighting. Once they got carried away, they would not care about anything else. The things that happened over the years. He did not know how many times he was dragged back by this little girl. He looked at the little girl. He could not help but whisper, "All these years." The little angel who was watching the snowflakes did not pay attention to his whispering. She only noticed what he said after he finished. She quickly turned her head and asked, "Huh? What did you just say? What happened over the years?" "Nothing." Yun Nuwashing rolled his eyes and turned his head away. "You must have said something." She giggled and pinched his face. Although she roughly knew what he said, she still wanted to hear him say it in full. "Say it again." "I heard the beginning." "I'll say it." He took a deep breath and caressed her face. His eyes were gentle. He looked at her and said seriously, "All these years. I feel very lucky to have all of you by my side, in all aspects." The little angel smiled and poked his face. "It's troublesome to push the words back and forth. I'll just accept it." "Idiot," Yun Nuwashing asked. "Why do you have to add the last two words?" "You'll get carried away when you fight. If there's someone watching, you'll injure yourself all over. If there's no one watching, you'll turn yourself into a ball. If you're not an idiot, then what are you?" She flicked his forehead. "She asked me to watch you, you idiot who only knows how to mess around." Yun Nuwashing was speechless. What could he say? After all, he had been watched for more than 5 eras. He did not dislike this feeling. The little angel looked at his helpless expression. She chuckled and pulled him forward. "Come here." Yun Nuwashing heard a thud. His body tilted quickly. While he was still in a daze, his head hit the white snow. There were 2 human-shaped holes in the snow. When he got up, he saw a white hole in front of him. He could not help but be speechless. The girl had stepped into the hole. Now, she had really become one with the snow. Not even her shadow could be seen. "Oh, little star, come and pull me. My wings are stuck." A muffled sound came from under the snow. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Although he believed that the girl was acting cute, he still bent down and brushed the snow away. He struggled to pull the stupid angel out of the snow. Well, the girl was covered in snow. She looked like a snowman. The 2 of them patted the snow off their bodies. They looked at each other for a moment and smiled bitterly. They found a flat place to sit down. Together, They looked at the snowflakes fluttering in the sky. They looked at the frozen land. The only sound in this space was the whistling of the cold wind. Other than that, there was only silence. It was so quiet that it seemed like nothing else existed. Yun Nuoshing put his hands by his mouth and exhaled. Just like that, he didn't do anything and felt that his mind was a little empty. He didn't know why he suddenly wanted to build a snowman. He didn't seem to have played this kind of small game before. However, when he thought about it, it was inconvenient for him to move around. He dug a pile of snow beside him and squeezed it in his hand. Well, from now on, he could be considered as someone who had played with snow. The little angel turned her head to look at him. Suddenly, she stretched out her hands and pulled him down. She pressed his head on her soft thighs. She lowered her head and smiled at him with her tongue sticking out. A leisurely and peaceful time like this seems to be good if it can continue, she suddenly said softly, which made Yun Nuoshing blink his eyes. This posture, these familiar words, couldn't help but remind him of the girl in orange and pink. He stretched out his hand and stroked her pretty face. Luoying said this not long ago. She shrugged. It's the same. Everything we're doing now. Isn't it because we hope to have a stable and peaceful ending in the distant future? Everyone. Most people think so too. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a moment. He murmured in his heart, the future, the distant future. Forget it. I don't want to think about those annoying things. They know the ending. They know it. Maybe it is because they know the ending of the fixed future that they feel emotional about the peaceful time now. Maybe this will go on forever. Yes, if it is possible. He also wants to be peaceful forever. The leisurely time. Oh, in fact, it was only because he was tormented later that he became idle. He could do nothing but wander around the land of origin with the little angel. As for the others, Hui and the others were still busy. They were under pressure every day. They were like children who worked hard for the exam. They were so busy that they rolled their eyes and stuck out their tongues every day. Well, although the scene did not mean that their performance was very similar to this situation. Moreover, there was not much time left to stay here. It was also because of this reason that they also worked hard and achieved an excellent result of increasing their speed by 1%. Well, this was not a joke. It really only increased the efficiency by 1%. Even for we and the others, it was impossible for them to suddenly say that the efficiency would double just by going berserk. The problem with the hardware was stuck there, and they could not overcome it. They could only endure it bit by bit. Therefore, until they left, what they could take away was actually a fixed value that could not be changed. Now, they were just trying their best to obtain this fixed value. This made him sigh with emotion. Even Hui, who was not in a hurry, could show such an expression of gritting his teeth and risking his life. This was a scene that was rarely seen in more than 10 eras. Although he wanted to do something before he left the power of chaos, the domain of chaos, and so on, he had just gotten the hang of it, and it would be better if he continued to familiarize himself with it. However, considering his current state, he decided to restrain himself and spend every day with his little angel and her watching the sunrise and sunset together. The three of them walked around the continent of origin, and it was quite pleasant. What? You want to ask why she followed them? How could he have known that one day she would suddenly ask to go out with them? He didn't refuse. Although having her was like having a third wheel, he felt that the atmosphere had returned to its usual state, so it was normal. The little angel didn't reject it, and would even chat with her about the events of the 2 eras, so it wasn't a big deal. Probably because she knows that it is almost time for you to leave. The young man replied to the little one who was curious. He put his hands behind his head and looked at the two who were talking and laughing like sisters. Then he shrugged and said, "You have been here for almost a month. This place is already lacking in vitality. When you leave, it will return to its original state. It will be lifeless. Well, it is not that bad, but it is almost there. After all, it is only us. So, well, you understand." We could not help but say, care for the empty nest primordial heavenly gods. All the primordial heavenly gods were speechless. What the hell? This child's words are so hurtful that it hurts. The young man knocked Huey's head and patted his shoulder. Then he said softly, "That long time has passed. As lonely souls, there is nothing we can do. Every day, we stay here and do nothing but stare blankly. Occasionally, we talk about the past. We cannot change anything. We can only rely on the fragments that you occasionally find related to us to know what happened to you. To be honest, it is quite boring and quite torturous. You are the only attention and concern she has left. So, ahem, there is nothing you can do now, right? Before you leave, you should spend some time with her. After you left the last time, she had painstakingly tidied up all the fragments for you so that she could sort out the things related to Roth for you. I don't mind, but..." Yun Nuashing crossed her arms and scratched her head helplessly. "Until now, I still don't know what kind of relationship I have with her. It feels a little strange to be in such a daze." "Yes, that's true." The young man scratched his head as well. "You don't know what kind of relationship you have, and you don't know how to keep her company. It is quite helpless. Anyway, she doesn't treat you like a child, a junior, or something else like us." I might have an answer." Yun Nuashing and we both became spirited. He swallowed and widened his eyes. "What is it?" The young man crossed his arms and made a solemn and low voice. After a while, he looked up at the little fellow and said solemnly, "You two are sisters. She is the elder sister. You are the younger sister that she found after being separated for many years. You are a little unfamiliar and awkward." Uffed. Hui vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Everyone who was listening also fell to the ground. Yun Nuashing was speechless. She could only feel her teeth and cheeks trembling. "If you say that we are siblings, I will accept it. Although the atmosphere is a little different, it is almost the same. But what the hell is a sister, sister?" The Ahog goddess quickly got up and laughed at him with makeup products in her hands. The Ahog on her head spun like a whirlwind. "Come, Xiao Ling Ling, let me help you dress up. 5 minutes later, you will be a beautiful sister again. This time, you have to change your clothes." Yun Nuashing was speechless. He knew from her that this fellow had been messing around with him when he was unconscious. When he woke up, the little angel took him to wash his face for an hour before it was clean. A layer of his face had been scrubbed off. He held back his laughter and got up. He patted Feng's shoulder and laughed until his face turned purple. "Feng, cough, cough. You should go and accompany your sister." Puffed. Yun Nuashing stared at him with a horrified expression. After a moment, she restrained her expression, rolled her eyes, and let out a long sigh of relief. She scratched her head and muttered as she walked over, "Fine, fine, fine. Sisters, it is. Damn it. There is one more freaking weird identity now. It's all your fault for shouting just now. Now I even suspect what I am. Damn it, damn it, damn it." Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry as they listened to his nagging. "Who asked you to look like this? You're really too confusing. It's not like they haven't seen boys who look very androgynous, but boys who look no different from girls are really rare. You, no matter how you dress up, look like a girl. You're definitely at the top of the list." Time passed by steadily. He casually drew a tick on the timeline, indicating that it was the last day of their visit. Although they had only been here for 1.5 months, he did not know how things were at the Void front line. If I Ching found out that they had disappeared without a word, it should be fine. In the last few days, the fragments that were sent in this time have manifested. We have sorted out some useful things in them. We have used them to record a lot of fragmented content. Because there is too much content, the writing is very scattered. However, every symbol is very important. Don't throw them away. Yes, little guy, you can take a look when you have time. Although I don't know if it will be of help to you now. Well, no, it should be helpful. Yun Nuoxing looked at the cube that was emitting colorful light in front of her. Well, these things were left for the inheritors. Apart from those behind her, there was still a group of inheritors who could not come in. They seemed to be fragments from the fertilizer that had been poured on him. It was said that there were still many fragments that had not appeared yet. However, they would not be able to wait until then. After taking the thing from the young man and keeping it properly, Yun Nuoxing turned to look at Sui Feng and Sui Qing, who were saying goodbye. Then she looked at Hui, who was looking around. Don't you have anything else to say? Hui scratched his head and looked at the young man beside him. I'm almost done. I was still listening to the lecture 5 minutes ago. My head is bloated and my head is numb. I've just finished saying goodbye. All right. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and turned to see her and the little angel coming from the side. This farewell is going to be a long and long time. I don't know if we'll have the chance to see each other again. She walked up to him and caressed his cheeks. Her soft voice carried a hint of warning. As for those things over there, as I said before, just do your best. Everything, just do your best. Be careful when you're wandering in the void. Now that you've activated the chaos domain, there's no guarantee that you won't come across any remains or sealed lands that are related to them. Some of the sealed lands are scattered in the void. Perhaps they're staying in the order void. So be careful. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. Warning before leaving? Those words of warning. Hiss, the meaning behind those words. Hiss, they're all looking at me. They're all looking at me. Don't worry. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry, but doing my best. I'll only say that after doing my best, even if it's against my will. Oh, that's true. With your personality, you won't. She nodded and stroked his long hair. After a while, she continued, I've analyzed the situation of the completed origin energy for you. If you have the energy, you'll naturally deal with all of them. If you don't have the time and energy, then you'll prioritize the 48 types of energy. After you've familiarized yourself with them, you should be able to try activating the origin domain. It'll reduce a lot of pressure when you're dealing with the chaos concept entity. Hearing the whispers of the others, Yun Nuoxing looked up slightly and wanted to cry. The sculpture in my soul is going to expand again. How nice would it be if you could say those touching words in private? Well, it's nice to be cared for, but there are so many people in the surging clouds and fog. Seeing everyone walk into it first, Yun Nuoxing stopped and turned around to look at them, who were waving their hands vigorously. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he could not find the right words in his surging thoughts. In the end, he just sighed softly, smiled, waved his hand, then turned around and disappeared into the clouds and fog. After bidding farewell, with all their might, they would return to their original state. It was like an illusory dream. And after waking up, they would still have to fight and resist with all their might in the present void. Chapter 2047. The sudden trip to the shattered continent of origins was no different from rain after a long drought for them. Everything that needed to be tormented was tormented to their heart's content. It was also because it was an outcome that could not be replicated that everyone was tormenting themselves to death. Every one of them had the potential to be close to him in an instant. After they came out, everyone's condition was very real. They all waved their hands and said that they wanted to find a place to lie down for 3 to 5 days to tidy themselves up. Otherwise, they might not be able to see the void frontline tomorrow. After watching the group of people disappear from sight like wandering ghosts and find a place to rest, he and the little angel looked at each other and shrugged. They had a good time, but it was also true that they were dizzy. Anyway, everyone had worked hard this time, so they should just let them rest. The void frontline was safe and sound. Nonsense. If they could come out with their feet on the ground, it meant that nothing had happened. But to be on the safe side, they should let little Qingzi know first, lest he thought that they had lost contact with them. Ah, Lord Feng, you're back. The void frontline was safe and sound. There was nothing unusual. It's just that. I Ching paused for a moment. He looked at the fireworks in the void and sighed, faintly. I hope you and Lord Hui can remind us next time. Big Brother Qing and I were scared to death when we found you all suddenly disappeared. We couldn't recover for a long time. Well, even though little Qingzi was shocked, he knew that they would encounter some strange things from time to time. So he calmed down quickly. He pointed at underpants and suddenly disappeared. Then he said, underpants, and suddenly appeared in front of him. He came and went without a trace. Luckily, little Qingzi was used to their erratic behavior. If it was someone else, they would have had a heart attack. This was a sudden incident. We didn't expect it at all. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and told little Qingzi everything that had happened in the past month and a half. After listening, little Qingzi's face was full of emotion. As expected of Lord Feng, he can suddenly disappear at home. I guess there's no place in the void that's safe. So, there was nothing to refute. This was indeed the truth. Anyway, everything was fine at the front line. There was no chaos or unrest. The abyss death mist was normal. The underworld didn't come out to play any tricks. Everything was fine for now. As for their side, well, there were still many things to do. Big Brother is finally willing to come back. As soon as he finished talking to I Ching, he heard another voice coming from the ice field. He turned around with the little angel and saw a girl in platinum and gold walking towards them with her hands behind her back. Her long platinum hair was swaying back and forth. "Where have you been?" she asked. Something unexpected happened. This really can't be considered as having fun. Yun Nuoxing patted the girl's head and looked around. After thinking for a while, he decided that it would be better to just press the cube on the snowy plains. Thus, he took it out from the pendant and said, "You're here just in time. There's something I need you to take a look at." Dao Heaven looked at the Big Brother taking out a wash basin-sized cube that was emitting colorful light. Her gaze suddenly froze. The restlessness of her own power made her slightly widen her heterochromatic eyes. She couldn't take her eyes off the cube at all. It was as if there was a command in her heart that ordered her to stare at the cube. This is the heavenly god of origins. He thought for a moment and nodded. Teaching and guidance. It's for the inheritors. It also includes some guidance from the heavenly god of origin that you inherited. It's a very rare experience for you all. It can speed up your processing of origin energy. Dao Heaven stretched out her slender finger and poked the cube. She was shocked by the numbing sensation between her fingers. She turned around and looked at the Big Brother. "You went out to look for this?" "Well, more or less. It's like this." He briefly told the girl what happened in the past 1.5 months. After listening to him, she immediately looked a little depressed. She couldn't help but mumble, "Well, it's a pity that we didn't go." After a moment, she suddenly put one hand on her waist and stretched out her slender finger to poke his face. She looked at him with a smile and said, "I've decided. I'll follow Big Brother from now on. I'm sure we'll encounter something else." Her words were exactly the same as what Elder Brother Fiery Wind and Thunder said. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that he had now become a creation that could accurately locate and trigger things related to origin. "I don't mind. As long as you're not afraid of encountering those life-threatening things, it's fine." Tao Heaven smiled and stroked his hair. "Big Brother will protect us anyway." Yun Nuashing. Theoretically speaking, he was the one who rushed the fastest when encountering those troublesome things. So, fine, let's just take it that way. It didn't make any difference anyway. After finding a safe area to place the cube, Yun Nuashing called the busy Monarch Green and Xinglu over. He also asked them to bring along the 4 new inheritors that he didn't know. After explaining the function of the cube to them, they all let out sounds of realization and surprise. This was indeed something that they urgently needed right now. The teachings of the heavenly god of origin meant that a single symbol could make them take 2 steps faster. Monarch Green stretched out his finger and tapped the cube. He suddenly turned to look at Feng, Luo. "Lord Feng, can I hug and gnaw on this?" Yin Nuashing. "You're trying to physically absorb knowledge, aren't you?" Feng Luo rolled his eyes at Monarch Green, who was scratching his head and laughing dryly. He pointed to the ground and said, "There's no shortcut. This is what your honorable god said. At this level, everything needs time to settle down. Do you think that you're still young and can take shortcuts and advance by leaps and bounds after special training? That doesn't exist. Just sit down obediently and pour the knowledge into your brain. I'm talking to you, Monarch Green. Don't open your mouth and gnaw on it. Even if you have the ability to physically absorb knowledge, you can still eat it." Yun Nuashing pulled Monarch Green, who was lying on the cube and trying to physically absorb knowledge, down. He rolled his eyes and looked at Xinglu and the others. "Where are your seniors? I'm talking about the other second-generation inheritors." Xinglu was making a fireball in his hand. When he heard this, he extinguished the fire. "I think they're in the tower. They probably won't come out for the next few days. It's useless even if you inform them." Why?" Xinglu scratched his head and looked to the side. "They got into a fight with your rule, order, energy form, shadow. They said that they won't come out until you're dead. Then they fought inside for more than a month. I think they're about to puke." Yin Nuashing. He felt that he had really become the public enemy. But when he mentioned this, he became excited. "Speaking of which, you guys push my shadow here and they're in the tower. What's the battle record of the entire Void frontline now?" They were silent for a moment. Monarch Green grinned bitterly. "So far, no one has won even once." That can't be, right?" Yin Nuashing glared at him. "When I heard about this last time, didn't you guys say that you were already fighting as a group? There are 2 or 3 forms that are indeed not very friendly to you guys, but there are also normal power forms, right?" That's the reason." Monarch Green covered his face with both hands and smiled bitterly. "We can beat your normal power form in a group, but everyone feels that it's too humiliating. They all said that they want to fight one-on-one, and then, so until now, we still haven't that." Xinglu and the others waved their hands vigorously. "We can't beat you, we really can't beat you." Monarch Green looked up at the sky with his hands behind his back and sighed. "There are always iron-headed kids who want to face the biggest disaster of the Order Void alone. There won't be much change no matter how they fight, but they still don't give up even after being shattered tens of thousands of times. I don't know if I should say that they're brave, or let's just say that they're brave." He wasn't the biggest. Forget it. Let's not delve into this question. Let them play. Wait a minute. What about the most normal power form? The one that didn't switch to the standard form and didn't stack any power forms. The one that only uses origin energy to fight. That everyone said that you're going too easy on them. It's like you're releasing a sea of void. It's boring to train, so there aren't many people who want to challenge it. Normally, those who want to practice and familiarize themselves with their newly increased power might challenge it. As for the others, they're all, well, Lord Feng, Monarch Green laughed dryly. Yun Nuoxing, this is great. It's boring to fight in the most standard form, but no one can beat me when I switch to the standard form. What's going on? All right, let's not talk about this for now. I called you here because, wait a minute, where's that girl Shui Yin? Just as he was about to skip this topic and talk about this cube, he looked around and didn't see Ji Shui Yin. He couldn't help but look at Monarch Green and Xinglu. Before leaving, Shui Yin was left in the conceptual space, so she should be here too. When he notified her just now, it seemed that he didn't inform this girl. She seems to have not come back after leaving the conceptual space. Monarch Green scratched his head and looked at Xinglu. After seeing him nod, he nodded to Lord Feng. That's right, but where did she go? She didn't tell us. We're not very familiar with that girl. Shui Yin went to the tower. Dao Tian clapped his hands and hurriedly called Ji Shui Yin through the soul transmission. He explained to them while he was at it. Shui Yin has been thinking about Big Brother's matter when she was resting, but there hasn't been any sign of it. Last time, she told me that she might have an impression if she went to the tower to fight with Big Brother's illusion, but she hasn't come back until now. I'll tell her to wait a moment. After hearing this, Yun Nuoxing's expression was a little strange. That girl was so obsessed with his matter. Strange. Everything related to him was clearly destroyed by the chaos conceptual entity. What was she still thinking about in this situation? No. What else could she recall? Was it just like how he was thinking about the mythological era that he couldn't remember? Although he was a little curious. Well, when he had time, he would talk to this girl about the situation. The girl in the green dress hurriedly landed on the ice field and took the time to yawn before hurriedly running over. When she saw Yun Nuoxing, she couldn't help but smile. You guys are back. I'm not late, am I? You're not late, not late. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand, pointed at the square, and repeated the story of the brightly colored brick. When everyone finally understood and found a place to sit down, Yun Nuoxing stopped Xing LV, patted him on the shoulder, and looked at him with an inexplicable gaze. Xing LV was trembling all over. Then Yun Nuoxing said indifferently, Your venerable god asked me to tell you to set yourself on fire. You are not allowed to extinguish the fire for a month. Xinglu's face turned pale. Does he have a grudge against me? Yun Nuoxing shook his head. It seems to be some kind of special training for you. He asked me to keep an eye on you, and if you extinguish the fire in less than a month, I'll beat you up or something. I think this method is a little cruel, so think about it yourself. Of course, if you want, it's not like I can't monitor and supervise you from the side, right? By the way, ordinary fire doesn't count. It has to be your own origin power, plus those creations of laws that you got from the realm of gods. It'll be much better with two things at the same time. Your venerable god said so. Xinglu shuddered and scratched his white shoulder-length hair with a pained expression. Well, if he said so, there must be some meaning behind it. I'll just burn it. It's just a month, isn't it? It's not like I've never been burned like charcoal by the divine flame for hundreds of years back then. Yun Nuoxing shrugged at Xinglu's muttering and said to the dark-colored thunderbolt that was bouncing behind him, Keep an eye on Xianlei. Do it step by step, and add some fire when necessary. Just don't cook him. A female voice that did not know whether to laugh or cry could be heard from the dark clouds. Strange request. Strange. Don't worry, just leave it to me. After arranging the matters of this group of people, Yun Nuoshing walked to the side and threw a large pile of fragments on the ground. White balls of light scattered all over the ground and sky of the ice field, decorating this place like a star field. Walking slowly was like walking in the Milky Way, surrounded by endless stars above and below. He could see the movement of the Milky Way when he waved his hand to fiddle with these stars. I don't know how much energy it will take to deal with this pile of shards. The little angel, who walked over, saw the distressed expression on his face and said, casually, it gave him a round of critical blow on the spot, making him hold his chest and laugh bitterly. These are all okay. The energy will be replenished sooner or later. I'm more concerned about how many of these things can be used for extra purposes. Even if it's a little bit useful, it doesn't matter if it costs 10 times the energy. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly. These things will be useful. Ah, he meant to use them as fireworks. This was also his initial plan, but he hoped that they could be used for other purposes before the fireworks. He would make the best use of them. There's still that energy to be dealt with. I reminded you. The little angel pinched his face and reminded him. Well, I still remember that the energy will start to slowly evaporate in about a month. If possible, of course, it will be used up in a month. But in terms of magnitude, it would be considered fast to use it up in 1,000 years. I have to think of a way to quickly consume this energy. Yun Nuoshing lowered his head and stretched out his fingers to twirl his hair. His eyes flashed. Based on the current situation, the fastest way to consume the energy, the little angel looked at him. According to your previous plan, to transform the energy sea's origin, this was also within the scope of his original plan, and he had intended to do so. But after careful calculation, he said, it's impossible to use it up. The energy left behind is too large. According to her, if we use the energy to attack with full force, there's an 80% chance that we can pull down a chaotic concept body. How much energy do you think this is? It could only be used to consume energy that could not be stored. That was a headache. He would not be able to find such a large outlet to deal with this energy. Although he could move normally now, it was not a good time to deal with the origin energy. In short, he had to go to the sea of energy to deal with that unlucky trump card that was continuously being consumed. Now, under the control of the source law, the upper limit of the energy sea itself had been increased by a lot. But as the creator of the energy sea, he did not know the exact location of the upper limit. That was already a matter of the primeval realm. But if he wanted to ask Hui and the little girl, it was not reliable either. After all, he was the one who created this thing, and they did not know it as well as he did. It was almost like he had created something that he could control, but was not easy to observe. He could only control the energy sea to close, normal, and energy outburst without any transition in between. As for other aspects, well, it was useless at most to find the lower limit. The upper limit was not easy to observe and could not be seen. There was nothing he could do about it. Things that were beyond the limits of his realm were just like that. Although he could restrain the sea of energy and make all sorts of adjustments to it, it did not mean that he could make it change as he pleased. Oh, right. The upper limit he mentioned was the upper limit that the energy sea's roots could reach under the coverage of the source law. In other words, it was the upper limit of structural strength and levels, and not the limit that it could reach. The former was the upper limit of the roots, the upper limit of the starting line and foundation, while the latter was the upper limit of the entire outcome. After all, the original structure had made it infinite, and the energy could be accumulated for as long as one wanted. If not for the existence of concept-level power, the energy sea would have accumulated to the point where it could drown the chaos concept body sooner or later. The changes to the roots involved the energy levels of the energy sea and various, to put it bluntly, it was the level of the energy as well as its offensive and destructive power. Yes, apart from the energy sea, we also need to change the structure of the world light and the world core. Yun Nuoxing clapped her hands and found another place that required energy. First, use this energy to deal with the structure of the world light, and then let it continue to explore. It won't delay things. Speaking of the world light that was causing a ruckus in the energy sea, the little angel was a little curious. By the way, what are those special world light used for? To pack them up. Yun Nuoxing turned to look at her. The energy sea cannot be directly dragged to the battlefield. In the end, all the energy has to be stored in the special world light and carried on the body. The little angel was stunned. I thought that you were going to drag the energy sea to the battlefield. How is that possible? Yun Nuoxing pointed at the huge sea of energy below and laughed bitterly. It can't be moved by itself and can only be placed in the observer space. The reason why I used it to create the world light orb was so that I could bring it with me and charge with the army, so that I could use this power at any time. The little angel blinked her golden eyes and looked at him. So, the reason why you keep changing the world orbs is to expand their capacity. They can also help you release energy. She looked at his smiling face and suddenly added, if it's possible, you can strengthen them a second time or something. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and nodded. Although the energy sea was infinite, the special world light could not reach that level. The higher the level of energy it carried, the higher the structural strength it required. At the same time, its weight would also increase. Conceptually, there was no way to make it infinite for the time being. So what could he do? He could only think of a way to increase the capacity of the special world light and then reduce its weight. Now, he was constantly creating and melting it just to do that. Using her power to reprocess the world lights at the current stage could increase their base level. Although it would affect the degree of their evolution, it was fine since there were not many chances to change the base level. Once it was fixed, it was basically fixed, and any subsequent evolution would have to be dealt with in other aspects. And for things like creations, the base level directly determined the upper limit. That was the problem of structural strength and structural level mentioned just now. What? Lower limit? He did not care about the lower limit. He only wanted to know the upper limit. Ahem, seriously speaking, the lower limit was how it looked like when it was created normally. As for the upper limit, in layman's terms, it would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times strengthening, adjusting, and so on. It would also take some time to process the energy sea and part of the world light. The time passed very quickly. Unknowingly, it had been 3 days since they returned from the shattered continent of origin. Hui and the others had also recovered from their groggy state. When they came to see Hao Run, he saw that they were in good condition and were quite energetic. But when they went to the ice field and saw the cube, they were still short of breath, their heart rate was rapid, and their blood pressure was high. If he poked them now, they would probably collapse again. Don't be in such a hurry to faint. There are still many things to do. Yun Nuoxing looked at them and pointed behind them. Over there, the endless starry sky and land of the ice field was surging. There was a huge surge of energy that was constantly surging and gathering like a tide, rolling the stars as it flowed past. After some time, those things will be sorted out carefully. Which ones can be used, and which ones can be directly thrown away to be blown up. Oh, there is still the last batch of garbage that we brought back that has not been dealt with yet. The group of people who had just woken up, felt dizzy, and fell onto the ice field. After spending some effort to get up, They all looked at him with resentment. Then they put on a resolute expression and walked towards the square, trembling with each step. Sui Feng, wait a minute. Just as he was about to turn around, Yun Nuoxing suddenly remembered something. She grabbed the dizzy Sui Feng and said, "Your friends are still fighting in the tower. I don't know them that well. You go and tell them about what happened here." That's it. Sui Feng made an "oh" sound. Then he spoke to Maple through his soul. "You can just tell them directly. After all, they are of the same faction. They are still in the tower." Yun Nuoxing covered her face with a worried look. "It's mainly because they are beating up my shadow in the tower. I heard that they are about to vomit. I don't even know how to tell them. So I thought that you would wake up in 2 or 3 days. So I asked you to wait a few days before informing them. It's not that long anyway." Sui Feng said, I've informed them. They said that they will come after this round of assault." It's a fierce battle." "Fierce?" Yun Nuoxing was just about to change the topic. When she heard that, she became interested again. "What are they fighting about?" "Oh, they are fighting against your pseudo-high-level Yuanshi form. I think they will all be wiped out in 2 minutes. I can hear the roar of the primordial chaos. Oh, F*CK. It's a blast in the skull. It's so cool." Sui Feng raised his head and exchanged a glance with Brother Feng. Both of them sighed and smiled bitterly. These iron-headed kids, they couldn't even tell whether they were there to train or to be tortured. Yun Nuoxing checked on Siyu, Qing Huang, and the others. Although this period of time was indeed torturous, it seemed that they were progressing at lightning speed. Origin, Heavenly God, and the others had cleared many obstacles for them. Based on the current situation, they might be able to put this matter aside after a while. They still had to wait until they reached the high level of Origin, Heavenly God, before they could continue. There was no need to rush. After saying these things, Yun Nuoxing had just turned around with the little angel when he saw a girl in a light yellow dress jumping in front of them. "Big idiot, big sister, where have you been these days? You only came back for 2 days. Are you busy again?" Yuan Kong, who was jumping in front of them, was stunned. Suddenly, her expression changed. She grabbed her sister's hand and looked at her from head to toe. "Sister, your order has been converted. It's the result of an accident." The little angel rubbed her head and nodded. "By the way, you are now—" "No, it's still a little rushed. Let's prepare for a while." Yuan Kong was stunned. Prepare for what?" "Of course, it's about the conversion of the order. But don't rush. You can prepare for a while." The little angel knocked on her head and turned to look at her. "Little star, help Yuan Kong convert the order over after a while." Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at her smiling face. She thought for a moment and said, "Oh, she told you the method?" "Yes, it's a very safe method. It's much safer than the methods we have deduced in the past. There's no need for, emergency preparations." "Yes, there's no need for that. That shouldn't be a problem if it's her method." Yun Nuoxing nodded and looked at Yuan Kong. "Then you can take your time to prepare. When the two of you say you are ready, I will help you deal with that." Yuan Kong suddenly laughed happily after hearing that. She freed a hand and held his hand. "That's great. The next time you go out, I can go out with you. I don't have to hide in the spirit world." Yun Nuoxing and the little angel smiled bitterly. They could already imagine the scene when they went out next time. Speaking of which, this girl is hiding in the spirit world. Is she afraid of being killed when she encounters the Origin? Chapter 2048. Node Zero City. Ever since it was used as a firework by the Gathering Void Turbulence, the rebuilt Node Zero had become unfamiliar. The streets had changed. The tower in the center was still there, but the west and east of the city had become a food street. He could not tell whether the original location of the street was in the west or the east of the city. He guessed that the people in charge of the reconstruction did not know either, so they made one street for each of them. At this time, all the shops in the Node City were open, and there were many people coming and going. When it was too busy, there was not even a shadow in the entire Node City. Speaking of which, everyone on the street, be it those who opened shops or chatted and ate, were all beings of the primeval tier. If the entire street was moved to another world, it would definitely cause trouble every few days. It would be regarded as a strange food street, where countless big shots lived in seclusion. Those who came to cause trouble would definitely be spilled blood, and those who could walk from one end of the street to the other would be given the title of fearless foodie by the entire street. Well, even though it was lively compared to the last time when everyone was summoned back, there were far fewer people in the Node City. The current situation was that some people were arranged to fight against the abyssal death fog in the domain of order, some were torturing themselves in the tower, some were breaking through in other places, and the rest were staying in the Node City or the frontline world. The latter needed to be slightly relaxed so as to avoid being sent back to the spiritual temple for major repairs. The spirit and perseverance of a certain lunatic who endured for 5 eras made us deeply understand the importance of rest. A certain unknown warrior of order had said that sentence, which had spread across the void front line and won the hearts of the people. He felt that it made sense, but for some reason, it sounded a little prickly to his ears. Perhaps it was a misconception. Everyone would take turns for the aforementioned situations. Just like what was said just now, everyone was aware of the importance of rest. Although they had long since become people who did not need to rest or eat and could survive just by spitting at the void, in the face of an event of such intensity that lasted for an eternity, they still had to pick up some of their habits of rest. After everyone's self-adjustment, they shockingly found that the beds for lunatics in the spiritual temple were gradually emptied, and the number of lunatics in the void front lines who were yelling about not being human was sharply reduced. It was truly a cause for celebration, but it felt like their ears were itching. It must be a misconception. I think Lord Feng's influence is the main reason, Jing Yuanji whispered to him. And it's still affecting the void frontline. Is it because of me? Is it because of me? Yun Nuoshing stared at the girl, and after seeing her nod, he fell silent for a moment. All right, it might be because of him. After all, he was the one who led the charge, and he must have influenced a lot of people over the years. Didn't he say that there were more and more lunatics in the void frontline? There was no distinction between seasons in the void frontline. If one stayed for too long without looking at the law of time, one would not know what time it was. Even the sun and moon hanging above their heads were just celestial phenomena simulated by the domain, and that was it. So even if it was daytime, it just looked a little brighter, like a lamp in a huge dark room. As long as one looked a little further away, they would be able to see the void, and then they would be able to see the scene of energy erupting all over the sky, and they would be able to see the abyssal death mist spawns charging around fearlessly or charging head-on. Are you used to it now? How does your soul feel? Jing Yuanji pulled him by the hand and led him slowly. This situation was rare, never before. His relationship with the girl was a little strange, especially after the incident last time. The girl had been avoiding him, and after a business trip, she suddenly stopped hiding. He did not know what happened in between, but he did not ask if she did not want to talk about it. As for why the two of them were walking around the Node Zero City, it was because he had just finished dealing with the sea of energy and the world light, and he was so tired that his soul and body were twitching as if he had been electrocuted. After looking around, he found that everyone was busy, and the little angel had brought Yuan Kong to deal with the matters of order. So he was ready to go to the Node Zero City alone to relax. After all, he had not fully adapted, and his soul was still calm. But just as he was about to leave, Yuan-ji woke up. She had just finished her work and was about to rest, so they came out together. It's okay. Although it's still calm, it's much better than before. As Yun Nuoshing said, she reached out with her other hand and squeezed it. It will take some time before it's fully processed. If you want to talk about it, I can actually start processing part of the origin energy now. But because I'm worried that I will faint after a few tosses, I haven't done it yet. I'm just in the stage of getting used to it. For now, let's get used to it. Even if it was just a walk to relax, his mind was still filled with a lot of troublesome things. This way of thinking was deeply ingrained. Shuang, who tried to pull him, also said that if she did not keep an eye on Little Star for 2 or 3 minutes, the chances of him being distracted would greatly increase, and there was nothing she could do about it. She was really sorry. Jing Yuanji turned to look at him. You should take a good rest. Everyone in the Void front line has found their old habit of relaxation. If possible, I hope you can pay a little attention to yourself. I'd like to, but this is the only time I can rest for a while. When I get used to it, I still have to deal with that pile of energy. Right now, I've only used a little. Although he wanted to say something about being thrifty, he guessed that he would not be able to make full use of this energy, so he decided not to say it. And my habit of relaxing in the past. What was my habit of relaxing in the past? Oh no, I can't remember. The only thing I can say is that there was a period of time when the realm of the gods was relatively peaceful. Back then, my favorite thing to do was to find a random cloud, condense it with my energy, and lie there for an entire day, drifting here and there with the wind. When I opened my eyes, I might have drifted to another domain. If I was interested, I would look at the city below. If I wasn't, I would sunbathe. And once the sun was done, the sun would shine on my back. Other than that, I don't think there was anything else. Looking back on the past, I realized that I had been busy all this time. Jing Yuanji looked at Lord Feng, whose face was full of emotions, and suddenly reached out to ruffle his long, colorful hair. When she saw him looking at her in shock, she gently smoothed it back. Yun Nuoshing tugged at her hair and looked at Yuan-ji with a slightly strange expression. She felt a little awkward. She had never interacted with this girl before. When did it start? It was after the sudden change last time. So, what happened at that time? Actually, Yuan-ji suddenly said in a soft voice, causing him to throw away his thoughts that had drifted to the highest heavens. He turned his head and saw her staring at him. Some memories flashed through his eyes. A long time ago, every time you came back from a battle to rest, I would go and see you. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Actually, I've been paying attention to you since the first time I saw you. Jing Yuanji pulled him forward and said softly, recalling little by little, in this small camp, a big victory had just ended, and the atmosphere was cheerful. Qing Jun was still playing with others, and Hui Darren was cleaning up the scene while issuing orders for the next step of action. We newcomers were led by others to adapt to this camp and the rules here. When we passed by a place, I suddenly noticed you like a shadow isolated from the world, wandering on the edge of the world. Because you were thinking about something, you carried a heavy weight on your body. There was no joy of a big victory after the war, nor did you relax. You were out of place with the surroundings. Later, after a period of understanding, we found that you never participated in the discussion of the mission, and when you fought, you were nowhere to be seen. When we arrived, we could only see the mess and wreckage you left behind. Every time Master Hui saw this scene, he would feel a headache. He would sigh and carry you back, but he never said anything. Although there were discussions in the team, in the end, no one said anything bad. At most, they felt that you were a strange person. After repeating this several times at that time, I thought, this is really a strange guy. I'd better stay away from him if there's nothing. Yun Nuashing. That's the most accurate intuition you've had in your life. Although he himself didn't remember why he was lost in thought at that time, maybe he was thinking about what was happening at that time, but the nature of it was definitely so. Hearing this, he felt that there were some things that needed to be said clearly, so he asked directly, then, why did you step into the biggest pit in the void later? Shouldn't you avoid it like the plague? Jing Yuanji shook her hair. I don't know. Huh. She raised her head slightly and thought for a while, but still smiled and shook her head. After that, I got used to it, just like everyone in the team, used to you being alone, used to cleaning up the wreckage after the battle for you, used to Master Hui not mentioning anything about you because he didn't seem to know how to mention it. Our most direct impression of you at that time was doing things recklessly, fighting recklessly. The result was frightening, and you had to be recalled. Now that I think about it, it's pretty much the same as now. Yun Nuashing. This girl actually summed it up very well. This had always been his style of doing things, and it was pretty much the same from the beginning until now. No, it was not recklessly. It was called saving trouble. He was too lazy to beat around the bush. Previously, he had taken advantage of the meeting of the opponents and directly killed the leaders when the leaders gathered. It seemed that he had done it 2 or 3 times. Then, when did it start? It probably started when I went to check on your situation after you were recalled. Seeing that you were bruised all over and didn't look like a human anymore, I was worried that you would not be able to walk again. I didn't expect to see you alive and kicking the next day. As if nothing had happened, you still had a worried and heavy expression on your face and stayed alone in the corner as if you had been thinking about something. From then on, I would look at you after every battle, purely curious when this person would. The girl paused and turned her head away, unable to finish her sentence. Yun Nuashing guessed what the girl wanted to say. You wanted to see when I would kill myself, right? Jing Yuanji shrunk her neck, muttered, and changed the topic. Actually, I would occasionally carry you back, but you slept like a log, so you probably don't remember it. She raised her head and sighed softly. Unknowingly, many years have passed. Perhaps I thought that it was just an ordinary mission, so I never mentioned it to you. You recovered very quickly, so there was no need to talk about it. So, even though we have always been in the same place, even though we have been in contact, we have never talked. You don't know about this, do you? I really don't know. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. The first time I knew that you were paying attention to me was when we were having fun in the void. Perhaps you looked at me for a while, and that made me notice you. It was already the 51st era when we officially came into contact. At that time, I just felt that, it's a little boring. Let's change my state of mind for a change of mood. So I ended my long-term solo operation. That was the first time you called my name, and I clearly never talked to you. So I was happy for a while. Yun Nuashing looked at her happy face and scratched his head. It's because of Hui. There was a time when he mentioned that there was a powerful little girl in our family, but he didn't mention it much, so I didn't have a deep impression of it. It was during that operation in the 51st era that he emphasized it a few times. Since your power is quite interesting, and you are also the main person guarding the divine realm, I paid a little more attention to you. Ahem. So, you haven't told me how you fell into the pit. It's a little weird. Jing Yuanji blinked her eyes when she heard this. Yes, it's too strange. When did it start? Then, the two looked at each other and fell silent. After a moment, they muttered in unison, It's weird. In short, it was a very strange thing. The girl clearly recognized that it was the largest pit in the void, and her instincts told her to turn and leave. But for some reason, she suddenly jumped into the pit. Yes, he did not know, and the girl herself did not understand. Could this be considered a victory of love after being together for a long time? Even if the two of them did not talk during that long period of time? So, Yun Nuoshing glanced at her. Seeing that they were about to return to the observer space, he wanted to continue the conversation. Why did you suddenly get over it? I'm not talking about that day. I'm talking about later. Yeah, why is that? Jing Yuanji tilted her head like he did. She smiled at him and shook her head. I'm not very sure myself. When you were going to other places, one day, she suddenly blushed and lowered her head, unable to say it out loud. Yun Nuoshing used 5 seconds to think about it, but in the end, he decided not to ask. In any case, he suddenly thought it through one day. As for how he thought it through and how many rounds of psychological games there were, he did not know. Yes, he did not know. If he knew the gender, he would have directly turned around. When the two of them returned to the concept space, he was about to clean up the group of light blobs when he suddenly saw Shuang, Siyu, and Blue Phoenix walking around in the area where the galaxy flowed. Siyu raised the popsicle in her hand and shouted to the ice sculpture girl, Shuang, can you make something sweet? It's tasteless if you eat it dry. Shuang held the snowball in her hand and did not know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head at Siyu and said, It's tasteless in the first place. I didn't put anything in it. If you want to eat something, bring it over. I'll freeze it for you. Siyu took a bite of the popsicle and was about to tease Blue Phoenix when he caught a glimpse of Little Star and Jing Yuanji walking over from the ice field. He immediately exclaimed, Ah, Little Star, you guys are back from a heart-to-heart talk. In the next second, Shuang jumped from Blue Phoenix to him and put the popsicle in her hand in front of him. Do you want a popsicle? Shuang, help me freeze it. Yun Nuoshing thought that it was no different from taking a bite of the popsicle, so he euphemistically expressed that he was not hungry and rejected the girl. He also pressed her head and said to the other 2 girls who were squatting there, You two are tired too. Get up and take a rest. Siyu and Blue Phoenix nodded. The latter said softly, I'm tired. Get up and take a walk. I'm here to show you the situation of these fragments. Shuang raised her head and said softly, I'm at my limit. I don't need to go there until I reach the advanced level. I'm here to show you the fragments and deal with the original realm. Yun Nuoshing saw Siyu and Blue Phoenix smile bitterly. Siyu chewed on the popsicle and muttered, What's with the origin of life? It's too unreasonable. Although he felt that a certain girl with the 5 elements constitution wouldn't say such things. But when he thought about it, there weren't many normal people around him, so he didn't say anything. The area where the river of stars flowed was still a dazzling picture with billions of twinkling stars. Currently, there weren't many things that had taken shape. It would take some time for their things to recover from their shattered state, and the speed was a little slow. However, after a few days, some things had taken shape. The speed at which the energy gathered here seemed to be getting faster and faster. Now, when he walked into this area, he could feel the plates of the 2 galaxies spinning around his head and feet. This movement made him feel that they were gradually becoming irritable. Little Star, the things that have been condensed are all here. Shuang stood up in advance and pulled him to the place where he had just sat down. Blue Phoenix was also squatting there, tidying up a large pile of junk in front of her. There was a cup as small as half a palm, a transparent ball the size of half a palm, a ceramic container, a vase, a colorful tassel, a flower, 2 flowers, 3 flowers, a duck plushie whose purpose was unknown, a book as long as a sword, a wine gourd marked with the words, used to kill enemies, a blue and pink ice shard that seemed to have been dug out from the ice, and a bear mace with a bunch of holes on it. On it were written words that could not be understood, such as, "Ha, I used your weapon for 2 days," and "I broke your weapon, I'm a pig," and other words that could not be understood. Finally, when he finally saw the pots and pans that he had been dreaming of, he was silent. He squatted on the ground with his hands crossed, and his face was filled with black lines. He picked up the big wok that was obviously used for frying rice. After a moment of silence, he turned his head and said, "See you, go buy 2 ingredients. Qing Huang, start a fire. I'll cook something. Yuanji, go make a pot of tea." The 4 girls didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had finally broken down. After searching for the origin relic for 5 eras, there was finally a day when a big pot fell from the sky and smashed on his head. This result was too touching. Really, they didn't know what to say. However, the complicated expression on his face had already said all the things that they wanted to say. In addition to the above-mentioned things, there were many other things. A very ornate mask with a very noble and gorgeous pattern. It was guaranteed that when worn, it would attract everyone's attention, and no one would notice who it was. A variety of masks, a crutch. The handle of the crutch turned into a 2.5-meter-long sword. The crutch became the hilt of the sword. With this thing as a disguise, it was guaranteed that one could go deep into the enemy's rear and kill all the enemies. There were also flutes, Sun's flutes, horns used by some origin deity. Horns. Yun Nuoshing suddenly swept away his speechlessness and helplessness just now. He grabbed the big horn and was stunned for a moment. Then he slowly turned it around. When he saw the word "souvenir of failure" on the other side of the horn, he fell silent again. He covered his face and sighed, faintly. "Forget it. I didn't expect to find anything." Boom! A huge ball of light suddenly fell and startled them. They all turned around and saw cold air floating on the ice field. Suddenly, there was a huge 7-meter-tall conch on the ground. There was a door in front of it, which looked like a house. In fact, if they got closer, they could see 2 big words on the left, and right at the door, "Conch House for Home and Travel, Inedible and Ornamental." The top of the door was marked like a horizontal scroll, "Don't pick it up," and a huge exclamation mark. Yun Nuoshing fell silent again. Shuang Shuang could not help but let out a dry laugh. The daily life of the origin deities is quite rich. Yun Nuoshing was silent, nodded, and continued to be silent. Such an outcome was actually within his expectations. After all, everything on the continent of origin had been broken into pieces and scattered. A lot of daily necessities must have been mixed in. Yes, he was already mentally prepared. But when it really became reality and gave him a punch, he could not help but feel a little sad. Mainly because he did not know what kind of expression to put on to face a lot of weird things. How should I put it? It was normal for those things to appear in the homes of normal people, but for the heavenly God of origin and the others, it should be normal as well. He already knew that they lived a normal life, just like the front lines of the void, where Node Zero had 2 street food stalls. Everyone would go to the front lines with weapons to open up the enemy's brains. And when they retreated from the front lines, they would still be able to cook 2 dishes with a spatula in hand. At night, they would chat with their friends, talk about the past, and greet a bunch of people on the other side. But, never mind, it was normal. The heavenly God of Origin's daily life was no different from theirs. Yes, there was no need to look down on them too much. Were they not living like normal people when they were free? Everyone was the same. And the only difference was that they were a bunch of ink blocks and a bunch of idiots. As he expected, those things were tainted with the origin deity's presence and the presence of conceptual power that he could not grasp even if he scratched his head. In other words, everything here was a bomb, and it was not impossible for him to open up the chaos concept body's head with that cauldron if he got carried away, since every round of attack was enchanted as well. But if he imagined himself suddenly pulling out a cauldron in the middle of a life and death battle with the chaos concept body, the scene would definitely be awkward. The countless soldiers behind him would probably stiffen at once, while the chaos concept body might become stupid on the spot, and the deadly atmosphere of the battlefield would turn into a kitchen filled with the smell of spices like scallion, ginger, garlic, pepper, and other spices. Cough, cough, let me change the topic. He couldn't use concept-level power, so the effect of using the cauldron wasn't that great. The best way to use it was, as he had said before, which was to throw it into the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin, so that the attack would be infused with concept-level power and pierce through the chaos concept body. Furthermore, it was a one-time consumable. These things were used to replenish concept-level power, while the two staffs were used to release it. As for him, well, he might be partially affected, but the effect wouldn't be too great. Even if he was affected, he was already mentally prepared. After all, he was going to use concept-level power, and he was already prepared for it. Holding the horn, Yun Nuoshing thought for a moment before opening the door of the conch house. The interior was a very spacious space, about 40 to 50 meters in length and width. It was clearly a spacious structure with space stretching. If she was lucky, she might be able to find the things that had once existed here. If she was unlucky, then she would have to stay here alone in the future. However, I know. See, you suddenly understood something. She bent down to pick up the things by her feet and ran towards the conch house. Little Star wants to use these things to decorate the house, right? That's easy, watch me. Just as Yun Nuoshing turned around with his eyes wide open, Siyu ran in with a bunch of things like the wind, causing him to be dumbfounded. He scratched his face in a daze and muttered softly, I just want to throw these things that I don't need in there for the time being, make some space and tidy them up, and leave the things that can be used outside. But Little Star, there are too few things here. There are too few types of furnishings, and it might not be easy to decorate. There are no bookcases, bedside cabinets, beds, tables, chairs, stools, carpets, and the like. But we can assemble a kitchen. Siyu was talking to herself. She obviously did not hear what Yun Nuoshing said. She rushed out like a gust of wind and rushed back in after a while, taking away the horn and cauldron in Yun Nuoshing's hands. See if you can get anything else out. I'm busy decorating. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath. Forget it. Your happiness is more important than anything else. Shuang shuang. And the other two did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 2049. As how Rin expected, most of the new creations from the shards were things for daily use. After all, they had lit up the entire continent of Origin, so it was quite normal for these things to appear. Just as he expected, as they regarded concept-level power as passive, everything related to them was naturally tainted with the aura of concept-level power. As for the issue of quantity, there was no need to mention it. They could not tell, but it was there. After being slashed by the chaos concept body, Howrin could vaguely feel the aura of that power, so he could judge whether it was there or not. However, he could not tell more than that. After all, this thing was not something they could touch at the moment. Now, they were just doing everything they could to use the concept-level power. The scene of the galaxy flowing became a little more violent, and the gathering of energy here became faster. He also felt that the debt number above his head was also increasing at the same time. He watched as the shards and light clusters turned into concrete objects and fell down. And the light in his chest was also bouncing, almost wanting to jump out and fly to somewhere else to take refuge. Forget it. Let's ignore the overdraft. Now, let's take a look at these things. This dazzling array of miscellaneous. Well, there were a lot of things. When a set of furniture appeared, Siyu took it away like the wind. Now, he turned to look at the conch house. Well, it was really a different world. The originally empty room that had been regenerated was now decorated with a lot of things in a simple style. However, the large pile of pots and pans at the corner of the door really made him a little. Forget it, let's not think too much about it. Then he looked at the innermost area, which was separated by a screen, and looked like a room. There were 3 or 4 beds that had appeared out of nowhere, and she had put them together to form a big bed that could probably fit 5 or 6 people. Forget it, let's not think too much about it. Regardless of the conch house, Zhang Tai still wanted to check the other creations. In just a few minutes, there were a lot of miscellaneous items on the ice field, from household items to household items. It seemed that there was nothing else. Zhang Tai wondered if those useful and deadly items had been put in their portable space. Of course, it would be better if they were their own items, such as the ring of frost descending, or something like that. Zhang Tai was not sure if they were the items that Sui Feng and Sui Qing often mentioned. Of course, it would be better if they were their own items, such as the ring of frost descending. But on second thought, if there were really too many creations, they probably would not know how to deal with them. As she said, they could not make good use of the more dangerous things. Now, the staff of light origin and the staff of creation were already giving him a headache. If something else popped up, he might have a headache until the next era. And by then, he would most likely have to carry them on his back. Now, the expected appearance of 1 person, 2 staffs, and 3 swords was already quite ridiculous. So, he hoped that something else would pop up. Other creations of origin, such as things that could be directly used in the realm of order, or some methods that could be used to strengthen the defense. Of course, it was not impossible to continue to strengthen the combat strength. Those methods for observation, analysis, and learning might be better than directly putting their creations in front of him. No, he did not mean to dislike it, but the gap was really too big. He could not make good use of those creations of origin. He also wanted to carry 180 staffs of origin and rush over, but no one could use them. Ever since he touched the realm of chaos, he had been thinking about the matter of defense, although it was not something that he should be dealing with. Well, how should he put it? A little worried. With his current understanding of the realm of chaos, he could give an answer with certainty. When the chaos concept body used the true realm of chaos, all the forces gathered in the void front line could not withstand it. It was impossible to withstand it. The last time he met the chaos concept body in AI Hongyun's territory, it had also used the realm of chaos, but it was clearly the forced version. First of all, it had tangled with AI Hongyun for who knows how many years, and was heavily injured when he met it. It was so badly injured that it had to borrow AI Hongyun's body to struggle at death's door to fight him, although it still beat him half to death. Ahem. The chaos concept body was already in a terrible condition, so how powerful could its realm of chaos be? Although it did cause him a lot of trouble, he did not feel the destructive force that could crush the void of order. Moreover, according to his own usage of the realm of chaos, and the gap between himself and the god of origin and the others, the error in the middle, and the problem of his current level, the error would be huge. Therefore, he simply multiplied the situation by a few hundred times, and the rough estimate would be the answer he came up with. It was more appropriate to calculate the worst than the best. In the end, none of them could withstand it. Therefore, the matter of defense was a little troublesome if he had to calculate according to the result he came up with, and there was no clue. It would be great if there was that thing. What was it again? The net of order and origin. Well, it was said that apart from forcing the chaos concept body to fight, it also had a suppressive effect on chaos power and their realm. Well, while it was impossible to completely withstand the chaos concept body's realm of chaos with just that thing alone, it would be thicker with one more defensive method. In any case, in his expectation, it was absolutely impossible for one person to withstand the chaos concept body's realm of chaos. Even if he could not strangle Hui to death, He could not do it. It seemed that it was time to think of a way to stack the problem of defense, just like how he kept stacking the power of his attacks. First of all, well, his mind was blank. Forget it. He would wait until Hui woke up. Hui was an expert in taking hits with his shield, and he, as a charge, would not mess around in other people's realms. Blue Phoenix, Siyu, and Yuan Ji helped him tidy up the fragments, and went back to class after a day. He and Shuang Shuang stayed behind to continue tidying up. However, not long after Blue Phoenix and the others left, they heard footsteps. They looked up and saw Hui, Sui Feng, and the others walking over while yawning and rubbing their heads as if they were substitutes. "Yo, Feng, how's the tidying up these few days?" Hui rushed up to him and looked at him for a while. Seeing that he was in good spirits, Hui nodded and said, "You seem to be in good condition?" "Just SOSO. It will take some time before I'm done." Yun Nuoshing was fiddling with a pile of junk in front of her when she suddenly turned to look at them. "By the way, have you guys figured out the answer to that question? Is there anything that requires energy?" The sudden question made everyone lose the mood to yawn. They all frowned and assumed their own positions as they pondered over it. I really don't have a clue." Hui scratched his head and looked troubled. "If it's a battle situation, the more energy the better. But if you ask me where I need energy during the preparation phase, I need energy everywhere. It's just that we have to deal with a pile of energy that can't be stored. This is a bit difficult for us, and it needs to be of sufficient value." Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. She opened a jar that looked like it was used to pickle vegetables. Seeing that it was empty, she closed the jar and put it aside. After all, it's the energy she left behind. It's a waste to use it for ordinary purposes. So far, I have dealt with the places where I can use this energy. It will take some time before I can use this energy to deal with other sources of energy. Hui crossed his arms and thought for a while. "Didn't you say that you want to adjust the level 2 and 3 energy towers? How's the situation?" "I adjusted it while dealing with the sea of energy." Yun Nuoshing shrugged. "There are changes in all aspects, but I'm too lazy to go into details. I'll just talk about the most important thing. The attack power has increased by 7 to 8 times. Everyone. In such a short period of time, what kind of crazy things did this guy do again? I have a new idea for adjusting the level 1 energy towers, but it will take some time. I've just asked Little Greenie to inform everyone not to rush to deal with the special energy towers. After all, we have to let the level 1 energy tower resonate and adjust it. Hui, you're going to go through the level 1 again. This is a rare opportunity. We have to deal with what needs to be dealt with. Anyway, everyone has already undergone the origin baptism. There won't be any problems." Yun Nuoshing shrugged. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. He was never stingy with his attack power. Then, about the adjustment of the realm of order, Xiaoshi walked up to him and reminded him. About that, Yun Nuoshing frowned and crossed his arms. "I don't have a better idea. The realm of order. Right now, the realm of order on the front line of the void was spread out with the Temple of Origins as its center, with some energy towers as support. When the Fortress of Origins appears, it would definitely use the higher level Fortress of Origins as its core. But if that was the case, to continue adjusting or strengthening the realm of order, it would mean that he would have to deal with the Fortress of Origins. The Temple of Origins was still manageable, but there was really nothing he could do about the Fortress of Origins. He scratched his head and sighed. That's the situation. I can't do anything about the Fortress of Origins. Domain, a problem related to domains. Sui Feng replied as he crossed his arms in thought. I did mention this to the gods a few days ago. It's definitely impossible to change the core of the fortress of origin. We can't do it, but there are other ways to strengthen the fortress of origin's domain of order, and it's something we can handle. Suifeng smiled and looked at the behemoth hanging in the sky. The core of the fortress of origin's realm of order is near the top. All the rules, orders, and the marks left by the gods in that hall are all things that support the realm. So, we just have to deal with that hall. But we can't deal with those three things. So, the only thing we can change is Yin Nuoxing understood. The hall is the core energy source, right? Suifeng smiled and nodded. Then we're back to square one. Brother Feng, you just have to deal with the energy source for the realm. Yun Nuoxing nodded and made a heart-stabbing gesture. Then I'll have to make a world that costs me a lot of energy. Everyone was speechless. This guy is playing with his life the moment he opens his mouth. Forget it. There's no way to persuade him. Seeing that he's already thinking, it seems that he already has a good idea. But that doesn't cost much energy. Yun Nuoxing suddenly slapped his head and looked at them, bringing the topic back to the original point. Although that thing costs me quite a bit, it doesn't actually require a huge amount of energy as you all think. The main point is the creation of the origin of the world's light, and adjusting it won't take much effort. Is there anything else that can consume energy? Can we only use it to offset the energy required to reforge it? His face was wrinkled like a walnut as he said that, his expression troubled and helpless. It sounds a little wasteful, but it seems that's the only way. If there's no other use, don't be hasty. Little Hour shook her head and said softly, if the energy doesn't evaporate quickly, just let it evaporate. You won't be able to use up all the energy in the short time you have left, will you? Instead of casually dealing with it, it's better to leave it for later. It'll be more useful when you need to deal with the power of origin. Yun Nuoxing thought about it and agreed. Unless he used up everything in one go in the remaining half a month, there would still be energy that would evaporate or be lost. Furthermore, he had already planned to use this energy to deal with the power of origin, and it would not be used up in a short time. In that case, there was no difference between casually using it and wasting it. The total amount would decrease little by little, and it would make him a little teary. Forget it, just leave it. Good steel should be used on the edge of a blade, and other energy could be used to deal with other areas. This precious energy would be left for him to break through this hurdle, to assist him in dealing with the power of origin and that origin domain. After he familiarized himself with the power of origin, it would take some effort to adjust his own core structure and soul core, and it would consume a lot of energy. In any case, this matter should be put aside for now. He also needed to think about how to deal with that energy source world that was so costly to him. To change it into a model that could be used to assist his domain, he had to sort out his thoughts. Now, he just needed to tidy up the junk that was piling up and think about it as he tidied up. So, did you get anything on your side, Mr. Hui, who's in charge of carrying the shield? Hui, who was tidying up the junk, was startled for a moment when he was suddenly called out. He looked at Maple, who was tidying up the junk with a serious expression, and sighed, "Ah, this is the lunatic I know." Then he replied, "I definitely got something, but if you want to ask me about the defense against chaos, unfortunately, I don't have such a thing. Well, it should be said that we already have that thing. Order itself is against the power of chaos, and vice versa. The only problem now is that it's not strong enough. Although it's a fatal problem." Hearing this, everyone sighed helplessly. Oh, this chaos concept body. How many times had they sighed to get rid of this thing that was blocking their way? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. "I want to ask you, You're carrying an entire domain against the power of chaos. Maple, if you want to kill me, you don't have to beat around the bush, Yin Nuoxing said. Then it's fine. The idea of leaving this matter to the unreliable Lord Guardian was not very reliable. It was better for him to think of a way himself. If Huey's origin domain could be successfully explored, it should be able to hold the order domain for a while longer. However, it was just an idea for now. Whether they could touch the origin domain was still a question. It's a little difficult. Hui continued to smile bitterly at him and shook his head. For the origin domain, we have to at least reach the higher tier of Yuanshi. Then we have to pull the origin energy to at least 80%. Our mastery and familiarity also have to be at the same level before we can start exploring the origin domain. And this is just the minimum requirement. To be honest, exploring the origin domain under such circumstances is not very successful. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him and then turned to look at Sui Feng and the others. Seeing that they were nodding vigorously to show that it was true, she could only sigh and put the idea aside for now. It seemed that they could only treat the origin domain as a surprise. If it was discovered before the battle, it would be a happy occasion. If it was not discovered, they would need to have a corresponding way to deal with the situation. In short, they could not bet on the origin domain. The most important thing now was to find a way to deal with this chaos domain that was giving them a headache. They needed to block it, but they also needed to dismantle it. Needless to say, dismantling it was something that he had to do. Blocking it was not easy, so he had to think of a way to quickly dismantle the chaos domain. Boom! There was another heavy sound. Something had just condensed and smashed on the ice sheet. They all turned to look at it. There was a bookshelf on the ice sheet, and strangely, the bookshelf was full. The books squeezed into a pile, just enough to fill the entire bookshelf, leaving no space. Other than those books, there were also various kinds of energy crystals that were probably carriers and recorded a lot of information. It was strange that the bookshelf was full. Looking at the junk on the ground, which was not separated into pieces, one could imagine that the conch house used to be filled with many things. Now that it had condensed again, it was empty inside. Which origin god's book is this? Everyone came forward to take a look at the 3 to 4 meters tall bookshelf. Sui Feng walked forward and picked up a book at random. He looked at the cover and read the title aloud. Self-Cultivation of a Shield, How to be a Good Avant-Garde Who Will Not Be Despised. Everyone was silent for a moment. They all looked at the sweaty guardian. Sui Feng put the book in his hand and said with a sigh, "Well, Hui Jun, this is the book of your guardian god. I hope it will be helpful to you." Puffed. Yun Nuoxing patted Hui, who was sweating profusely. "You really get what you want, don't you think so? I already said that I would definitely hand over the matter of the domain to you. Being beaten up isn't my forte, right? Look at this." Hui sniffed and sighed faintly. He sat on the ice field with the book in his hand and flipped through it. Before he could take a second look, he jumped up with a cry. He covered his head with both hands and looked like he had a splitting headache. No. I just finished the lesson. I can't read it now. We'll talk about it later. Things have to be done step by step. I didn't ask you to do it now." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. She took out a book and flipped through it. "There's still time, but I won't stop you if you want to torture yourself. Phew, speaking of which, if I want to complete and refamiliarize myself with the other origin powers, I need to take a look at these things. My head hurts. The 48 origin powers, there's the power of your guardian god. Do I have to carry the shield too?" Hui was stunned when he heard this. His thoughts surged like stormy waves. After a while, he came back to his senses and said, "Oh, Maple had already completed that part of the origin energy. Other than the power of the God of creation. The other origin energy was normal. It was a situation of a proper inheritance. In other words, he could already thinking up to here. He suddenly smiled mischievously. He took out a large shield and placed it next to Maple's feet. He put his arm on Maple's shoulder and said, "Maple, look at this sturdy shield. Do you want to try it out?" "Oh, you're a shield now. You can also be a shield." He. So, this matter. Yun Nuashing was speechless. She knew this guy was going to do this. She closed the book and rolled her eyes at him. "I'll be the shield. Then you'll go and break the chaos domain." This. Hui was instantly embarrassed. He looked at Maple, who was looking at him with a look of disdain, and then looked at the guardian's shield on the ground. After a moment, he put away the shield with a bitter smile. There was no need to weigh this matter. "Forget I said anything, and don't look at me. Go pack your things. I'm just a clown. Please don't mind me." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and continued to flip through the book in her hand. Although he had completed the other origin powers, it did not mean that he could let go of his current path. He still needed to maximize his attack power. With her power as the lead and the other origin powers as support, he could cast the origin domain. She had already given him a direct reminder. There was no need to say more about what to do. With the other origin powers, it only meant that he had gone further on the path of being able to do more work. Oh my God! She had caught him to torture him. Ahem, that was a diversion. Actually, it opened up another path for him. Inheriting an entire world. He now deeply understood the meaning of that sentence. In the past, apart from the energy of destruction, the other paths revealed by the incomplete energy of origin were actually narrow and winding paths. But after being completed, they had now become a path to the heavens. Although she later said that the original intention of giving him the incomplete energy of origin was to allow him to open up the origin domain, but since he had opened up a path for him, it did not seem right if he did not take it seriously the other paths that extended might provide him with more ideas. It was just that he was still in the adaptation period. He could not mess with the origin powers for the time being. Let's just leave it for now. Many things had been arranged, and everything was in order. For the time being, there would not be any strange emergencies. This also meant that time would enter a state of rapid flow again. Blinking and closing one's eyes, it would be decades, or even centuries. Unfortunately, it was true that time was passing very quickly, and so was their vigor during the long period of time. Moreover, because of the repeated torment, the passage of time felt extraordinarily long. Well, they had already gotten used to it. It was just that time. The void, Frontline's perception of the passage of time, was once again frozen. It had been like this since half an era ago, when the high-tier premier of the underworld left. Busy and restless, the passage of time would not stop and wait for anyone. It was during this period that the Void Frontline experienced a series of violent changes that broke the rigidity brought about by the passage of time. However, as the huge rippling boulders gradually stabilized in the river, everything would return to normal. A new situation, a new peace. When their perception of time was once again numb, they seemed to feel that someone was fiddling with the sea of time, making it unwittingly flow faster, and then quietly robbing their time. So, how many years had passed now? She flipped through the little notebook to check the time. Oh, she did not use the notebook now. She had gotten a colorful energy crystal from the big idiot last time. It was said that it could record infinite things. As long as she was not afraid of fainting while reading, she could write without worry. She was now using the crystal. After flipping through her memories for a few minutes, she looked at the time points one by one and let out a long, 200 years. It's been 100 years since I successfully converted order. 200 years passed in a blink of an eye. In these years, the Void frontline had many more Primeval Order warriors and a considerable number of mid-tier Order warriors. However, there was still no high-tier Primeval born. It still needed time. A mere 200 years would not be enough to find a high-tier Primeval. It was too hasty to think about it now. The changes brought about by the appearance of the Source rules were still affecting the Void frontline, and the Void frontline would not be peaceful. To stabilize this stage, well, she thought, at least wait until the Guardian and the others were done with their seals and breakthroughs. After all, among the primeval realms mentioned just now, many of them were able to quickly ascend to the primeval realm because their seals had been removed and the restrictions on ascending to the primeval realm had disappeared. This was a long-lasting effect. She stood up at the entrance of the Sanctum of Origins and looked at the Sanctum of Origins in a daze. A few minutes later, she suddenly thought of something and showed a joyful smile. She hurriedly rushed towards the observer space. The observer space was a densely built area above the sea of energy. Here, there were special models for the creation space or the Sanctum of Origins. Speaking of time, she remembered that it was also a rather important thing. The big idiot and the others had been busy with the origin energy and the creation of the origin in recent years. They were so busy that they were swamped. That busy man had given her many more tasks. She was sure that even if this rather important task was completed, the big idiot would not remember it for a while. Along the way, she saw many Order warriors who had been holed up in the creation space and the dedicated Sanctum of Origins. She also felt that it was a miracle that these logistical Order warriors could stay here and rarely move around. When she occasionally walked around, she could feel that everyone was happily talking about the creation. Well, it was really unimaginable. Speaking of which, many of them had hairlines that were very dangerous. Just as Yuan Kong arrived, the logistical Order warriors who were idling and relaxing became excited and greeted her warmly. Lord Feng's sister-in-law is here again, here to patrol or to take a stroll. Looking for Lord Feng again. I'm still being ignored. Yuan Kong replied, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She then hurriedly grabbed the person who was guarding the place. The energy source that the big idiot wanted should have been completed these few days, right? The person who was grabbed paused for a moment before inhaling sharply. Damn it, I almost forgot about that. He promptly yelled at everyone in the area. Guys, hurry up and pack up the energy source and bring it out. The Order warrior in charge of guarding the area saw Yuan Kong's stunned expression and hurriedly explained, "It's like this. After we dealt with the space of creation last time, we also dealt with the Temple of Origins that is used exclusively for energy sources so that it can work on its own without anyone watching over it. We only need to guard the space of creation. It's a pity that we couldn't shorten the creation time. Ugh. Ahem. Maybe because of this reason, the creation time is a little too long, so we accidentally forgot about it. Thank goodness you remembered this, or else we would have to wait a while before remembering it. Ugh. Next time, you'll have to make something to remind us. But the time is just right. There's a gap between the date when the dedicated Sanctum of Origins was created. The time when they were forgotten is just enough for them to be brought out. It's already packed up." An Order warrior ran over and hurriedly threw a world orb to Yuan Kong, who nodded after receiving it and giving it to her. "Yeah, it's the same time as I thought. He. Take it and give it to Lord Feng. It's a good chance to look for him. You're usually a little gloomy. You don't want to disturb Lord Feng, right?" Yuan Kong, who did not know whether to laugh or cry, quickly put on a serious face and shook her head. "I'm not. It's nothing. Go do your thing." Watching as Yuan Kong turned and walked towards the concept space, everyone gathered and could not help but sigh. Lord Feng, busy with his career and neglecting his sister-in-law. That girl, It's okay to be coquettish with Lord Feng. Although Lord Feng is busy, he probably won't mind. Yeah, he won't mind. Yuan Kong, who had yet to leave, heard those words, and her pretty face blushed as she hurriedly ran away. She had enough of hearing those words every time she came here. Chapter 2050. The current time. It was the 56th era in the De Yuan Realms calendar. It had only been 30 years since the last time he closed his eyes. Looking at the time in the De Yuan realm when he opened his eyes seemed like a lunatic, but judging from how insensitive they were to time, it was as if half an era had passed in the blink of an eye. He had to check what time it was first. Exhaling slightly, he closed and opened his eyes a few times before lowering his head and raising his hands. Countless energy threads of varying thickness spread out from his body like streams of light. Colorful energy particles circled around him. 2 pairs of azure wings swayed gently under the surging energy. The streams of light that floated out from the azure wings were like ribbons, and the energy particles that flowed out were more than the ones on his body. First of all, this was not a large moth. Definitely not. At most, it was a large light source. This was the 30th year of maintaining the law, order, and energy form. The sea of energy. Fortunately, he had dealt with its structural source beforehand and allowed it to undergo more than 100 years of transformation. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand his torment. It was not that he had nothing to do but maintain this form. Everything was necessary. In an empty space in the ice field, there was only surging energy spiraling around. The energy of the entire ice field would flow through here, ending one cycle, and then rush to the next cycle. A little distance behind him, he could see a huge ice lotus spewing out a faint icy blue energy beam towards the sky, and the spiraling cold air was surging in all directions. There were 3 balls of light floating in front of him. The chains of order were suspended in the air and wrapped around their surface, making them look like octopuses. Apart from the balls of light themselves, there was something more on their surface compared to the first time he saw them. The red and black energy was used to inscribe divine runes on the surface of the balls of light and the chains of order. Oh, right. Finally, the divine runes were coated with a layer of colorful edges using mixed origin energy. He was messing around with the staff of origin and the staff of creation, but this time he was not trying to increase their attack power. Their attack power was already enough, and engraving something on them was so that he could use them better when the time came. In other words, it was to coordinate the relationship between them and himself. If he could handle it well, he might be able to catch his breath for a while after using them with all his might. After that, he would be able to charge forward again, which was much better than the previous situation where he was left with nothing after being blasted away by the cannon. 30 years. I still need some time. I still need. He breathed a long sigh. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He rubbed his eyes and blinked a few times before sighing again. He had been continuously bursting out rule, order, energy form for 30 years. Even if the sea of energy could hold on, he would not be able to hold on any longer. Now, the only feeling he had now was wanting to die. It was just like how he gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes even after he had reached his limit. In fact, if someone were to come and slap him from the back, he would fall. Now, he was still standing there, without falling. It was just his last bit of stubbornness. Fortunately, he was not required to fight in this state for 30 years. That he could not do it. He used all his strength to clench his fists. He let out a long sigh and slowly crossed his arms. Then he closed his eyes and muttered to himself, "Just hold on a little longer. I'm almost done. I just need a little more time." Just as he was about to calm down a little and let half of his consciousness and soul connect with the source environment to reduce the burden on his body, he suddenly heard a loud shout. The shout was accompanied by a sharp, whistling sound of an object piercing through the air. He was stunned for a moment. Big idiot! Yun Nuoshing suddenly opened his eyes and turned around with difficulty. When he looked up, he saw a girl in a yellow dress flying towards him happily. His face turned pale. Don't! Slow down! Slow down! Stop! Puff! He did not even have time to react, to adjust his energy, and get into a horse stance. After a muffled sound, Yun Nuoshing felt as if he had been hit by a meteorite. The energy that exploded from his body made all kinds of strange echoes. The sky appeared in his vision in the next second. Then he fell onto the ice with a thud and was pushed more than 10 meters away. He took one last look at the clear blue sky reflected by the ice crystals and turned his head away with a peaceful expression. Big idiot! I came to find you. Wah! Big idiot, what's wrong with you? Wake up quickly. Hey, you'll catch a cold if you sleep in such a cold weather. Your big idiot is already cold. Stop shouting and quickly bury him. Maybe next winter we'll be able to grow a few ice sculptures on the ice field. After a while, he lay on the ice covered by energy and rested his head on the source's thigh. When he opened his eyes, he could see the girl's blushing face. He saw her twitching her mouth and looking to the side. I really didn't do it on purpose. The lass pressed her hands on his head and imitated her sister's method of using soul resonance to share some of the unpleasant things that were entangling him. However, his already heavy soul was being tormented by himself, and he had just been sent flying 20 to 30 meters away. Right now, he could already feel all sorts of unpleasant sensations coming from all over his body. He was about to split open and shatter. Even if someone came to share his burden, it wouldn't be enough to help him withstand it. I really didn't know. Oh, you didn't tell me in advance that you were going to deal with such a big matter. Are you feeling better? Yun Nuoshing thought for a while, and raised his head to look at the 3 creation cores that had been forcefully terminated but maintained their progress. He heaved a sigh of relief, and was about to get up when his head tilted to the side again. His face was ashen and serene, and his whole body trembled. I'm sure I can't. Don't force yourself. If you can't, just lie down for a while. Yuan Kong mumbled and poked his cheeks. She looked around, and then looked at his dim soul. Rule, order, energy form had been forcibly removed by her. Now, she could only see his translucent body. His soul was also weak. Where's my sister? Yuan Kong asked. He tried to turn his eyes and found that he couldn't see the specific place. Then he said directly, She's with Shuang Shuang at that ice lotus. I don't know what she's doing. Oh, you didn't tell my sister that you were going to deal with such a big matter? If I didn't come to you today, would you have turned into a ball silently again? Yuan Kong poked his cheeks hard. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard her words that were mixed with concern and complaint. I didn't expect it to take so long. Plus, she and Shuang Shuang are busy. Green Phoenix and Siyu are also busy. Everyone is busy. Hey, you think I don't know you? First, you don't want to trouble others. Second, you're stubborn. It's been 30 years. I don't believe that you can't find a chance to ask someone for help. Yun Nuoshing was silent for a minute. He pondered for a while and felt that there was nothing to refute. Then he admitted his guilt. It seems that there's nothing to say. Then, can I explain that I'm stupid? Yes, after all, when you were busy with the creation of Origin, your intelligence was not as high as half as usual. Plus, you were tired physically and mentally, and your spirit and soul were weak. After a series of situations, you may not even have a quarter of your intelligence. Yun Nuoshing, ahem, so why did you come to see me today? He coughed and looked up at Yuan Kong, who was pinching his face seriously. Is there something? Or are you just here to chat with me? Both. Yuan Kong flicked his nose. I knew that you were busy with origin. You're not very bright and forgot some things. Originally, he wanted to tease this big idiot a little, but seeing his doubtful and pale face, he gave up on this idea. From his bosom, he took out the world light that he had just put away and placed it in his hand. It's been 200 years. Big idiot. The thing you want is already prepared. Just a moment ago, he was still trembling. When he looked at the world orb in his hand, his eyes immediately lit up. Then, he continued to lie down. He really couldn't jump up. No matter how excited he was, he couldn't jump up. At least, he wouldn't be able to jump up for a day or two. The energy source. Yes, it's time. I really don't remember. I know, so I sent it to you. Yuan Kong smiled smugly and picked him up. You're going to deal with other things, right? Leave these 3 for now. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Actually, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly, but this girl had already ignored him and was leading him forward. He could only sigh helplessly. Then, bring me to the sea of energy first. The first batch of energy sources. Well, according to the most specific time, the first batch would only be considered complete after the completion of the normal shrines of origins. In fact, most of the energy sources, excluding the shrines of origins that could not be used, were the dedicated shrines of origins. That batch of energy sources that numbered in the tens of thousands could be used for many things: replenish the sea of energy, act as the core of the fortress of origins, and store the rest after it's used up. Well, forget it after some thought. The first batch of energy sources would be used for consumption, while the rest could be stored for preparation. He did not forget what he had said before. When the day came that they really charged into the underworld, he would definitely change the cores of every energy tower to energy sources. Throwing hundreds of energy sources into the sea of energy, he glanced at the world radiance floating within, his gaze flashing as he muttered to himself. It seems that the world core of these special world radiance could be combined with the energy sources, increasing the capacity and energy output. If that's the case, a single batch of energy sources wouldn't be enough. The current energy sources could be readjusted since there are changes to the origin energy. Still, that could wait for some time. It's just the beginning for me to complete and refamiliarize myself with the origin energy, and I still need time. Yuan Kong couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart as he listened to Ren Baqian's mutterings. This guy could really add a few more tasks to his to-do list at any given moment. There was a puzzled voice amidst the sound of the portal opening and closing. Hui and Sui Feng had just emerged from the portal when they saw a girl standing before them. Why are you here today? Are you looking for your brother-in-law? Yuan Kong helplessly turned around and lifted the person in her arms. The big idiot is here. Hui and Sui Feng were stunned when they saw the half-dead look on Yun Nuoxing's face. The latter calmly raised her hand and greeted them. Morning, my ass. Hui rushed to the front of the observer, who had silently turned translucent. He looked at her for a while, and his face suddenly wrinkled. I haven't seen you for a while, and you've turned into this again. Can't you be less worried? Can't you be less worried? Can't you be less worried? Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and answered confidently. No. Yuan Kong then smacked her on the head. Ugh, you can't stop me from being worried. Yun Nuoxing mumbled as she covered her head. She turned to Hui and the others. Why are you here? I know you're busy, so I'll come here every once in a while to check on the situation in the Sea of Energy, Hui said, crossing his arms and looking at Yun Nuoxing seriously. But I think you should be the one I visit every once in a while, and not these things. I've decided, to prevent a certain silly girl from accidentally turning into a ball of light, I'll have to find someone to wake you up every once in a while. By the way, there are already 3 votes in favor, and if nothing unexpected happens, the remaining dozen votes won't be needed. Yuan Kong and Sui Feng nodded vigorously. Yin Nuoxing said, "Well, Yuan Kong, take me to the Fort of Origins. Sui Feng, can I leave the Fort of Origins territory to you?" He simply avoided the topic. But when they heard what he said, they also ignored the question just now. Sui Feng thought for a while, glancing at the sea of energy that was 100 times more turbulent than usual, and then at Maple, who was in deep thought. He suddenly thought of something. It's time for the energy source, isn't it? You're ready? Originally it was prepared, but now it has become a preliminary confirmation. Yin Nuoxing nodded lightly. Sui Feng was startled. "What do you mean? What do you mean it's a preliminary confirmation?" "It means that the big idiot has decided to make changes at the last minute, but it'll take some time." Yuan Kong shrugged. "But we'll arrange something up and see how it goes." "Isn't that what you mean? Big idiot?" Yin Nuoxing smiled and nodded gently, leaving Elder Hui speechless. This was also his traditional skill. He would temporarily feel that he could still mention it, and then he would not act like a person and reject the plan. The first level of the energy tower was born this way. The 4 of them teleported from the observer space to the Fortress of Origin. After more than 100 years of hard work, the colossal object had now completely recovered. The divine runes of Origin carved all over its surface had all faded away, leaving only the huge mark at the top that was still flickering with light. The 2 circles of pillars and 2 circles of energy orbs that surrounded the Fortress of Origin were constantly spewing out energy, making the energy in this space more active than usual. However, he didn't forget how it looked like a reincarnated, hungry ghost in the beginning. It was so powerful that it could swallow mountains and rivers, almost draining his sea of energy in a single breath. That was a psychological trauma. The fully recovered Fort of Origins had a portal at its entrance. Sui Feng found the right spot and led them through the portal to the hall at the top of the Fort of Origins. Here it is. The hall was a completely transparent space. Looking up, they could see the patterns of origin that were as wide as a canopy, as well as the eye-catching circle of energy orbs around it. Looking down, they could see that the Fort of Origins seemed to have turned into a land that extended endlessly in all directions, its length so wide that it blocked their view of the sea of energy. The transparent space was engraved with many patterns. They seemed to be the Origin divine runes. Only when energy flowed through them would they be clearly visible. They were densely engraved all over the space and the ground. He could barely see the whole thing. It looked like a picture scroll, but it was a pity that they could not understand what it was. There are so many things in this place. We couldn't help but mutter. He tried to touch those patterns, but he only grabbed empty air with his long hands. He couldn't even really touch the flowing light that passed by. He looked around and saw the divine runes of origin that extended endlessly into the distance, thousands of miles away. Once again, he deeply felt the madness of the heavenly God of Origin's creations. Every time he saw the innumerable things in the Fort of Origins, he had a very strange feeling. He always felt that when they made those things, they would first draw a circle or a square, and then stuff the circle with everything they had, squeezing and squeezing until they could not fit anymore. It was that feeling, and the most direct manifestation was that they left clear traces everywhere in the Fort of Origins. They really did not miss a single corner. He might have put it too simply. He should be stuffing the space until it was completely full, then drawing a circle, stacking it on top of another layer, and continuing to stuff it in. This cycle repeated dozens of times, and only stopped when he was satisfied. As for why he had such a feeling, he had just seen with his own eyes how the space before him was torn apart by the fiery wind hand, revealing the dense layers of space beneath. There were so many divine runes in front of his eyes that it looked like scribbles. It would be strange if he did not have such a thought. Suifeng was very calm. He was already used to this situation. Well, actually, what you see are all the arrangements that the gods left on the surface. In Brother Maple's words, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 layers of strengthening. Hui was speechless. Everyone in the origin system was insane. It was true, but that was the only way to unleash the full power of a creation. A standard creation with an origin system alone was not enough. After going up against chaos, he deeply understood this truth, but that did not stop him from thinking that the origin system was insane. Suifeng dug at the space in front of him for a while and pushed them all away. Hui watched as he repeatedly dug through more than a dozen layers of space. His face began to tremble. After digging through the 20th or 18th layer of space, he finally saw no more space behind him. Instead, a huge, colorful sphere made of intertwined chains of order suddenly appeared in his sight. The densely packed holes on its surface looked a little disgusting. Phew, this is it. Suifeng let out a long sigh of relief. He reached out his hand and knocked on the 1,000-meter-long ball. The ball cracked open, revealing an empty space inside. Inside, there were layers of chain balls. Hui looked like he was about to collapse. Is there an end to this? Well, this. Suifeng forced a smile. As a mature member of the Origin School, you need to calm down. Yun Nuoxing looked serious as she stood up with Yuan Kong's help. She took out a colorful, transparent sphere from her chest and stuffed an energy source into it. She adjusted it for a while with the power of origin and order. She then put it in her hand and looked at it for a few seconds. She then nodded gently and handed it to Suifeng. Well, just throw it in. It will grow on its own. In the time it took to take these 2 steps, he instantly went limp with a serene expression on his face, as if he was about to vomit out his soul. Yuan Kong hurriedly caught him and tried to resuscitate him. Hui also hurriedly took out a large shield and used it as a bedboard to press him onto it. After circulating all the energies, they finally managed to resuscitate the former, who was about to pass away. Yun Nuoxing slowly woke up. She looked confused and lost. I saw the Origin School building a nest for me. My instincts told me that the place was prepared for me. Yuan Kong and Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry. Was she almost summoned back to the Origin School? What's the situation? The 3 of them turned to look at Suifeng, who was standing at the entrance of the fissure. He had already thrown the energy source world into the fissure. At this moment, the interior of the fissure was filled with an enlarged world of light. The vast energy from within was surging. Just from this, they could tell that this energy source world was of a higher level than the one in the core of Fortress of Origin. However, there was no movement in the surroundings, which made them feel a little puzzled. Hiss, this might be troublesome. Suifeng frowned and scratched his head. He did not see what was supposed to happen. He then knocked on the shell made of chains in front of him a few times. It might really be troublesome. It's not easy. What do you mean? Is there a problem? Hui stood up and looked at the shining sphere with him. Is it because the energy output is not enough to open the domain? Suifeng thought for a moment and shook his head. Yes, the energy level is not high enough. The domain can't even open. Hui face-bombed at that. It was not an issue of energy capacity or energy output, but the most fatal problem was the energy level. But it's not a problem to stuff it in the core of the Fort of Origin. This seems to be of a higher level. It's not a problem under normal circumstances. I'm talking about those in the Fort of Origin and those, ahem. To put it simply, the other cores of the Fort of Origin, including its own core, are only affected by the energy cycle. But the Fortress of Origin's domain is different. Its energy core is special. Oh, right. Last time, my teacher and the others told me about this. I was already prepared for it, but I thought that the toy that Brother Maple created should work. But that's right, Swayfong said, but the Fortress of Origin's domain is different. Its energy core is unique, so it's still a little lacking. Hui Jun understood and frowned. Then what should we do? If we can't even open the domain without the Fort of Origin's domain, dealing with the chaos concept body would probably be, it's about half of your defense. Maybe 3/5. Swayfong smacked his forehead with a bitter smile. Of all the things we have now, the Fort of Origin's domain is definitely the strongest. With it supporting the domain, we can rack our brains and come up with a bunch of hypotheses that aren't too far-fetched and barely achievable. But now, the core of the Fort of Origin can't support the domain. So, we'll just have to play with a hammer. Hui Jun grimaced, scratching his head and sucking in a breath of cold air. He could not help but turn to Fong, who was shaking his head and looking like he was about to faint at any moment. That Fong, Yun Nuoshing, on the other hand, had already finished listening to their conversation. At this moment, he opened his eyes and looked at them. He yawned and said, the problem of the energy level. Give me some more time. Swayfong was startled. Brother Fong, you have a solution? Oh, I have an idea. Yun Nuoshing nodded and turned to look at the inner space of the core. Staring at the energy source world, her eyes flashed as she became more spirited. 2 minutes before you came, I already had the idea of rearranging the energy source and the energy source world, just like what Yuan Kong had just said, but I still need some time. I have to deal with the origin energy before I can do it. He lowered his head and pondered for a while before nodding. Give me a few million years. Hui Jun's face twitched, and he turned to Swayfong. Didn't you ask your teacher for the method to create that special core? Swayfong remained silent for a while before mumbling, It's useless even if I asked for it. I actually already got it, but it's useless. We can't use it. Hui Jun shuddered. Concept level power? Yes, although the domain and the core itself do not contain concept level power. It is necessary to create them. Swayfong nodded and continued to mumble. Just like when Brother Fong was messing around with the source law, the creation itself does not contain concept level power, but the creation process cannot be avoided. I also asked for a lot of creation methods that we've used before and mentioned to you before, but it's more or less the same. Swayfong covered half of his face and smiled bitterly. I tried so hard to stuff things into my head, and when my teacher told me about it, I was dumbfounded. There's no other way. We have to abandon the original method and find another way. I really thought that Brother Feng's energy source world was good enough, but I didn't expect that we would have to do everything we can to deal with this big guy. Yun Nuoshing listened calmly before sighing and repeating her words. That's a power that doesn't match us well. It's still too far away for us to reach, so we can only use it as a supplementary power in times of emergency, and not as our main power. How ironic! After listening to him, Hui and the other two fell silent. They covered their faces and laughed bitterly. Yes, it's ironic. Even if it's a power that doesn't match, even if they can't use it as the main path, they have no choice but to pursue this part of the power. Because without this part of the power, this battle can't continue. The more ironic the situation was, the more difficult it would be for them to face. Chapter 2051. The problem of insufficient hardware level seemed to have brought him back to several eras ago. At that time, he had also experienced something similar. However, He did not want to talk about the past, because that incident did not have a good ending. After that, it was quite big. Those whose level was not high enough were not allowed to enter, so they forced their way in. He and we did it together. Actually, this matter was a bit difficult for him. After all, he was only in the origin realm. The energy level that was directly linked to his realm was also blocked because of the obstruction of the realm. His current energy level was only raised after many inhumane beatings. That was really, forget it. The past was quite painful. It was as painful as being stabbed with iron when it was mentioned. If he thought too much about it, he would have nightmares. Now that the origin energy had been replenished, the previous 90% limit was gone. However, in its place, his soul had to endure more, and more lethal pressure. As an energy life form, the essence of its essence was stuffed into the soul, which was why the soul was much stronger than other life forms. After all, there were many things stuffed into the soul, and if he did not raise the foundation in every aspect, he would be crushed to death. Now he had to adjust his soul as if his life depended on it, and return it to its previous state where it was not restrained. Well, back to the original topic. Although the limit of the origin energy was gone, this matter was still difficult for him. He had to cross the distance of several major primordial realms to catch up to the primeval and high-level primeval. Even a lunatic like him felt that the mountain was huge. Thinking about what he had to deal with later gave him a headache and numbed his neck and body. Sigh, but he still had to do it. Whether it was to deal with the fortress of origin or the two staffs, the higher the level of the origin energy, the better. That's right. It was so difficult to make Chu Yuan's energy level jump from the standard 80% to the standard 90%. He casually mentioned that tens of millions of years might not be enough. It was so difficult. Could he knock himself out? Forget it. He still had to take one step at a time. There was no need to be anxious. As for time, tens of millions of years, 100 million years, it would pass in the blink of an eye. It was always a long time. In fact, it should be about time to deal with the things at hand, such as the slowly evaporating energy. Damn, he had to hurry back to deal with the 3 balls. After he was done, there were still many things to do. Time flew by quickly under the immersive state. A year and a half passed by in the blink of an eye. It was like a small drop of water that could not cause any changes. The sea of time surged, the void surged, and everything in the void was operating slowly according to their own rules, changing little by little. No one was in a hurry, but there were always some who were so impatient that they wished they could fly. The void frontline was also repeating the same scene. Every day, the scene of constant fighting was repeated. Changing people, pouring energy, and resting were all rotating according to this pattern. It was dry and boring. In recent years, even the underworld did not intend to waste time playing with them. Even the number of fledglings was decreasing. The only thing left of the primordial realm was that bunch of brainless derivatives that were pushed around by the void frontline. After one batch died, another batch would take their place. They never knew fatigue, and were endless. The void frontline did not even want to take out a single one of the derivatives to fight. They fought until they were bored to death. Every day, they would push these silly creatures back and forth, and it was the same. In the observer space, after the commotion over there had completely calmed down. Oh, who knew how busy Lord Feng and the others were? The last time he went there was 300 or 400 years ago. Furthermore, it was rare for him to go there to check on the situation, and he saw that Lord Feng and the others were so busy that their scalps were numb. Seeing that Lord Feng was only a transparent shadow that was still tormenting himself, he did not want to stay there and disturb them, so he slipped out. The Order Void had also settled down in recent years. That time, Lord Feng, Lord Hui, and the others made a trip to the Order Void and settled the matter there. However, it caused the chaos to continue for a period of time. After a long period of chaos, the Order Void slowly calmed down. These few years, it was finally completely peaceful. It should be that young world lord from the sky mystic world who had settled the matter. These days, he could still see her constantly sending things here. There were world light orbs and people. It felt like a new recruit who came to report to the Order Void with bedding and bedding. After a period of time, she would officially return to the front lines of the Order Void after settling the matters there. Speaking of which, he did not know if it was because the Order Void had settled down, but during this period of time, more and more people came from the Order Void to the Observer Space's front lines. In the past, there was no one. In the past, there would only be a small portion of people who would not see a single person for 3 to 5 years. When they came, they were easily scared away. If this was really the reason, then it was possible that the battle between the 3 factions had attracted a large number of people. Now that the battlefield had collapsed, those who were still looking for things to do in the Observer Space's front lines came to the Observer Space's front lines. Oh, he did not know if he should be happy or sad. Back then, he had already experienced a group of people using the Observer Space's front lines as a public toilet. Now that there were people coming again, he really did not know who. Let's just observe for a while. Most of the people who came are still passable. They seem to be people who participated in the battle between the 3 factions back then. The youth who was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts scratched his head and said to I Ching, after the realm lord of the sky mystic world sorted out the matters in the Order Void, he used his influence to recruit people from the Order Void. After a few rounds of screening, he sent the qualified people here. Let me see. Oh, that is indeed the case. Brother I Ching. Most of the people who came here were recommended by the Sky Mystic World or personally sent here by the Sky Mystic World. That's fine. I Ching smiled bitterly and scratched his head. It was a good thing to have more people. He was talking about more reliable people. Forget about those who were slacking off. Although in the Observer Space's front lines, outsiders would simply run away and not dry their nets. Why should he care about that? If there are no other changes, then I will deal with it according to the original situation. Tang Yen looked at the report for a while and said to I Ching, who was wrapping his arms around himself and pondering. I Ching pondered for a while, sighed, and waved his hand. There is nothing to change. Go. Deal with it according to the original situation. Like I said, we can't hold back those who want to leave. No, wait, let's wait for a while. Let's count the recruits separately and judge if they can become warriors of order according to the normal situation. After all, many of our standards have been completely pulled out of the standard. If we casually give this part of energy to some unreliable people, it will cause a big problem. We need to control it well. We don't have the energy to deal with the matters in the Order Void again. Tang Yen smiled. All right, then I'll take my leave. I Ching smiled bitterly as he watched the youth jump down from the tower. He turned and walked into the portal of the tower and left this place. Today's daily report is done. Let's go to other places to check out the situation. Well, that was what he thought at first, but just as he left the tower, his footsteps suddenly stiffened. He subconsciously pressed his hands up and down his body, his face abruptly breaking out in tons of sweat. His entire person instantly froze. The sudden feeling was like snow melting and a flood surging to the sky. He couldn't think of anything else. In short, his situation, that commotion. Holy crap, the seal's time is suddenly up. It's only been a few thousand years. How could it? Right, a few thousand years. Originally, after Lord Feng messed around with the source laws, the remaining half of the seal's time was almost gone. Moreover, the origin energy kept spinning and spinning to grind down the seal's time. Now that it was undone, it was just the right time to undo it. Still, it was not easy to deal with the timing. When Lord Feng and the others were all busy, he suddenly reached the time limit. Left with no choice, he could only brace himself and ask about the situation. Lord Feng, is Lord Feng free? I Ching didn't know whether to laugh or cry as there was no response from the soul message. Lord Feng seemed to be extremely busy. Just as he was about to give up and pick up the bits and pieces to break through, a voice suddenly sounded from the soul message. Ah, little Ching, right? Counting the time. I think it's about time you came to find me. Lord Feng's sudden words startled I Ching. About time refers to. We, Lord Green, and the others had broken through a few years ago because the time limit was up. I think it's about time for you. Yun Nuwashing breathed a long sigh of relief and said softly, Go and break through. I'll take care of things on the front lines. Don't worry. I Ching scratched his head and said cautiously, If you're still busy, I can help take care of things. Well, I'm not in a hurry here. Yun Nuwashing rolled her eyes. Go and break through. I'm busy, but it won't affect too much. I don't need to find a place to dig a hole to hide in. Besides, there's nothing happening on the void front lines at the moment. Go and do it. Well, I'll be out as soon as I'm done. Yun Nuwashing rolled her eyes and stared blankly for 5 seconds as little Ching's image in the soul message hurriedly turned and disappeared. Then she let out a long yawn and turned to look at the icy plains in silence for a while. Then she turned to look at the 3 balls in front of her. The 3 balls had become strange, with dozens of layers of origin runes covering their surface and slowly rotating along with the chains suspended over their surface. It looked as if the chains were the dividing line, with layers of origin runes covering the inside and outside of the shells. She let out a long yawn and finished inscribing the last of the multicolored divine runes on the 3 balls, announcing the end of thousands of years of work. Then, with a whoosh, she flung her arms and lay down on the icy plains, the energy radiance over her body dissipating at once. Her translucent body was instantly so transparent that it was about to vanish, and there were even specks of multicolored particles floating within her transparent body, giving her a mysterious and hazy feeling. Then, the concept class power that the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin could unleash when they are activated, including those consumables. Even if they could unleash some concept class power directly, it would not be enough in the end, and would never reach the level of a chaos concept body. Let's hope that the setup that took thousands of years can really unleash that power smoothly. Should I try it? As he muttered, he raised his hand and looked at his transparent body. After a moment of silence, he sighed in distress. Forget it. If he continued to struggle in this situation, he would really be tossing himself into the sanctum of creation. Moreover, the consumables would be used in small portions, and he did not even know if those things were enough. Better not to experiment, and leave everything to the guidance of the void and the origin. After all, he could not make any more arrangements on the 3 balls. There was nothing else he could do, and that was the limit he could reach after replenishing the origin energy. Although it was just inscribing a bunch of origin divine runes in a certain way, and he could pull it regardless of the level of the origin energy. Anyway, he was so tired that he did not want to move for some time. But he still had to look after the void front line. He believed that little green child would find a place to hole up first, but he still had to show his face in Node 0. Would there be someone to carry him around? Well, they were all busy, so there probably would not be anyone. Still, he had not figured out how to show his face. Well, anyway, he just had to walk around and relax while he had some free time. He would just leave the 3 broken balls here and let the concept class realm reshape them. He did not have to look after them anyway. Node 0. After thousands of years, there seemed to be a little more people in the city. What were they in a hurry to do? New faces. Bah, there were new faces everywhere. Many people recognized him, but he did not know many people. Anyway, he would know if they recognized him or not by just shouting at him. However, there should not be any new faces in the Void frontline. By the way, wouldn't it be a little too weird to walk around with a purple ball on her head? Little purple soul. This little girl, this ball was still sleeping. In the time it took for her to take a nap, 5 eras had passed. Who knew how many times the world had changed? Could it be that the conditions of the Void frontline were not suitable for her? Was the girl not acclimatized? Should he send her back to the realm of the gods? But after looking around, he felt that she was very normal. She was just sleeping, just sleeping. Very sleepy. He hugged the little purple soul ball in his arms and poked it twice. He could not help but roll his eyes when he saw her squirming. After thinking for a while, he put the ball on her head. It looked like a weird hat. I'll just take it as bringing her out to get some sun. But it really did not seem right. Why did the Void frontline have an additional group of people in the Origin realm? Did the children in the frontline grow up and run to the frontline? This portion. This is bad. I've only been focused on arranging the paths for all the primordial realm cultivators. This group of origins. Oh, because of the source laws and various other reasons, the main strength of the Void frontlines has almost all been converted to the primordial realm. In another few thousand years, more than 95% of the Order warriors should be in the primordial realm. As for the remaining portion, I'll just let them slowly grow over a long period of time that isn't too long. They should be able to reach the primordial realm before the time comes. He would never say that he was too lazy to adjust it. What did they think these things were when they were messing around with the energy tower? Let him think if there were still Origin realm cultivators when the time comes. Let them. Let's think about it when the time comes. He had not thought of how to deal with them yet. Hey, you in front, that girl. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him stop yawning. He looked around carefully. He had wandered to a remote place and had already left the food street. There was no one around, so he could basically confirm that this name was calling him. Yun Nuwashing turned his head gloomily and then saw a young girl who looked to be less than 20 years old looking at him arrogantly with her arms crossed. This aura, this posture, this was the type he did not want to deal with, but out of politeness, he still responded, "What's the matter?" The young girl wore a long dress that was dyed green. Her facial features were exquisite, and she was not particularly tall. She wore a silver bracelet on her right hand, and that strange posture seemed a little awkward. She looked around and suddenly said, "May I ask where the newcomers are gathered?" Oh, her words were surprisingly polite, but this newcomers gathering? Newcomers? To be able to ask such a question, she did not seem to be someone from the frontline world. In that case, she should have appeared from the Void of Order. Newcomers came to the Void frontline again. When did this happen? After the public toilet incident. It was a little strange that there were still people coming to the Void frontline. Seeing that he did not speak for a while, the young girl was a little uneasy. She scratched her face and muttered, "I'm lost. Master said that after coming to the Void frontline, I shouldn't look around or feel around, so as to not affect everyone, so I can only walk by myself. But this place is really too complicated, and it's almost time. If I don't hurry up, I'll be beaten up by Master. You're from the Void frontline, right? Yun Nuwashing." Okay. She was going to the front line to find her master. "Follow me." He yawned and turned around to lead the young girl to the center of the node city. If they did not change places, he still had to take a look. Oh, they did not change places. It was really at that location. There were quite a lot of people there. The group of people who had hurriedly snuck over just went there to join in the fun. And there really were quite a lot of newcomers, all of them in the origin realm. He did not know how many of them could hold on, and how many would be carried down after 10,000 years of continuous battle. When did so many newcomers come to the Void frontline? Yun Nuashing asked as he led the young girl through the streets and alleys. You don't know. The young girl was surprised when she heard this. I've been busy for a few years and haven't come out yet. There are some things that I haven't found out yet. Seeing the young girl's fairy-like face and her listless appearance as if she would collapse after taking 2 steps, the young girl chose to believe his words and began to explain, actually, it has already been going on for half a year. Back then, the 3 sides of the Void frontline ended the chaotic battle after the Heaven Mystic World won. They used a few thousand years to tidy up the chaotic Void frontline. Once the Void frontline had stabilized, well, then the Heaven Mystic World's Realm Master called people here. Yun Nuashing. A few hundred words might have been omitted, but the general meaning could be understood by himself. It seemed that after the 3 sides of the Void frontline ended, the idlers in the Void frontline had nothing to do. Did they come here to look for trouble? This place was not like the battlefield in the Void frontline, where ordinary people would come here to play. Anyone who came here would turn into a lunatic not long after. However, since they were recruited by the young girl, Realm Master, they should be of some use. He did not expect her to think of recruiting people for the Void frontline. Oh, forget it. Let's not dwell on that. Anyway, it was fine as long as they did things according to the standard. No matter what kind of thoughts they had when they came here, as long as they could become Order warriors, they would naturally be able to achieve their goal. A few minutes later, he brought the girl to the busiest tower square in the Node Zero city. There were so many people here, and it was so noisy that his ears were itching to death. A large group of newbies and a large group of Order warriors who were watching the show. So they had gathered here to watch the show, and their gazes, well, to put it bluntly, it was no different from picking cabbages. They probably wanted to see if there were any good seedlings to start with. They were all idle now, and the conditions in the Void frontline were good. Raising a disciple could be regarded as leisure or something like that. He only thought of this when he heard the girl shouting for her master. Originally, he wanted to bring her here and slip away. He didn't want to go in and torture his ears. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, a slightly surprised voice suddenly sounded behind him. Just as he turned 60 degrees, he stopped with a crack. His waist sprained. Fengling Jun. Yun Nuashing forced himself to turn around and saw Qin Yu, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, coming from behind. She had a faint smile on her calm face, and her eyes were slightly surprised as she looked at him and the girl beside him. The girl quickly went forward and bowed respectfully. Master. Oh, it's your disciple. Yun Nuashing rubbed his old waist, tilted his head, and muttered to Qin Yu, who was walking over. This girl is lost. I brought her here. When did you take in a disciple? I didn't hear you mention it. I saw her a long time ago, when I was strolling around the Order Void. I saw that she was quite good, so I took her in on a whim. It was only recently that I decided to let her come to the Void frontline. Qin Yu smiled faintly and rubbed the girl's head. Then she walked up to him and looked at him with a smile. You are a busy man. It's normal that you don't know about us. She raised her hand and poked him on the forehead, looking at his half-transparent appearance. She could not help but say, Busy man, why did you torment yourself like this again? Well, I should say, Why did you have the leisure to come out for a stroll? Everyone's forbidden time is up. Go and break through. I have to watch the void front line. Yun Nuashing rubbed his forehead and mumbled in response. Then he looked at the white-clothed girl in front of him for a while. Your time should be up soon. It shouldn't be too long. The group of higher-ups should collectively break through around in the next 1,000 years. I'm a little late. It will be a few years. Qingyu stroked her long hair and nodded. Seeing him yawn, she sighed helplessly and pulled him by the hand to walk out of the square. All right, let's go sit somewhere else and rest. Seeing how weak you are, I'm really worried that you will collapse after taking 2 steps. Well, I'm not that weak. I can still hold on for a few hundred years. You should go rest. The girl looked at the scene in front of her in a daze, her head full of question marks. After a while, she hurriedly chased after them, mainly because she did not know what to do if she did not go after them. The void frontline was still unfamiliar with the place and people. Well, if she went after them, she would feel like a third wheel. Master wouldn't beat her up, right? Qingyu had a small 2-story house in Zero City. It was very clean, tidy, and spacious. Well, to put it bluntly, there was nothing but tables, chairs, and some necessary furniture. He remembered that he had a small house in the front line. He lived there for a while, but later moved into the observer space after it was set up. Most of the time, he was either in the domain of order or the observer space. That small house was also destroyed after the explosion of Zero City. Placing him in front of a chair, Qingyu turned around to make tea. This made him feel as if half of his body was in the spiritual temple, once again unable to take care of himself. Lowering his head to look at his translucent body, which was only left with light and shadow, he reckoned that if he were to be carried into the spiritual temple, he would be able to arrange an emergency bed. Suddenly, he felt as if there was nothing wrong with him. Recently, many people are planning to come to the void frontline. It's probably because the 3 battlefields have been destroyed. Those scattered people can't find anything to do and have nowhere to go. In short, they are looking for fun. A moment later, Qingyu placed a steaming teacup in front of him and sat beside him as she spoke to him. Oh, I heard a little from your disciple. She said that the Realm Lord is helping to recruit people. Yun Nuashing nodded. Recruiting people? You can say that. Actually, the Realm Master of the Sky Profound World helped to stop quite a number of people. Oh, he might just be taking advantage of the situation to recruit people. As for what he actually did to stop so many people, I didn't look into it in detail. However, it's also a good thing. Last time, too many people came at once. They came quickly, and left quickly as well. Phew, it took a lot of effort. Back then, the toilet incident, this abbreviated term, sounds really disgusting. Well, anyway, that's what it means, didn't leave a lot of people behind. I heard that this girl also helped a lot back then, leading a group of people. But after the incident, they all ran away because they couldn't endure the never-ending battles in the void frontline. He even heard her complain a little. Well, could it be because of this that she went to take in a disciple, looking at the girl sitting in front of him who looked a little ill at ease? He turned to look at Qingyu and found that she was staring straight at him. He couldn't help but shiver. What's wrong? It depends on what you plan to do. Qingyu shrugged. I'll prepare it for you. Well, Yun Nuashing held her teacup and sipped for a while. She put on a helpless and tired face. Can I say that I don't want to care? Qingyu nodded lightly. Amen, that's an expected answer. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She covered her face and took a deep breath, replying, in short, we'll handle it according to the standards of the Order Warriors. Sigh, I have the leisure to lead a group of newbies or something now. As long as it doesn't delay things too much or take up too much time, there's nothing bad about it. After all, we still have some time. Qingyu smiled slightly. Don't you plan to take in one? Me? Yun Nuoshing tilted his head to look at her, a face of speechlessness. Teach a second crazy person? Whether or not you can find someone who fits my situation is still a problem. That's true. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and shook her head. It was too difficult to find someone who fits his condition in the void. It was rare for them to meet again, and he wanted to talk about the recent situation. But because of these few incidents, it was not good to talk about it now. The main thing was that this girl was carefully looking at him like a critically ill patient, and it made his hair stand on end. It made him feel as if he would die in the next second with an sound. Chapter 2052. Although it was said that he did not want to care about what was happening on the front line of the void, he still had to do something about it. He would just take a look at the situation on the surface. As for the in-depth management, no, he really did not have the time for that. He really did not have the time to set up rules and regulations to strictly control access to prevent the public toilet incident from happening again, causing everyone's efforts to go to waste. No, it was really too troublesome. He really could not force it. If he could force it, the front line of the void would not only have 10 trillion order warriors. Although it sounded like a lot, it was just a drop of water in the entire order void. Speaking of the war in the mythological era, Sui Feng and the others had provided information on the combat strength of the order world. Before they were stuffed into the ring of soul suppression in the 34th era, there were already hundreds of order beings fighting against chaos. As the war got more intense, there would only be more of them, and this number that was close to the peak would only appear when the order was tired. That was when the order began to lose. The war between order and chaos was something that couldn't be forced. Everyone had their own ambitions. You couldn't expect everyone to turn into a lunatic and charge at the front lines, only to die dozens of times after the war was over. This was completely different from fighting in one's own home with life forms of the same origin. That was really different. If a battle in one's own home was put here, it would be like two little kids at the entrance of a village wielding a tree branch and pretending to wield a sword and a spear. Don't even mention how many people died in the war between order and chaos. He didn't even mention how many order warriors had died in the war between order and chaos since the beginning of time. How long had this war lasted? If one really wanted to fuss about that, it would be better to calculate which was more ridiculous, the internal strife in the world of order or the war between order and chaos. Well, that was what he meant. The war on this side of the battlefield was not something that everyone could endure. That was why he was too lazy to set up rules and regulations to restrain the visitors from the order void. The main thing was that he did not think that anyone would come here. Back then, the toilet. Could they not mention the toilet? Who was the one who mentioned the public toilet after that? It was as if his thoughts were out of control. What did he want to say? What happened all those years ago actually happened when he was dead for 100 billion years. He only learned about what happened on the void frontline after the fact. And as for more details, it was all thanks to CU, Blue Phoenix, Yuan Kong, Qingyu, and the others who filled him in. In short, it did not sound like a good thing, and it was not something he was in charge of. Why would a lunatic care about rules and regulations related to people? Those who were being watched were probably tired of living. He really did not intend to pay any attention to them, and had only intended to circle the void frontline a couple of times to let everyone know that there were still people watching over the place, that they should not get too excited, and that everything would go on as usual. After all, when he looked back, Hui had dug a hole to hide in, Qing Jun had planted himself upside down and watered the onions, waiting for a few decades to grow, Yuan Ji had found a space to sleep, and Sui Feng, Sui Qing, and Sui Feng. Ah, the reason was the same as above, right? No one else could help him, so he could only go around in circles by himself. No matter what, he was still one of the highest controllers of the Void frontline. Well, could he resign? Ahem. In any case, it was still necessary to watch over the battlefield, mainly to prevent the underworld from suddenly backstabbing him. No matter how low the probability was, he still had to guard against it. Don't talk about watching over the battlefield with your current state. It may be more suitable to find someone to watch over you. Qing Yu sighed softly and stretched out her jade finger to poke his head. Well, there will be someone to handle the trivial matters on the Void frontline for you. Take a break. If you think too much, it may be my turn to send you to the sanctuary of creation later. Well, Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea. Last time, it was Shuang Shuang who asked me to take a break. There was such a thing, and then she suffocated me and fainted, he responded with a serious expression. This answer could not be wrong. Qingyu and Sui Feng. A physical forced rest. Qingyu thought for a moment, raised her hand, and waved it in front of him. Then, do you want me to do it? Yun Nuoxing's expression was quite serious, considering that if he lay down at this time, who knew how many years would have passed when he woke up again, he seriously refused this forced rest method. Anyway, there should be nothing to think about in his mind at this moment, and he did not have the energy to find more things to think about, so he just chatted casually with Qingyu. The number of times they talked seemed to have decreased since they left her world. Speaking of which, she did not know how young Master Shen and his Divine Shadow clan were doing, and she had not asked about them for many years. Should I say that everything is fine? There are many people in the Void frontline who came out from our world, but most of them are homeless people whose memories were erased back then. Qingyu tapped the cup, looked at him, and said, "Everyone who came to the Void frontline has treated this place as a second home. There are many world light clusters in the frontline worlds, and we have a share of them. However, young Master Shen and the others have no plans to show up in the Void frontline because of their order nature. They are trying their best to find a way to change order and do not plan to show up until it is done. They are now hiding in a place near the world light cluster where the realm of the gods is, and no outsiders will come to disturb them." Well, it was enough to know that they were doing well after a series of major events and changes, and there was no need for them to worry. He sat there for a while before leaving. It was only after he solemnly expressed that he would never turn into a cluster of light and rush into the sanctum of creation that Qingyu let him go, and said that she would look for him in 2 days. He did not know whether to express relief or tears. The two of them must have a lot to talk about after so many years, and he would not continue to block them. Moreover, the girl was also very uneasy as he sat there, and there was no telling if Qingyu had said something about him in front of her. The Void frontline, the Void, continued to maintain a busy and messy pace as they sprinted. He looked around and found that there was nothing for him to deal with in the Void frontline. The respective commander-in-chief and second-in-command would look after each node, and even if the higher-ups were to collectively rush to break through, there would still be people watching over each node, so there was nothing for him to worry about. Then what could he do? It seemed that there was nothing he could do, so he might as well hang himself on the tower and assume a thinker's pose and continue to daydream. This was a good idea, but Qingyu ran to the tower to look for him 3 days later. She saw him sitting there like he was constipated, and his body was so transparent that it almost blended in with the background. It was even worse than 3 days ago. With one look, she could tell that he was overworked. Seeing this, her pretty face twitched, and her calm face could no longer be maintained. Without another word, she dragged him out of the tower. And so, The time he spent thinking about life became shopping, shopping, nonstop shopping, visiting the frontline world, and running everywhere. Chinyu, the girl, would not let him rest. In fact, he did not understand why he could not rest even when he was resting. His mind was filled with a bunch of messy things that did not stop. He felt very tired, and if he found a place to lie down, he might really pass away. But why was his broken brain still? He did not know, and he himself could not figure it out. It was as if something had opened the top of his head and kept pouring things inside. Well, in fact, he did not want to think about those weird things. Every day, he would walk around the girl, occasionally watching her train her precious disciple. He would watch from the side and say a few words from time to time. And then he would go to the tower to check on the situation at the front line today. Well, if there was anything, there would be direct information. This mission that was like a check-in every day was perhaps a little unnecessary. Well, it was definitely not that he wanted to be lazy and find it troublesome. Really, living like this every day was quite fulfilling. On the surface, you say it's fulfilling, but secretly you find me troublesome, right? Chinyu glanced at him, raised his hand, and looked at it for a while. Seeing that he was still transparent, she could not help but sigh. It's been half a year. Why haven't you recovered at all? If I say that I have been tormenting the origin energy, would you beat me? Hey, don't beat me. Don't beat me. My ears can't work. Ow. The girl could not help but laugh bitterly when she saw her master and the Lord Observer crying out and immediately running around the tree. She pulled out a stool and sat down, taking out a watermelon to eat as she watched. This was considered a reserved program. In the past 6 months, her master had been chasing the Lord Observer around. To be honest, if she had such a familiar friend who would kill her anytime, anywhere, she felt that she would be worried. After all, if she did not keep a close eye on him, he might suddenly be gone one day, but friend, she tilted her head and looked at the Lord Observer being caught by her master and pinned to the ground. Her master was rubbing his beautiful hair. After thinking about it, she decided to turn her head and pretend that she did not see it. She did not want to talk about the two of them. In most cases, her master was definitely a very calm, composed, serious, and disciplined woman. Although there was a smile on her face that did not change for a long time, that was also her characteristic. There was an exception. Well, she had only discovered the exception recently. When her master was with the Lord Observer, she would, well, it was fine when there was nothing going on, but when there was something going on, she turned her head and looked at the Lord Observer, who was being pinned down, scratched, crying, and laughing awkwardly at the same time, and then looked at her master, who was overly excited and had a mysterious blush on her face. She thought about it and decided not to look into it. At this time, she just had to pretend that she did not exist. Speaking of which, the Lord Observer that her master always talked about, the current guardian of order, was said to be the sharpest spear in the void of order, the legendary agent of the heavenly god of origin, that mysterious big shot. Well, she felt that the image of this very big shot had been torn to pieces in the past 6 months. Especially when she saw him being tortured by her master, she did not feel that way. Speaking of which, did energy life forms have the ability to be tickled? In that case, it was actually the two of them working together. Oh, she should not look into it. She should not look into it. She should focus on eating the melon. In the blink of an eye, time pants had dashed out for a certain distance. As for how long had passed, there was no need to record this number in detail. In any case, just by looking at the time in the city, one would be able to know the exact time. Therefore, there was no need to record it down. After all, one's brain wasn't enough to process it. Chinyu was still following him to stroll in the void front line every day, but in fact, she should have broken through more than 100 years ago. Her precious disciple was stimulated after coming into contact with the source law and was now trying to break through to the primeval realm and needed some time. But when she said that she wanted to watch over him, in case he suddenly disappeared, he could not find any other reason to persuade the girl. Using 100 years to watch over him. What a waste. And he did not know if that description was referring to himself or her. He did not understand, completely did not understand. This kind of time lasted for another few decades. After a certain guardian woke up and took his place, it was announced that it was over. He relaxed all of a sudden and passed away. In fact, he was just exhausted. The exhaustion that had settled down for more than 100 years made him faint on the spot. He was hurriedly carried by Qin Yu to the sanctuary of creation, which made Hui feel awkward. He did not know how to describe this situation, which was like taking over a shift. Well, in short, it was fine as long as he was fine. It was not a matter of a day or two that a certain observer had not been human. But he did not expect Maple to continue to get worse, and he did not expect that the word get worse could last for more than 100 years. Before Maple's girl left, she gave him a report about a certain someone and the void frontline, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sigh. It seems that I have to deal with Maple's situation before I break through next time. It was fortunate that the girl stayed by Maple's side all these years, or he might only see a ball of light hanging in the observer space now. Then he sighed. For the past 100 years or so, Maple actually pinched his nose and dealt with the newcomers. It was even more unbelievable than the Arabian Nights. In the past 100 years or so, the newcomers who came to the void frontline were scattered among the 12 nodes. They did not have to run all over the void frontline like before, and it was easier to manage them when gathered together. Node 0 was one of the places, and Maple had already dealt with most of the matters. He also arranged for others to be in charge of supervision and management. He did not let the newcomers risk their lives to charge into the battlefield once they were familiar with it. Instead, he let them spend 100 years familiarizing themselves with everything in the void frontline, and training soldiers in the realm of order was only an occasional occurrence. It was just a part of the familiarization process. At the current stage, there are 12 nodes. Excluding the odd number, each node has 10,000 people. The current situation has completely stabilized. There are not that many newcomers now, and they are still divided among the 12 nodes. When there are more people, I will consider whether to let them go to the new nodes. The newcomer situation is also very stable. Because they were screened a few times in the mysterious sky world, there are not many hotheads among the newcomers. Those fellows were probably screened out. Among the remaining people, many are considered good seedlings. As long as they can endure the accumulation of time, they will also become qualified warriors of order. It sounded nice, but the most difficult thing was to endure the accumulation of time. In this disgusting place that was filled with endless death and destruction, to be able to endure. With the current situation was not as bad as before. It seemed that as long as they could endure it, it would be fine. Sigh. Qin Yu's report on the arrangements for the new recruits was very clear. Most of it was done by Maple. Well, there were also others who assisted him in completing the arrangements. There were many detailed arrangements, and the details were very much in line with Maple's style. There were also many traces of amendments. It must have been hard on that guy. He clearly hated dealing with these things the most, and for some reason, he suddenly chose to deal with these trivial matters. He must have been pulling his hair while thinking about it, and at the same time, pinching his nose and putting on an extremely disgusted and troubled expression. That guy is really something. Qin Yu threw Maple into the sanctuary of creation for a small repair. That was when he took over the front line of the void. More than 10 years had passed, and the number of Yuanshi in the front line of the void was increasing every year. More than half of the new recruits had entered the Yuanshi realm. They were all qualified, and they only lacked the environmental conditions and a way to enter the Yuanshi realm. In this aspect, they had restrictions. Only those who passed the conditions and were judged to be qualified to become order warriors could obtain the way to enter the Yuanshi realm. As for the others, if they had their own way or succeeded in exploring it, that was because they had the ability. As long as they did not cause trouble, they would not care. Well, what he meant was that as long as they did not cause trouble, they did not need to care. If they did, they would also cause trouble. This was to prevent some people from purposely going to the front line of the void, breaking through to the Yuanshi realm, and then returning to the order void to show off their prowess. The corresponding measures had to be taken. Putting aside the matter of the new recruits, something worth paying attention to recently was that everyone had woken up. Siyu, Suifeng, and the other inheritors of their generation were the same. When the time limit was up, they immediately used all their energy to break through to the next level. They used the fastest speed to rush to the next level in the shortest amount of time. With the current conditions in the void, the whole process would not take too long. In less than 200 years, they had all jumped up. However, it was only to extend the great path of the realm to the point where it was blocked by roadblocks. The new land that appeared with the great path was still barren and dilapidated. They had to plant flowers, plants, shrubs, and trees on the land themselves. Oh, it was a metaphor that he suddenly thought of recently. The realm was a great path that extended forward. As the great path extended forward, so would the land. However, the initial land that appeared was barren and dilapidated, and the branch roads were the paths that extended horizontally, allowing the land to expand bit by bit. The various treatments, proficiency, and strengthening of the realm were to plant flowers and plants on the dilapidated land so that it would be full of vitality. How about it? Doesn't it sound appropriate? Let's put it this way. Suifeng quivered and replied without thinking. Young brother Feng, didn't you open 146 great paths and a lot of branch roads? Dozens of landscapes, plants, and vegetation cover the land evenly and self-construct hundreds of complete ecosystems. The degree of perfection could be 1,000,000%. Everyone thought about it and nodded hard. This was a good way to put it. Then, as for us, Brother Lei crossed his arms and thought for a while with a gloomy look on his face. Let's deal with the problem of desertification first. It was also a very suitable metaphor. After all, they had just completed the realm breakthrough, and there was only barren land around them. Why would they need an oasis? The peak of the middle rank. I even had a dream that I could break through to the higher rank. Hui bared his teeth at everyone and gestured with his 2 fingers. I feel like I'm just a little bit away, just a little bit. It's a pity. Let's go back and cultivate again. This little bit is enough to kill us. Brother Lei spread his hands regretfully and looked around. So, we're all stuck at the peak of the middle rank. That's right. Everyone sighed, feeling rather depressed. Okay, so what about young brother Feng? Oh, young brother Feng was carried into the creation sanctum a few years ago. Hui was fiddling with an origin relic toy as he replied indifferently. Seeing everyone's eyes widen in horror, he continued to explain indifferently. I woke up a dozen years earlier than you all, and I switched shifts with him when I woke up. You didn't see it, but with his transparent appearance, he could definitely blend in perfectly with the galaxy. You almost couldn't tell the difference between him and the galaxy. But it's not something dangerous. It's just that he overworked himself and almost killed himself. Now, I've sent him down to rest, and he's still lying down. He's not returning to the factory for major repairs. You don't have to be so agitated. Everyone, It was something they were used to. Suifeng smiled bitterly. It must be the result of no one keeping an eye on him. Is there a vacancy in our personnel allocation? There was actually no one keeping an eye on young brother Feng for a period of time? No, Qingyu kept an eye on him for a period of time, but not completely. I think if no one was watching him, he would have turned into a ball of light when I came out. Hui rubbed his chin and looked at Siyu and Qing Huang with a frown. That's not it. Xiao Yu, little phoenix, I remember that you two just completed a breakthrough not long ago. Why are you two also lying down this time? Because I need to. Feng Qing Huang opened her mouth, and Hui waved his hand. I remember now. I remember you. You turned into an egg and rehatched. We watched it together. Feng Qing Huang laughed dryly and turned to Siyu. What about you? Siyu's neck shrunk back as she hugged one of the heavenly origin god's whale dolls as she murmured to herself, When the origin energy reaches 60%, it needs to undergo a strange transformation. It takes time to process, and I'll enter that stage without even realizing it. What? What strange transformation? There's such a thing? Why didn't we? The inheritor of the god of creation will have such an experience. Sui Qing looked at Hui Jun and gave him an affirmative answer. She moved the pile of miscellaneous items beside her and picked up a square box. After fiddling with it for a while, she put it aside and said, "It is said that the origin of this body needs to be changed. Look at Xiao Yu, you can see the clues. She has obvious changes from the last time you saw her. See, you saw that everyone was looking at her. She blinked her eyes embarrassedly and said, what change?" Hui stroked his chin and looked at Siyu for a while. He thought for a while and said, "Her hair has grown longer and she has become prettier. I don't know. Feng should take a look." Feng Qing Huang pinched Siyu's face and looked at her up and down. She nodded to everyone and said, "Her breath has changed, just like Little Star. Her breath is different from inside out." Siyu replied with an, "Oh." She tugged at her clothes and looked at herself for a while. However, she didn't feel anything special. Instead, when she saw the wardrobe on the ice field, she suddenly became excited and clapped her hands. "Blue Phoenix, bring Little Star here. The conditions here are definitely better. Send her to the conch house." Feng Qing Huang, who was playing with the relic of origin, was stunned. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but before they could ask the girl what she was going to do, they saw her rushing to a pile of junk and pulling out the half-covered wardrobe. Then she rushed into conch house like a gust of wind. In an instant, everyone understood what she was doing. She was going to continue the renovation that she had not finished before. Looking at the girls who were busy decorating the huge space inside the conch house with the relic of origin, we couldn't help but fiddle with the pile of junk in front of him. Why do I feel that these things are endless? I don't remember there were so many things before we went into seclusion last time. At that time, the condensation was not complete. Ling was focused on dealing with the staff of origin and staff of creation, which slowed down the reconstruction of the relic. She looked up at the sky and then looked around. Now that it's over, all the relic fragments are here. It seems that Ling was too busy to deal with them. All right. Hui breathed a sigh of relief. He rolled up his sleeves and started to fiddle with the pile of junk. Then let's clean it up before he wakes up. These are important war resources. Every one of them is like a firework on the chaos concept entity. Even that pot is no exception. But what I hope even more is that I can find something usable in this pile of junk. A brick or a meteor hammer would be fine too. Do I really have to grab that pot? Look, I'll bring this pot to the back of the chaos concept entity and smash it down. Forget it. It smells like a kitchen. No way, no way. Everyone could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that the observer, who was lying down, had said something similar. Chapter 2053. What he saw when he opened his eyes was a ceiling that was spinning in a spiral. He could hear the sound of the waves crashing against the beach, and the sound of the waves crashing against the rocks. There was also the sound of a conch being played at the same time. When he felt a little more awake, he could see the reflection of the sun on the rolling waves. The sparkling waves were faintly discernible on the ceiling. As he became more awake, the reflection of the waves on the ceiling also became brighter, dispelling the surrounding darkness. The gentle light also did not make him feel uncomfortable. His consciousness and soul did not return to the beginning. It was very strange. He thought that was the place he had to go every time he lay down. However, this did not mean that he was in a good state now. The exhaustion that penetrated deep into his soul was like the waves crashing against the shore. This soul, he was afraid that he could not hold on for much longer. When the time was up, when the limit was reached, he would probably be forced to return to the factory for major repairs. As for how long he would have to lie down, he would think about it when that time came. Looking at the time now, it had been about 30 years since he and Hui changed shifts. Phew, no wonder his soul felt like it could not bear the burden. It had unknowingly released the accumulated things. It was so ugly, but now was not the time. He could not fall down first. It would not be too late to lie down after he finished his work. After all, he was racing against time. How could he stop now? The spiral ceiling. This must be the interior of the conch house. Looking at the simple yet elegant decoration, it seemed that, that girl had a little too much time on her hands. A conch house that was 40 to 50 meters long and wide could be decorated into 5 to 6 rooms and 2 to 3 halls for her. This messy screen. Was he walking through a maze? If this place was not spacious enough, he would have taken back the description just now. Yan, sleeping for 30 years, seemed to have offset the loss of thousands of years of continuous use of rule, order, energy form. Now that he had woken up, his steps were still a little shaky. If he did not sit down for a while to rest, he would probably knock through the screen in front of him. The origin energy, well, his soul was almost completely adapted to the origin energy. It took thousands of years to adapt. It was not easy. The energy sealed in her divinity carrier burned, and burned just like that. He did not know how much had been lost. Anyway, he looked at it now, after thousands of years of hard work, and several things that were not easy to deal with. He did not expect to have a lot of energy left. If there were no accidents, he would use all of it to deal with the origin energy. If he could forcefully raise her power to a level close to hers, he would have a better chance of succeeding. Right. He still had to explore the origin domain, right? Well, this also required a lot of energy. The current conditions were still waiting to be gathered. In short, he would put it on the agenda and see how it went. When he walked out of the conch house with a yawn, he suddenly saw a manor piled up with debris outside the door. In the manor's open space, Hui and the others had set up tables and chairs and were making tea. They turned their heads in unison when they heard the sound of the door being pushed open. When they saw that someone had finally woken up, they were very excited and sat up a little straighter. Yo, Feng, you're finally awake. Hui quickly put down the teacup on the table and poured a cup of tea. Looking at Feng slowly walking over and sitting down, Hui could not help but frown. Although you're awake, it seems that your soul is not in your body. Are you really okay like this? Yun Nuwashing knocked her head with her wrist and took a sip of tea before letting out a long sigh of relief. It's okay. I'm in good condition. May I ask how you are not in good condition? Hui asked with a serious face. For example, Yun Nuoshing raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly at him. Being thrown in, or something. Everyone was speechless. As long as he did not collapse, he was in good condition, right? This guy was really… Forget it, this guy did not listen to advice. Moreover, they did not have the right to yell at him, other than keeping an eye on his condition at all times and rushing to rescue him if something happened. There seemed to be no other reliable option. You're all at the peak of the middle class. It seems that you're just around the corner to reach the high class. Oh, see you and Qing Huang. You're not at the peak yet. However, when the seal is lifted, you should be able to reach the high class directly. There shouldn't be any difference. Yun Nuoshing glanced at everyone with a somewhat gratified and meaningful gaze. She chuckled softly. How's your condition? Is there any special change? It seems that there isn't the kind of change that I imagined. It's not like you've really advanced to the high class. How could there be such a change? Hui smiled bitterly. Siyu hurriedly raised her hand and said, I have changed. However, I don't know where the change is. Let me see. Glancing at the girl, Yun Nuoshing stood up. Seeing this, Siyu stood up as well. Then she giggled and jumped into her father's arms. While listening to everyone talking about Siyu's condition, Yun Nuoshing gave the girl a thorough check. Then he pressed her back to the chair beside him. Yun Nuoshing nodded. The change in your origin structure was replaced by the power of that Luo Zun god. No, it was covered by his power. That power of the origin covered all the origin structure in your body, including the origin soul. In the middle, it was also connected by his origin god's sigil. To put it simply, he raised his hand and patted the girl's head. Right now, you're a origin creation. Siyu blinked her eyes with a dazed expression. You're a creator-type life form, similar to Little Hour and Shui Yin. More similar to Shui Yin. Yun Nuoshing took a sip of tea. Creator-type life forms need to know their own origin structure, like the back of their hand. For example, Little Hour's origin structure was related to magic circles. Then she naturally walked this path. As for you, girl, let's talk about your origin structure. He drank 2 mouthfuls of tea in silence and looked at Siyu from head to toe for a while. Then a look of realization appeared on his face. I'm not mistaken. The situation of this structure is a bit similar to the rule, order, energy form that I've created. The people around the table instantly slipped to the ground. When they climbed back up, their eyes were wide open, and their eyes were dull. Yun Nuoshing waved his hand. There's no need to be so nervous. It's just that the structure is similar, but the details are far from perfect. Furthermore, it's a structure created by the god of origin who created. So how could it be the same as us who charge into enemy lines, right? Based on the situation, it's about 50 to 60% similar in structure, and it's in a calm state. My law's order, energy form, is a state of unleashed energy, while Xiao Yu's continuous and calm structure. Rubbing Siyu's long hair, he was silent for a while. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and took out the rhythm of light. He injected some energy into it and then put it in her hand. Here, take a look at it. What's so special about it? Siyu took the rhythm of light and waved it twice. Suddenly, she felt that the light in her hand burst out a dazzling light. She could not help but exclaim. The energy in her body surged uncontrollably. The energy that flowed through her hand and then returned to her body seemed to have the energy of the rhythm of light. She felt that she could use the rhythm of light. Okay, let's interrupt. Before the girl could guide the energy of the rhythm of light into a riot, Yun Nuoshing took it back and smiled at the confused people. It's exactly as I expected. So what's going on? Suifeng scratched his head in confusion. Haven't you guys met the heir of Luozun before? That shouldn't be the case. Of course not. We definitely know each other. It's just that. Brother Lei rubbed the cup in his hand and smiled awkwardly. We didn't specifically ask about it. It's just that I'm too busy with my own origin energy. So, it was true that he could not even protect himself, so he did not know about the situation of others. He was very familiar with this. Wasn't he the same now? Okay. Yun Nuoshing pinched Siyu's face and looked at her. Girl, the form power that your structure gives you is resonance of creation. It's literally what it means. The situation is just like what it means. In other words, if Sister Siyu uses the power of creation, she will be stronger than anyone else. Brother Lei rubbed his chin and understood. Resonance of creation. The power that your structure gives you allows you to understand creation very quickly. As expected of the power of the God of creation, the pioneer of the path of creation. It's not far from what I expected. Siyu was confused. She pulled Little Star's hair and asked, but I've touched many creations over the years. Why didn't I have any reaction? I just had a reaction. That's because you don't know how to use this power. Poking the girl's cheek, Yun Nuoshing explained with a smile, the power of structure, the form of power bestowed by structure. This should be the first time you've purposely come into contact with a new form of power. So you don't know how to use it. I just left the same power in the rhythm of light as you to guide it, which is why I was able to trigger the resonance of creation mainly to stimulate the form of your power. However, it will take some effort to truly activate it. Oh, I see. So, Yun Nuoshing slowly poured tea. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she smiled at Siyu and said, you have to guide the power of your structure out during this period of time. When it comes to the form of power related to structure, it will take a lot of time to get used to it. It's better to solve it early. Once you solve it early, your analysis of creation will officially surpass mine. You can be in charge of this path in the future. I can be your assistant. Siyu's pretty face changed after hearing that. She was half happy and half distressed. She was very conflicted and complicated. Okay, then what should I do? Well, let me think. Since you've just grasped a new power, it's obviously not wise to let you resonate with a more dangerous creation right from the start. Let's start with a simple situation. Yun Nuoshing turned around and waved her hand at the ice field in front of her. She took out an energy tower from the previous generation and pointed at it as she said to Siyu, here, hang yourself on the tower for a period of time and don't come down. Siyu looked at the tower and blinked at Mei Mao in a daze. She then looked down at Little Star and asked, is there any other way? There is, but I'm afraid that you'll say that I'm underestimating you, so I didn't say it first. In terms of the situation, the first and second methods don't have much difference, but the second method, Yun Nuoshing nodded and raised her hand to point at herself. Hang yourself on me for a while, and I'll guide you. How about it? The first method is better, right? Hang yourself on me for a while or something. It'll definitely... Ugh. Before he could finish his sentence, Siyu came over from the side and sat on his lap. She blinked hard at him and said, yes, I'm ready. Everyone was speechless. She was really fast. Yun Nuoshing shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. She hugged the little girl tightly and began to mobilize the origin energy to coordinate and guide her. She then looked around and asked, speaking of which, where's my little blanket? Your little angel. Hui pointed at the depths of the ice field, where a blurry blue light shone on the sky. There, she's still sleeping over there. We don't know what's going on, but Shuang will go and check on her every once in a while. Shuang Shuang nodded and said to Little Star, Ming's condition is normal, but I don't know why she's been sleeping. There's nothing wrong with her. When I checked her, that little girl has been sleeping ever since I dealt with the Staff of Creation and the Staff of Origin. It's been more than 4,000 years. She could feel that the little angel was in good condition in her soul. Everything was stable, and there was no movement. She asked Yuan Kong about the situation, but the little girl did not know what her sister was doing. After carefully inspecting the situation, Yun Nuoxing did not find anything out of the ordinary. She also had things that she needed to do, such as the matters after the transformation of order. There was no hurry. She would know when she woke up. Then we'll continue with our work. Hui drank all the tea in the teacup in one breath and let out a long sigh. What have you been busy with recently? Yun Nuoxing looked curiously at Hui, Suifeng, and the others who stood up together. There's also the origin domain. Now that we're just one step away from the advanced level, we need to deal with the origin domain that we haven't dealt with before, so that we won't fall behind too much when we reach the advanced level. There's also, Hui raised his head and counted with his fingers. In the end, he sighed. The one thing that hasn't changed in 10,000 years is the in-depth understanding and exploration of the origin energy. After reaching the peak of the intermediate level, we've already transformed 60% of our origin energy. I feel like I've taken a big step forward. If we don't deal with it before we reach the advanced level, I'm afraid we'll end up in trouble. Didn't you feel this way before? Yun Nuoxing stared at him speechlessly with dead fish eyes and sighed faintly. I climbed up step by step, and after I climbed up, I was hung up and hammered in all kinds of ways. Even if there was some nonsense steps, I had already taken it. Everyone thought about it and felt that it was true. Not everyone had the courage to go through a hellish journey, although the experience must have been very rewarding. Forget it. They should just follow the normal pace and walk step by step, looking at the observer jumping up and down in a mess. And every time he was done, he looked like he was half dead. They couldn't be envious. They couldn't be envious at all. As long as they had a normal mind, no one would want to torture themselves like him. In any case, everyone went back to their own business, looking at their fairy-like faces. It was obvious that they were too entangled with the origin energy. This situation would probably continue for a long time. Once they reached the advanced level, they would only be busier. Don't ask why. It was because he was already numb from touching all the origin energy. Even if he was hammered into his current state by the various fragments, he would still… forget it. Let's not talk about it. See you nestled in his arms, her hands hooking around his neck and twisting restlessly. He was speechless and stopped thinking. He raised his hand and pressed her head. Girl, don't move. I can't calm down. See you mumbled for a while and looked around. I want to find something to do. Although it's very happy to be guided by Little Star, I just want to find something to do. I want to pick up those things and look at them. It seemed that this girl had gradually changed from a state of whimsy to a state of hyperactivity. Perhaps the gradual activation of the power of the structure had made her a little curious about the pile of creations around her. Was it because of the attraction of the structure? Should he grab something and let her explore it by herself first? See you twisted restlessly for a while and suddenly thought of something. She smiled and hooked Little Star's neck, lowered her head, and gave him a deep kiss. He was stunned for a moment. After a while, she raised her head and licked her lips. Now it's quiet. After that, she lowered her head and covered his mouth. He rolled his eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it, as long as she's happy. After successfully solving the problem of the power of the structure, she ran into the conch house with a pile of things. It seemed that she couldn't wait to play with those things. She had already activated the power of the structure, so she could adjust the resonance of the things on her own. The things here were just daily necessities of the gods of origin. She wouldn't be able to come into contact with concept-level powers, so he didn't have to worry about it. He let out a long yawn and looked at the ice field in front of him in a daze. Even now, he was dealing with the power of origin. It was just that, he didn't know if he was affected by CU, but he also wanted to find something to do. After thinking for a few minutes, he decided to go check on the staff of creation and the staff of origin. He had already dealt with them and put them aside, so he didn't check on the remodeling of these two items. Little Star, just as he was about to get up, a gentle voice suddenly came from beside him. Blue Phoenix was holding a small toy with 4 circles and a ball in her hands. She sat down next to him and placed the toy in her hands on the table. Her crimson-pink eyes stared at him thoughtfully, but she didn't say anything. It was as if she was thinking about something. What's wrong? What do you want to do? Or do you want to say something? He patted the girl's head and asked softly. Feng Qing Huang closed her eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. It also seemed like she was struggling. After a while, she let out a sigh and held Little Star's hand with both hands. She looked at him and said word by word, I want to learn your rule, order, form of energy. Yun knew washing. At this moment, he felt that his brain wasn't working properly. Or maybe he had gone crazy. But looking at the girl's determined face, she wasn't kidding. Obviously, he knew it very well. But because he knew it, he felt a headache coming on. Now that she suddenly mentioned it, he was startled. He had said something similar before, but he always treated it as a joke. After all, the rule, order, form of energy thing was something that Hui and the other second-generation inheritors had to look for. The information about this form of energy was semi-public. He was waiting for a warrior to come and have a battle with it. It had been announced to the higher-ups. Those who were interested could ask him for more details. So far, he didn't know how long it had been, but the warrior hadn't shown up yet. He never thought that the girl would be the first one to bring up this idea. He moved a chair over and sat face to face with the girl. He held her face with both hands and whispered, Come, tell me if you're feeling any pressure. Tell me if you're not happy. Don't be so stressed. The void hasn't collapsed yet. She could not help but smile bitterly when she saw how nervous little Xingxing was. She held little Xingxing's hand and looked straight into his nervous eyes. Her heart felt warm, but just like her determination, she brought up this matter with a corresponding determination. I'm already prepared. I've been preparing for this for thousands of years. But isn't this too sudden? I wasn't prepared for this. This matter has been thrown out for who knows how many years. I thought that no one would have the courage to jump out, but you suddenly... Feng Qing Huang smiled softly and whispered, I want to help you. I just want to do my best to help you. Since you don't want to form a soul bond with me, I have to use other methods to help you. You've always been helping me. You've always been there. The soul link is just... Yun Nuashing opened his mouth, but was interrupted halfway because he saw that she had already made up her mind. He laughed bitterly again, holding his forehead and looking at the sky helplessly. You're exactly the same as before. Exactly the same. Even your lines are almost the same. Feng Qinghuang smiled and sat beside him. She tilted her head and rested it on his shoulder. How did we know each other? In the past. Yun Nuashing scratched his head, feeling a little troubled. It was impossible for him to forget the things related to her in the ancient past. Especially that last resentful look. It was really unforgettable. However, he said, it's not a good thing. If it's possible, I don't really want to talk about it. It's a bad thing? Yes. Yun Nuashing nodded. It's much worse than when I met you in this life. The remote antiquity, the hunt of the four gods. He really didn't want to talk about it. In the end, after the girl repeatedly mentioned it twice, he reluctantly told her the scene when he met the girl in the primordial age. At that time, he was besieged and beaten up badly. Although half of the divine land was destroyed because of it, he was not crazy enough at that time. At that time, Feng Qinghuang couldn't help but sigh. I seem to have been taken care of by you all the time, no matter when I knew it or when I didn't. But why? Because we are in the same boat. Yun Nuashing scratched Feng Qinghuang's head. I'm like a lonely ghost wandering in the realm of the gods. I don't know how many years have passed. At that time, I wasn't as crazy as I am now. So, when I saw these things, all right, I admit it. No matter if it's now or then, because I know about you all, I will just think of it as I have nothing better to do. Yes, I have nothing better to do. Because I have nothing better to do, I want to move around. So, I destroyed half of the divine land. It's just that. Yes, it's just that. Really? Feng Qinghuang hugged the person beside her tightly and smiled gently. Idiot. You too. You've been an idiot since the beginning. Yun Nuashing mumbled and turned her head. She muttered in a low voice. All right. I rushed over there fully armed. The smile on Feng Qinghuang's face became even more charming. Seeing this, Feng Qinghuang relaxed a little. Right. He didn't tell her about the time and place of the last time they met. He guessed that she didn't care much about it. If she asked, she would make up a story full of loopholes. You have always taken care of me. So, Feng Qinghuang suddenly sat up and held his hand. She said seriously, when you are troubled, I hope that I can do my best to help you. Yun Nuashing had a pained expression and did not say anything to dissuade him, only sighing helplessly. All right, you've already decided. Like I said before, since you've sincerely prepared yourself and not done it on impulse, I'll fulfill your wishes. I'll agree, but this matter cannot be rushed. Let's talk about it again after you've dealt with your origin energy. During the initial transformation process of laws, order, and energy form, the three energies must be in an extremely stable state. Even when all of their power is unleashed, they must not show any signs of instability. They must not fluctuate between high and low, but must remain in their most stable state without wavering. Once you've dealt with the origin energy to such a degree, I'll help you deal with this form. Feng Qinghuang watched as Feng Qinghuang walked towards the ice cube with the determination to perish together with the void. He clutched his head and sighed again. He couldn't help but mumble, "Aren't you also an idiot? You are still stubborn even after so many years." Feng Qinghuang let out a long sigh. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. Just as he was about to check on the staff of creation and the staff of origin, another voice suddenly rang out. Lord Feng, your friend is online. I've pointed out a path for him. He'll probably arrive at the observer space soon. So please check it. We're busy here, so there's no need to reply. You'll know in a while. Qing Zi's playful voice rang out in the soul communication. Feng Qinghuang was stunned. It was rare to have a visitor who needed to be notified. Friend. Feng Qinghuang frowned. Was it someone he had met before coming to the front line of the void?